Very good morning to you. Welcome to Bristol. It is County Championship action once again. Gloucestershire taking on Northamptonshire on a hybrid pitch with the Kookaburra ball. What more excitement could you want? Gloucestershire have made a couple of changes, and welcome changes in terms of return to first team cricket for both Tom Price and Zafar Gohar. So those are the two changes. Marchand de Lange is not playing in this round, and the other change, Chris Dent, who came back in to the side for Gloucestershire's last game here against Leicestershire, which turned out to be another record-breaking affair, with Gloucestershire achieving 2 double centurions in the same innings for the first time in the County Championship. Unfortunately for them, it ended in a draw, as did the record-breaking reverse fixture as well. But the combined scores for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire this year across the two innings, it sort of reads like a Beverly Hills set TV series. It's not quite that much, but anyway, those are the two changes for Gloucestershire. And a very good morning to Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton, and I'm sure you can run us through the
Yes, morning Ed, morning everybody. Two changes for Northamptonshire as well from the side that came a fairly distant second against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School last time out. Emilio Gay is left out, and Ben Sanderson is rested ahead of the T20 quarter-final against Somerset at Wantage Road next week. Krish Patel signed a 2-year rookie contract, named in the squad but not playing today, so into the side come James Sales, who hasn't played a championship match since the trip to Grace Road at the end of April, and Gus Miller, who makes his second first-class appearance, having played in the championship match at Cardiff against Glamorgan.
So Northamptonshire won the toss, and probably not a huge surprise that they decided to field first, with cloudy skies at least for now, although a pretty decent forecast. But Northamptonshire wanting to make first use of this hybrid pitch, and Justin Broad has ball in hand, bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. First ball to Australian Cameron Bancroft, who comes forward and defends slightly unconvincingly into the onside first ball, and it's fielded by Yuzvendra Chahal. So Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth, the opening pair for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth fresh off his maiden first-class double 100, just his second championship ton, but he does seem to enjoy playing against Leicestershire, because it was Leicestershire he made his first 100 against. 3 slips in place. Broad runs into the right-handed Bancroft. There's a big shout for leg before wicket, which is turned down by umpire Sue Redfern at the Ashley Down Road end. Bit of bounce there, it nipped back. You could see why it wasn't given, but there's quite a bit of movement and life in that pitch there, second ball.
Bowled impressively with a new ball at Merchant Taylor's, given that opportunity. His figures picked up a couple of late wickets, but his figures didn't really reflect how well he bowled.
The 3 slips go down as Broad bowls to Bancroft, left alone, and that comes back a distance. And yes, it did some of that after it passed Bancroft, but that looked like a pretty brave leave. Yeah, that has moved back considerably. This is what we saw on this hybrid surface when Gloucestershire faced Middlesex on it. So the first morning, if you got it in the right area, it did plenty. There's bounce and there is movement. Broad bowls, Bancroft's a bit squared up but turns it out to point, and there's no run. It did, like most Bristol surfaces, it sort of behaved like you'd expect, really, a juiced up Bristol surface. So it did lose a bit of its pace, and eventually the game did still end in a draw, thanks to a massive partnership between Ryan Higgins and Max Holden. Gloucestershire got themselves in a great position to win it, but this, in theory, might well be the best time to be bowling. Broad bowls to Bancroft, who's forward, looking to nudge a single into the offside, as he does like to do, but can't find it as he picks out mid-off. So Ollie Price at 3, Miles Hammond at 4, James Bracey at 5, who became the first Gloucestershire batter to score back-to-back unbeaten double centuries, is due in at 5. Graham van Buren, the captain. Then the two returnees, Tom Price and Zafar Gohart, as Broad bowls, comes back in, tucks up Bancroft. It's struck him on the pad and it drops right down at his feet. So signs already that this is going to be tricky. First up for Gloucestershire's openers as Broad begins the game with a maiden over. Zaman Akhtar, Dom Goodman and Ajit Singh Dale all keep their places from that draw against Leicestershire.
Yes, given his record against Gloucestershire over the years, I'm sure Graham van Buren and his men highly delighted to see Ben Sanderson not making the trip down to Bristol. But Northamptonshire going in without Sanderson or Jack White. Jack White had a sort of neck problem that required, I know, an operation that, when head coach John Sadler was telling me about it during the Merchant Taylors game, made me feel a bit queasy. Didn't sound very pleasant, but he was down here in the squad, but I think in the end maybe they just decided it's not worth risking him. And it's going to be the captain taking the new ball, Luke Proctor, from this pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Ben Charlesworth, who's solidly in behind that first ball, plays it up to extra cover where Gus Miller fields. Because Northamptonshire going in without Sanderson or White is a bit like England going in without Anderson or Broad. They did so down at Cardiff, which was when Gus Miller made his first-class debut, and Miller on that occasion given the new ball, but Proctor taking it this time. Again, bowled pretty well at Merchant Taylors School. He's in over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Ben Charlesworth. Northamptonshire leaving out Emilio Gay, who has 919 first-class championship runs for the season. Was hoping, I know, to be the first Northamptonshire player for 8 years to get 1,000 championship runs. Last one to do it was Ben Duckett back in 2016. But
Gloucestershire not quite that long, but still back to 2019 with Chris Dent.
And James Bracey obviously just 30 short. His Proctor in and bowls to Charlesworth, again outside the off stump. Decent carry for Proctor, taken by Lewis McManus up at sort of chest height. But yes, Northamptonshire going in without either of their two sort of talismanic seam bowlers. But Gay, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, obviously, having announced that he was going to leave to go to Durham at the end of the season, that was 3 games in the One Day Cup, didn't appear again in the One Day Cup. Did play at Merchant Taylors School, but left out for this one. Is Proctor in again? Once again outside the off stump. Tightish leave by Charlesworth, but as we noticed in the previous over, that one from Bancroft, at the moment at least they're able to leave fairly comfortably on length. I think that was the thing with that leave of Bancroft. It was going well over the top of the stumps. But it's going to be interesting, very interesting, to see how this surface plays. Proctor turning down below us and running in again to bowl to Charlesworth. Very full. Charlesworth brought forward, beats the outside edge and goes through to Lewis McManus. McManus, who went past 5,000 runs across all formats in the previous game. Northamptonshire's red ball vice-captain. Rob Keogh having a chat with his captain. Keogh, I suppose, senior pro, and Dom Leach, still the man with no name or number, in there at mid-on. As Proctor bustles in, bowls outside the off stump, left again by Charlesworth. So a couple of maidens to start with, one apiece for Broad and Proctor. 2 overs gone, and Gloucestershire 0 for 0.
I think Northamptonshire's opening bowlers are less likely to do this because they're less that type of bowler. But what Gloucestershire did earlier on in the season was take basically one session to settle into the type of length that they needed to bowl on this surface. And I think Northamptonshire's openers will probably bowl more of a full length naturally than Gloucestershire's openers. But you saw in that previous Proctor over, come back to it, as Broad bowls. Bancroft edges, but with soft hands, it's down in front of second slip, and Sales does well to get some hands on it and keep Gloucestershire still on 0 for 0. he did play that nice and softly, Bancroft, even though there's more pace in this than the average Bristol surface, still didn't carry. But the ball that Proctor beat Charlesworth with in that last over, just that bit fuller, and you've got to make the Gloucestershire openers play with this new ball. Broad in, Bancroft leaves, this time an away shaper from Justin Broad, but well wide of off stump, and Bancroft can leave. So this is going to be a tough assignment up front, but the general feeling from the batting lineup after that first game that was played on this surface earlier in the season was that actually the batters, once they got used to it, actually quite enjoyed playing on it as well. As Broad is in, bowls, Bancroft drives, little over pitch, through the covers it goes, and that will go to the boundary for 4. The outfield not quite as quick as it perhaps might be later on in the match, having had a little bit of rain over the last couple of nights especially, but still you tend to know this outfield will be quick. The boundaries are in a couple of spots as well. It's a bit longer towards the mound stand where that shot was hit, but the straight boundaries down below us in front of the pavilion are in quite a long way, and a little bit in off the car park side as well. Broad bowls to Bancroft, who leaves that right on length. That went over the top of off stump, but Bancroft judged that the hybrid surface was going to do what it does, which is allow that bit more pace and carry, and through it went to McManus. So the feeling was that batters enjoyed it because all of a sudden you could play shots off the back foot as well as just off the front foot. At Bristol, you kind of know you're mostly going to be camped on the front foot. Bancroft has driven that one, and it's inside edge down to fine leg, and a really untidy piece of fielding down there from Dom Leach means the ball goes to the boundary. He was there in decent time and went into the slide, and then tried to kind of tap the ball back in and didn't get enough hand on it, but a skewed drive from Bancroft. It was an inside edge, but it wasn't an inside edge that went between himself and his bat, if you see what I mean. It went the other side of him, but still flew away down towards the boundary. Should have been stopped, but wasn't. 8 without loss. Last ball of the third over. Broad runs in, bowls to Bancroft, left outside off again. And 3 overs have been bowled. Gloucestershire off the mark in that over with a couple of boundaries. 8 for no wicket.
Yeah, Justin Broad has only picked up 9 wickets in the Championship so far this season, but he's sort of Northamptonshire's utility man, it's fair to say. He's opened both the batting and the bowling during this Championship campaign, which is yet to see Northamptonshire win a game, of course. Last time they went through a season without a Championship win was back in 2014, when they were back in Division 1 for one season and went straight back down again. I'll be hoping to avoid a repetition of that as Proctor comes in again to start his second over, and turned away into the onside by Charlesworth, straight to Prithvi Shaw, number 100 on his back in there at mid-wicket. 3 slips in. James Sales in at second. Shaw had a singularly unsuccessful match in the slip cordon at Merchant Taylor School, which explains why he's now at mid-wicket. He actually damaged a finger, which meant he had to bat down the order in the second innings, but he managed to drop 3.
Oh gosh, yes, that is that. You would be banished after that, slip. Yeah.
Proctor in bowls, and again that just shapes away from Charlesworth. It's good stuff from Proctor, who last time Northamptonshire played in a Championship match here at Bristol, when he bowled beautifully and picked up 5 wickets in what was an extraordinary game, because it was played under floodlights for pretty much 3 days. The floodlights were on at midday, I think, on the first 3 days of the match, and it seemed all over the place. And Northamptonshire in a very strong position as Proctor is in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Charlesworth, and left Gloucestershire a fairly stiff target on the last afternoon when the sun came out. Miles Hammond played very much against type, batted a long time for 94, and then Tom Lace and Graham Van Buren inevitably made the runs. Terrific partnership after tea on the last day. Here's Proctor in again, bowls very full, and again turned into the onside by Charlesworth, fielded by Prithvi Shaw again, who trots across, just has a little look at the pitch before going back to his fielding position. And Gloucestershire winning by 6 wickets. It was a terrific game of cricket, but it was just such a contrast on that last day when it was sort of cracking the flags compared to the first 3 days when it was like November. Proctor still with 3 slips in, running into bowl to Ben Charlesworth. He's hit on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Suspect that may have pitched outside leg stump. Not out, says umpire Chris Watts. And it hit also, I think it hit Ben Charlesworth above the pad, just on the thigh pad. Other than that, it had a lot going. Other than that, it had a lot going for it.
No, like you, my first thought was pitching outside. Yeah. It would have been interesting if we had ball tracking, just as a indication of the bounce of the surface, whether it would have clipped the top of the stumps or not. But it certainly did look as if it just pitched outside.
Proctor in again to bowl to Charlesworth, who attempts to drive, and it goes off a thick inside edge onto his pad. It rolls out into the offside, and that is the end of another testing over from Luke Proctor. Another maiden for him, 2 overs, 2 maidens for the Northamptonshire captain, and 4 overs down, and Gloucestershire 8 for no wicket.
That first shot there, of course Charlesworth probably wants to get off the mark, so that's one thing, but just the first sign of what you might have been a bit concerned about if you were a Gloucestershire supporter coming into this game, because all of a sudden you've got to make the transition from, yes, it's back-to-back home games, but from your usual Bristol surface to this hybrid, and it's quite a big adjustment. Broad bowls to Bancroft, who comes forward and across and knocks that down into the ground in defence as the ball trickles up to mid-on, and there is no run. You were mentioning that game back in 2021, which was Gloucestershire's 3rd win at Bristol in that 2021 season. They would go on to win their last home game as well against Durham that year. Broad in bowls, a tight leave from Bancroft as it comes back towards his off stump, and probably would have been on track in terms of height, but Bancroft was hoping that it wasn't going to jag back quite as much as it would have needed to, and it didn't. Since then, Gloucestershire have won 1 match at Bristol between the years 2022 and towards the back end of 2024, but as Broad runs in bowls, a sharp away swinger, which McManus does pretty well actually to get a glove on in front of Vasconcelos, because it continues to swing away from him after it pitches, and it started much too wide to interest Bancroft in playing a shot, but McManus saves himself some byes. But that really, in terms of Gloucestershire form at their main HQ, is really nothing new. So the 2021 season, where they won 4 games at home, as Broad bowls inside half of the bat from Bancroft, squirts out to Chahal at mid-wicket, and there's no run. That season is the only season in the last 12 where Gloucestershire have won multiple championship matches at Bristol, and therein lies a fairly large problem.
Yes, yeah.
In that, yes, okay, you might have 2 championship matches at Cheltenham, only had 1 this year. Broad goes in now, bowls to Bancroft. Oh, goodness me, it's bowled him. Off bail is off. The ball flew off down towards the boundary, and it was a bit difficult to start with to see exactly what that had come off. It flew over the top of McManus, but it has come off the top of off stump, and Justin Broad has produced a great delivery, which has done Bancroft all ends up. It went quickly off the surface. It jagged from him, and just the off bail neatly toppled off. So Gloucestershire are 8 for 1, and they've lost a key man in Bancroft, who made 53 and 130 not out in the reverse fixture.
Beautiful bit of bowling from Justin Broad. As I say, he was very, very impressive at Merchant Taylor School when handed the new ball. I would say I don't think there is a most improved player for Northamptonshire in terms of the end of season awards, but if there was, I think he would probably get it. He really has made an impact this year in all the formats he's played. He's a very talented young cricketer, but with a very good work ethic as well, which always helps. And that was an absolute jaffer. First thought I had was that he'd nicked it and it had gone over the top of the slips, and it was only when I saw Lewis McManus starting to celebrate that you realised it had actually just clipped the top of the off stump. But a lovely bit of bowling by Justin Broad, and gives Northamptonshire the early breakthrough they were hoping for.
At least we can actually see these bails this season, but we are absolutely slap bang in line. We've basically, if you're watching on the live stream, for once we actually do have pretty much the view that you've got. Normally it's off to one side for us and straight for those watching on the picture feed, but for this hybrid surface it is slap bang in front of us, and when you see the ball coming flying towards you like that, it's very difficult not to look at the ball to start with, and the way it came off, it just looked as if it had caught something, but just the bail. Ollie Price out at number 3, facing up to Broad, and Price is forward, playing a defensive stroke up to mid-on, and there is no run. Wicket maiden from Justin Broad, 5 overs in, and only one of them has produced runs, all 8 which belonged to Cameron Bancroft. And Gloucestershire's opening partnership, which has been such a key to their happier times with the bat this year in the county championship. Cameron Bancroft is ranked 9th in the Division 2 run scorers list, Ben Charlesworth at 12. And what they've tended to do is, even if they haven't gone on to make huge scores, see off the new ball. But that's not happened here.
Here's Proctor then running into bowl to Ben Charlesworth. Full length, pushed up to mid-off where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. The last time Northamptonshire won a championship match here at Bristol back in 2013, which was promotion year under Stephen Peters in the championship, and of course Alex Wakely was captaining the white ball that year and won the T20 in that season. It was arguably Northamptonshire's best ever season. Here's Proctor in, bowls edged and caught at first slip by Vasconcelos. Proctor again pitching the ball up straight forward outside edge as Charlesworth pushes forward. It carried at a nice height to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who took the catch. And this has been a terrific start by Northamptonshire. Wicket apiece for Broad and Proctor. Charlesworth goes without scoring, and Gloucestershire 8 for 2.
Yep, so now both components of that opening partnership back in the pavilion. And really, Northamptonshire have bowled exactly how you would have wanted them if you were a member of the coaching staff to bowl on this surface. You don't get carried away with the bounce and the carry, just bowl it full and try and hit the top of the stumps or just outside, and the nicks, at least for the foreseeable, will carry through. So Gloucestershire in real trouble early on. They've prepared or used this pitch because they think it's got a much better chance of producing a positive result for them than most of the pitches here. And I mean, all the games this year have been draws at Bristol up until now, but they certainly haven't prepared it to be put in on the first morning and then get rattled over for nothing at all.
I mean, I wonder, Ed, and it crossed my mind when I heard that Northamptonshire had won the toss and were bowling. And I'm sure Luke Proctor wouldn't admit to this, but to what extent it was, if you like, a negative insertion. And Northamptonshire said, well, perhaps given the batting frailties that were horribly exposed at Merchant Taylors' School on Sunday afternoon, whether they just fancied having a little bowl on this rather than finishing up with another batting nightmare. Here's Proctor in, bowls full, and that's steered away nicely by the new batter Miles Hammond. It goes all along the floor wide of the slip cord and down to third man. There is no third man, and so it's 4 runs to Miles Hammond, who is up and running off the first ball. Played that well, just played it down, and it runs down for 4. 12 for 2. So, I don't know, as I say, it's something I'm sure neither captain nor coach will publicly admit to, but so far I'm sure their decision is proving, well, from their point of view, pretty good, as the next ball is pitched up again by Proctor, pushed out into the covers. Gus Miller fields. Miller in the slip cordon when Justin Broad is bowling, but Broad himself, who is a fine slip fielder, is in the cordon when Proctor's bowling. Broad, who took a catch which our BBC Radio Derby colleague Dave Fletcher, when Northamptonshire played up at Derbyshire, he said, forget about the contest for catch of the season because we've just seen it. Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump. Really good carry as Hammond leaves it alone. Could afford to do so again on length, and then just gives that little hand signal to Ollie Price to suggest that it is just nibbling away. But yes, he was an absolute screamer at fourth slip that Broad took in that match that Northamptonshire should really have won. Derbyshire 7 wickets down at tea on the last day and could only manage 2 wickets in the last session, dropped a catch in the last over. Proctor in bowls. This is a genuine edge from Miles Hammond, but again he plays it with soft hands. The result is it goes down and wide of the slip cordon, and it runs down for another 4 to third man. So an eventful over one way or another. It ends with Proctor's figures ruined. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8, identical figures to Justin Broad. And at the end of 6 overs, Gloucestershire 16 for 2, with 8 to Hammond. Ollie Price still looking for his first run.
Well, it's certainly eventful. Even the maiden overs, you're just not, to be honest, always really particularly used to that. Things tend to move a little bit slower in this part of the world. So to have 6 overs gone, a few boundaries and a couple of wickets, it's certainly cricket that you can't take your eye off, and Gloucestershire need a partnership. Ollie Price to face just his second ball as Justin Broad starts his 4th over, bowls one wide outside the off stump, and Price decides not to have a cut at that.
Northamptonshire always entertaining, Ed, you know that.
Well, that's what we want. We want the modern day, multi-day cricket's mantra is entertain first. So, yes, it's been a better start for Gloucestershire than it has for Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Just noticing that the score there after 4.5 overs, Worcestershire are 10 for 4.
Ah, okay.
In goes Broad, bowls to Price, who comes across that one and plays it out to mid-wicket, to howls of dismay that he wasn't dismissed from behind him, where there's now a 4th slip in place as well.
3 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Sam Cook.
Worcestershire have lost 4 wickets for 3 runs in the space of 13 deliveries. In comes Broad, bowls now to Price, edged but along the floor mostly, down to Bartlett at 4th slip. So it's a good thing from Northamptonshire's point of view that they put that extra slip in, because that would very likely have run down to the boundary for 4. So a run-saving position as well as a catching position, with Price still looking to get off the mark. Broad in now, bowls to him, driven back to the bowler, and Price immediately lunges back into his ground in case Broad had a thought at firing the ball at the stumps.
The Somerset also lost a wicket in the first over against Durham. Andy Umeed was out third ball. Well, he was out first ball, third ball of the match. 25 for 2 Somerset against Durham.
Broad in, bowls, driving Price and being beaten on the inside edge. An ambitious shot from Price, because it wasn't a half volley by any means, and the pitch is just doing quite a bit to be playing those sorts of shots on the up. You've no real idea which way the ball's going to go off the seam. There is seam movement out there, and he's fortunate not to get an inside edge onto his stumps. Broad working on another maiden over. Last ball of it bowls now. Price is struck high up on the pad. There's no appeal as the ball deflects down to second slip, but this is not a particularly pleasant experience batting out there at the moment for Gloucestershire, as Broad completes his third maiden over out of 4, and Gloucestershire are 16 for 2 after 7. The sun is just about trying to peep out, but it's more what's down rather than what's up that's the issue at the moment.
Yes, it's not so much the overheads, is it? Although it's, as you say, it's a lot brighter than it was when we started. I have to say, when I surfaced staying up at Filton, not too far away, it was a gorgeous morning, about 6:30. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Hammond, who pushes forward, steers it out into the covers. Good tumbling stop by George Bartlett, and there's no run. But just clouded over a little bit, and in fact there was a little shower that we saw on the radars just to the south of us here, but didn't cause any problems here. I see Dom Leach starting to get himself loose, fielding at mid-on at the moment, so presumably he'll be into the attack in the not too distant future. 4 slips in as Proctor is in, bowls to Hammond, who tries to drive. It goes off an inside edge out into the mid-wicket region where Prithvi Shaw fields, and there's no run.
Do you reckon Ben Sanderson is sitting somewhere looking at this thinking,
Yes,
I actually thought I was going to get out of a nice 4-dayer at Bristol, having to bowl 25 overs a day on a slow surface
with a kookaburra
ball,
know,
and now looking at this thinking, oh gosh, wish I could bowl on that.
Here's Proctor in, bowls on leg stump, turned with the middle of the bat this time by Hammond out to mid-wicket where Shaw fields. Funny enough, I was talking to him, he bowled beautifully obviously at Merchant Taylor School, picked up 8 wickets in the match, 6 in the first innings and the only 2 Northamptonshire took in the second, and I was talking to him afterwards, and we were actually joking about that and saying, oh, kookaburra ball, you've got a bit of a niggle then, Sander, but he's taken twice as many championship wickets pretty much as anybody else this year for Northamptonshire. Here's Proctor in, bowled, edged and caught at second slip. Proctor picks up his second wicket. It's a catch for James Sales at second slip, celebrating his return to the Northamptonshire side. And what a start this is turning out to be for the visitors. Bottom of the table, but they've picked up their first bowling point inside half an hour. Gloucestershire are 16 for 3. Hammond goes, caught Sales, bowl Proctor for 8.
Well, again, it wasn't really there for the drive, and they'd set the trap, Northamptonshire. They left cover wide open to put a 4th slip in place, and Hammond obliged, clearly feeling that attack was the best form of defence in that instance. He squirted a couple of boundaries through third man and then tried to get one of those slips out there by going for a drive, but again, the Knicks are going to carry quite comfortably on this surface, and they knew it was going to be difficult, especially against this new ball, but they would have dearly liked to have got through this early period, probably knowing it was likely they were going to lose a wicket or two, because there's enough pace and enough life in the surface that you do very well to get through the early stages unscathed. But to lose 3 wickets now inside 8 overs, and I guess the thing about the likes of Proctor and Broad is that they're not just going to be bowling 4 overs and going off, so if they're settled in, then look out. And James Bracey, you couldn't wish for somebody in better form when it comes to the county championship, but this is an early outing for him in this game, and under quite a bit of pressure to at least see off some overs, if not score a big innings with Gloucestershire at 16 for 3.
Well, keeping the 4 slips in for the new batter, James Bracey, facing his first ball from Luke Proctor, and again pitched up and brings Bracey forward. It goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. We just saw Krish Patel, announced yesterday that Northamptonshire have signed him on a 2-year rookie contract, make his first appearance on the field for Northamptonshire, just bringing the drinks on with Jack White. Some thought that Patel, I think, will play before the end of the season, possibly in one of the 2 home matches coming up after this. Northamptonshire will entertain both Derbyshire and Leicestershire before going up to Headingley to finish the season. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Bracey, who's forward solidly, plays it back down the pitch, and the end of another successful over for Luke Proctor. 4 overs, 2 for 8 now for the Northamptonshire captain, and it's 16 for 3. Ollie Price and the new batter James Bracey both on naught.
I don't know if it's something that is talked about at the start of a season, but you can imagine it in the pre-season sort of briefings. At some point this season, we are going to be 20 for 3. It just happens. It's the county championship, it's the red ball, Duke's ball. At some point, you are going to be very little for quite a few. Broad bowls to Price, fends at it and misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. An uncertain dangle of the bat outside the off stump from Price, not sure whether to try and score or just let it go, and that very well could have been 16 for 4. But you know, you know you're going to be in that situation. Every side is, even the all-conquering Surrey side, I'm sure, will have been this sort of score at some point this season. Broad bowls down the pitch, leaving decisively this time is Price through to the wicketkeeper. But it's then how do you respond to that? And Gloucestershire still have batting, but they need a partnership to develop soon. Van Buren due in next, Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, Zaman Akhtar coming in down at 9, so it's not as though there isn't batting in this side remaining as Broad bowls and Price leaves. Another away swinger which McManus has to move sharply across to his right to take at the last minute as it swerved on him.
See, I'm sure, to feed into that point, Ed, what Gloucestershire will be aware of is the fact that Northamptonshire, if you like, their second string seamers, they've got Dom Leach, played very little first class cricket, Gus Miller making only his second championship appearance.
Broad bowls, and again Price doesn't have to play.
Opened the bowling down at Cardiff, but didn't pick up a wicket in that match. I'm not sure James Sales will bowl a lot. He's another option, but I suppose then it feeds into how long will it be before we see a bit of Yuzi Chahal. Rather reassuringly at Merchant Taylor School, it was like the 1940s all over again, because he came on for the over before lunch.
Oh gosh,
it was lovely.
Right.
Just like the good old days.
Here comes Justin Broad and bowls, no shot again from Ollie Price. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse this over.
Well, it is, and they've also dropped Chahal back onto the boundary at deep backward square, so they've got 2 men back. So whether Justin Broad might think about testing Ollie Price with a short ball,
he'd probably be best off not doing so personally, but we'll see. Broad bowls and forward goes Price, has to play at this one. Takes a hand off the bat as it catches him fairly high up on that bat, and it's defended into the onside. So 13 balls Price has faced without scoring. Ollie Price, I have to keep saying, because of course this is the first time for quite a while, in fact I think since the fixture at Wantage Road, that both Price brothers have played in the same side, with Tom having suffered a back injury. I mean, you might probably recall in that game that we spent quite a lot of it when Tom Price was actually bowling, which wasn't very much because he was only bowling 3-4 over spells, saying he just doesn't look right here, and a back injury has kept him out until this game.
Bright sunshine now as Proctor runs in to bowl outside the off stump to the left-handed Bracey, who watches it through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. England are batting first in the test match, second test against Sri Lanka at Lords, and they've just lost their first wicket. Dan Lawrence has gone for 9. England 33 for 1.
Not looking like the most successful of
No.
Bazball's decisions at the moment, although opening the batting tricky and 3 innings, so,
Yeah.
it is a small sample.
Proctor in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bracey again. It's a lovely late morning now down here in Bristol, looking over to the left. That's the Memorial Ground, I think, isn't it? Over to our left with a dark blue stand and the floodlights visible. This one of those splendid grounds where the floodlights are visible from a long way away, so as I was this morning coming in from a sort of slightly different way, you can keep your bearings anyway. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and that beats Bracey outside the off stump. A little bit of movement, also a little bit of extra bounce from Proctor, who must be thoroughly enjoying bowling on this, because he's getting movement, but he's also getting the sort of carry that we certainly don't see on very many, or certainly haven't seen on very many Division 2 pitches this season. Leach down at mid-on, going through his warming up routine. For now it's Proctor in, bowls to Bracey, turns it away for his first run, down to long leg. So James Bracey is away with a single, and it's 17 for 3, 29 more runs for James Bracey to pass 1,000 championship runs for the season. You were talking, Ed, about Ben Sanderson and how he probably might be watching or listening at home and thinking, I'd quite fancy a go on this. He's closing in on 400 first-class wickets as well. He needs 3 more. 9 more to do it for Northamptonshire, because of course he picked up 6 for Yorkshire way back. Also closing in on 1,000 first-class runs, which probably means more to him, I suspect. Bowlers always love to talk about their batting. Here's Proctor, gets one that just hits Ollie Price on the glove. It goes down to fine leg, and Price will know all about that. It's a nasty one that's just wrapped him on the right glove, but he gets a single, so he gets off the mark. 18 for 3. No pain, no gain.
Yes, well, that's the thing, isn't it? Is it a price worth paying to get off the mark?
Yes.
But I was wondering the first time that would happen, and actually it's a mark of the fact that Northamptonshire have been pitching it up and have got their wickets, that was the first time it had happened, but there were a lot of wraps on the gloves on the first day of the Middlesex game.
Proctor in and bowls on leg stump, just loses his line a little bit there to the left-handed Bracey, who turns it away for a single just in front of square on the leg side. Prithvi Shaw fields, and that's the end of Luke Proctor's 5th over. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11. It's 19 for 3 with 2 to James Bracey and 1 to Ollie Price. Gloucestershire having lost this morning. Cameron Bancroft for 8, that was 8 for 1. Ben Charlesworth for 0, that was 8 for 2. And Miles Hammond for 8, 16 for 3, 2 wickets for Proctor, 1 for Justin Broad.
This must be a set plan to bowl round the wicket to James Bracey, because to the left-handers so far, Justin Broad has bowled exclusively over the wicket, so this must be something they've looked at footage and decided this is the best way to attack James Bracey. Still those 4 slip fielders in place as Broad bowls wide of the crease forward. Bracey tapping the ball into the covers, quick single taken and a well judged single to move the score on to 20 for 3 with Bracey on to 3. The way that this innings has started, we could be in for quite a thrilling final day, because on the first day of the now world famous county championship match between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, having been put in by Glamorgan, were 88 for 8 at lunch. Broad bowls and away swinger left by Price, good carry through to McManus.
Well, if this game pans out like that one, I don't think anybody will complain,
No.
because that was the most stunning, astonishing game of cricket.
And it would be quite Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire
Well,
for it to do so.
I was going to say, we have the last few seasons, we've had some absolutely cracking games in Championship and in 50 over between these 2 counties.
Justin Broad runs in, past the umpire, bowls, clipped away, past mid-wicket. Might have got a bit of a hand on that Prithvi Shaw, but it's still running out towards the boundary. They'll take 2, and I think that's all they will manage. boundary not the longest towards wide mid-on, so hard to pick up threes there. Ollie Price, with his most authoritative shot of his innings so far, picks up a couple of runs, and Gloucestershire 22 for 3.
Gus Miller looked as though he was doing some Morris dancing there, but I think he was just limbering up. Presumably he'll have a bowl in the not too distant future. A bit of a false start as Broad comes herring in before Ollie Price was ready.
Morris dancing cricketers, that would be an entertaining off-field activity for a cricketer. Broad bowls, another away swinger, and 2 wide. Price leaves.
Hey nonny no. Yes, it's interesting to see Gus Miller again getting a bowl with the newish ball, as they did take the new ball on first-class debut, which was a fairly tough gig for him down at Cardiff. He bowled perfectly respectably, didn't get a wicket, but he's done okay. Been a useful addition to the white ball side certainly this season.
Broad runs in now, he's there and bowls, and a firm clunk of ball hitting bat as Price defends back up the pitch. He's not been on magnificent form, has Ollie Price, for a bit. He's kind of, after his real breakout last year and a ton in the first championship match of this year, and a cracking ton it was as well on this ground against Yorkshire to help save that game. As Broad is in bowls, that loops up off pad into the onside towards square leg, and Sue Redfern will signal leg by to end the over, so Price will keep the strike as the score moves on to 23 for 2. But since that opening round, couple of half centuries, but you know, he set such lofty standards for himself by that breakout last year and the start of this year. He's just not quite looked himself at the crease since the early part of the season in the Championship, but of course he's had a real breakthrough in T20 cricket, which is part of the reason why Gloucestershire, as Northamptonshire do, have a quarter-final to look forward to in a matter of days.
Yes, and interestingly, Gus Miller, we were talking about him a moment or two ago in that match against Lancashire at Old Trafford, when Northamptonshire ended that long, unbeaten sequence that Lancashire had on their own home turf, as Proctor starts a fresh over. Bowling to Ollie Price, pushes forward, plays it out to mid-wicket. Keogh fields and there's no run. Bartlett. He, towards the back end of that, when it was just starting to get a bit tight after that Matt Britsky onslaught, it was Miller that just hit the boundary that gave Northamptonshire a little bit of breathing space, went on to win that match and secure a home quarter-final against Somerset next week. Here's Proctor in, and it's padded up by Ollie Price, but no appeal. It was clearly, I think, going over the top of the stumps, but it's a slightly it's a move fraught with danger given what we've seen already this morning, but Ollie Price gets away with that one. Of course, Northamptonshire having the previous night beaten Warwickshire or the Birmingham Bears at Wantage Road after losing the last 7 T20 games against them. So it was a good couple of days. Here's Proctor in bowls and brings Price forward, drives, doesn't make contact, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus, who takes it in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. Still Northamptonshire, as you would expect, on the attack with 4 slips in place. And given all the discussion about interest in the blast and so on, worth mentioning that Northamptonshire's quarter-final sold out 2 weeks ahead of the match. Here's Proctor in bowls, nudged away by Ollie Price, wide of full slip. It's running down towards the boundary. There is no third man, crosses the rope, and Price goes to 7 and Gloucestershire to 27 for 3. Yes, it's going to be quite a night, that, I think. And Northamptonshire obviously won't have quite the side they were hoping for. A few injuries, and looks at the moment as though Matt Britsky may well not be there.
It's such a shame,
well,
the effect of that. Gloucestershire will be without Bo Webster, who's a big part of getting them there as well.
Proctor in, bowls to Price, who comes across his stumps, clips it away just behind square on the leg side, and it runs away for 4 more, and that's going to go under the covers, which means somebody's going to have certain amount of crawling under the covers to do, but it's another boundary to Ollie Price. He goes into double figures, first Gloucestershire batter to do so this morning. 11 to him, 31 for 3.
If Yuzvendra Chahal doesn't mind, I would suggest he would probably be, of all the Northamptonshire players, the one best equipped to get underneath those covers.
In terms of his relatively slight stature, but the problem he's got, of course, is he's got this mini dress.
Yes, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Which is a sort of oversized Northamptonshire jumper, and it could easily, if he has to crawl under the covers, could easily get snagged on something. It is. Hopefully at some point somebody will get one that fits.
Did they think it was somebody like Chahar? Rahul Chahar is a taller Indian leg spinner. Did they think it was him rather than Chahal they were getting? I don't know.
Maybe. Proctor in and bowls to Ollie Price outside the off stump. He leaves well alone. It goes through to McManus, and that's the end of Proctor's over, in which he conceded a couple of boundaries, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19, and Gloucestershire put into bat by Northamptonshire on a lovely late morning here in Bristol, 31 for 3.
I suppose the only gratifying thing about this start is that at least Gloucestershire didn't win the toss, decide to bat at 31 for 3. And so far, every time nerves have been settled with a couple of boundaries, Gloucestershire have then been pegged back with the loss of a wicket. In fact, in terms of the scoring, we've had at least 4 overs, in fact now must be 5 overs, where there's been 2 boundaries in the over, or at least, 4 anyway. It seems to have been a bit of a theme. If there's been runs in an over, it's been 2 boundaries, but most of the time there hasn't been runs in an over.
And we're going to see a bit of Gus Miller from the Ashley Down Road end.
So a very successful first opening burst from Justin Broad. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 11 his figures. So can Miller keep it going? He's bowling round the wicket to James Bracey. A slightly more slingy action than Justin Broad, but hitting the pitch, and Bracey back foot defence first delivery. No real loosener, although Miller just pawing away at his landing area and asks the umpire, was my front foot okay? And I think got the nod. Sue Redfern and Chris Watts, the umpires. Watts standing at square leg, arms folded, as Gus Miller runs in, bowls, short ball down the leg side. Bracey has a swing at it and misses it, and it was exactly that mode of dismissal in Gloucestershire's 88 for 8 at Cheltenham that saw James Bracey back to the pavilion. So that was nearly a bit of history repeating itself. There were 3 strangles down the leg side in that 88 for 8. It was a bit of a sort of could go wrong, did type innings, and then had a record last wicket partnership as Miller bowls, and there's a drive from Bracey, and the ball goes, I think, past his inside edge again as it goes through behind the stumps, slightly fuller of length, and I think that might not have carried actually to McManus, but already encouragement for Gus Miller in terms of the line and length that he wants to be bowling, less the previous delivery, despite what I've been saying about strangulation jobs, but that much more like it, that third delivery. Miller into Bracey, it comes back, there's interest from behind the stumps but very little from in front in terms of an LBW shout, and Sue Redfern I'm sure doesn't entertain that appeal too much, but it was 17 wickets that fell on the first day of that game at Cheltenham, with Gloucestershire taking 7 Glamorgan wickets back and actually looking as though they might get a first innings lead out of it. Briefly, Glamorgan ended up doing that, and then it was like they switched pitches for the rest of the game. Runs galore. Miller bowls, and Bracey's beaten. Doesn't chase after it too much, but it was a delivery that was coming back towards him. Probably felt he did have to play at it, but actually, particularly on length, he didn't have to play at it. And again, it's that decision you've got to make as you're walking out to the middle. You know that there's the possibility of leaving deliveries on length on this surface, but are you brave enough?
Yes.
Because you know the consequences of just one error of judgment in that respect. Miller is there and bowls, and Bracey's forward guiding the ball out towards point, and cover comes across in front of the point fielder Prithvi Shaw to stop it. They had taken one of the slips out for the end of that over, and Gus Miller starts off with another maiden over. Northamptonshire giving Gloucestershire very little to work with early on. 13 overs in, 31 for 3, 3-1, 3-1, 3. Yeah, it's very sad, but I like it. And Price has 11 and Bracey has 3.
Double change, because Dom Leach is coming into the attack to bowl from this pavilion end. Leach played one championship match for Northamptonshire last year on loan. Played up at Old Trafford without taking a wicket. Played at Merchant Taylors School last week. Picked up 1 wicket in the first innings, but he signed a 3-year contract with Northamptonshire. Now, this is the second match of this particular loan spell. The wording of the press release when he signed suggests that he may actually be going back to Yorkshire for the end of the season. Could actually play against Northamptonshire for the last match, but we'll see. Leach, first ball is full and driven not entirely convincingly by Ollie Price. It goes off a sort of inner portion of the bat rather than an inside edge. It goes down to deep backward square where Chahal fields, and they come back for 2. Price to 13 and Gloucestershire to 33 for 3.
It's still all 3s and 1s.
It is,
even with that 2.
Well, I'm very happy for you, Ed.
Yes.
His Leach, yeah, it's an interesting one. He's Northamptonshire feel they need to get, as the coach said, a battery of bowlers in place for next season. Leach in and driven, and couldn't have been driven, and he's out. Oh my goodness, what an awful way for James Bracey to go. It's driven by Ollie Price, and Leach getting a fingertip on it. It clatters into the stumps, and I think Bracey knew he was done for. That is an awful way, but he goes run out for 3. Yeah, got a hand on it, got a bit more than a fingertip on it actually, and Bracey was out of his ground, given out by umpire Chris Watts. Horrendous dismissal, especially when you're just shy of 1,000 runs for the season. But Bracey goes run out for 3, and Gloucestershire are 33 for 4.
414 then the streak ends at in terms of Bracey's run since his last dismissal, and what a way for it to end. It's amazing how these things always seem to happen when you've already lost a few early wickets. Yep. Like I was saying about those strangle jobs down the leg side, which, yes, I think sometimes batters are allowed off a little too easily, those sorts of dismissals. And certainly if you would talk to Grant Flower, who is Sussex's batting coach, he would say he doesn't actually have very much sympathy with people being run out backing up as well. But at the same time, in terms of modes of dismissal, and it really has to be one of the worst ways to go, as you say, and especially when the score is 33 for 3, you just can't afford for that sort of a dismissal to happen. But it has, and it was a shot which, had it passed Leach, you'd have said
4 runs, lovely shot.
Yeah, 4 runs, and maybe a real nerve settler for Ollie Price to have one come right out of the middle of the bat like that. It was the most authoritative shot probably all morning, and yet it's produced a wicket.
I know, and I suppose you've got to give, and if you're watching on the stream you'll see it now, you've got to give Leach a bit of credit for that, because he did stretch out a hand and get, as I think initially said, a fingertip on it. I think he got more than that to deflect it onto the stumps.
They all try it now.
They do, yeah, but it's an absolutely miserable way to get out. But Northamptonshire won't complain too much at the moment, and Leach is now going to bowl to the new batter, who is Graham Van Buren, and Northamptonshire know all about him. Sorry, it's Price, isn't it? Because there's Van Buren is at non-striker's end, and Price on drives. Well, that was the shot he was almost playing the previous ball. It went straight. On this occasion, it missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, probably much to Graham Van Buren's delight. He actually had to get out of the way, because Price hit that pretty hard, straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, one of the shots of the morning. 17 to him, 37 for 4.
He will have faced Dom Leach before Ollie Price. He was part of the Yorkshire attack that Ollie Price scored his maiden first-class 100 against at Headingley last year.
Well, here's Leach into bowl to Price. This little trigger movement across to the offside. He hits that hard into the ground and Leach stops it off his own bowling. Nice to see Graham Van Buren popping up into the commentary box before the start to say a cheery good morning.
Yes, I fear that he hadn't come to say good morning to us, but we can pretend that that's what he'd come up to do, yeah.
Well, he has a very, very good record against Northamptonshire. Made a wonderful 100 against them at Cheltenham a couple of years ago.
And another one in the 50 over game last year.
Another one in the 50 over game last year, yeah. Here's Leach in and bowls back of a length. In behind it goes Price, pushes it out into the covers where Shaw fields. And there's no run. Yeah, we were saying, Ed, that these two sides have produced some corking games in recent seasons. And of course that first game of, was it 2022, when we saw 3 centuries in the first 3 innings, all of them absolutely out of the top draw. James Bracey for Gloucestershire, Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire, and then Ryan Higgins in the second innings for Gloucestershire, and then a really exciting finish that went right down to the wire, pretty much all results possible. Here's Leach in, Fuller, driven by Price up to mid-off, where Proctor fields, and that's the end of the over. A wicket in the over, although not of course counting to Leach, although he will claim a bit of credit for him. It'll go in the scorebook as run out brackets Leach. 37 for 4 at the end of the over, with Ollie Price on 17, Graham Van Buren yet to face his first ball.
It's amazing looking back to that first game in 2022, because you think just how different could each side's season have been if Northamptonshire lost that final wicket, or the final couple of wickets, and went down and went on to survive very comfortably that season and have a terrific year with the bat that kept them up. And Gloucestershire, of course, going down if Naseem Shah hadn't got injured on that.
Yeah, of course.
Was it second afternoon? As in comes Miller, bowls to Van Buren, and a defensive shot. He's on the back foot, is Van Buren, but I think it's probably fair to say that Ollie Price wouldn't have been quite so far on the back foot to play that defensive shot. But things didn't go particularly well for Gloucestershire that season. They won their last 2 games, as we were talking about earlier, and ended up getting relegated officially on the same day that they won the first of those last 2 games. Miller in and bowls, and Van Buren covers up defensively, pushing the ball up to mid-off.
And to be fair, I mean, Gloucestershire could have won that game at Cheltenham. It was a really enterprising declaration, wasn't it, from Graham Van Buren. Left Northamptonshire a target, and they just got there by 2 wickets after an amazing innings from Ryan Rickleton, but in the end wickets fell, and it was Jack White going in, attempting that reverse sweep, wasn't it? Actually middling it. It was a terrific afternoon.
Miller bowls, and having a bit of a feel for that one. Van Buren, as it rises outside, is off stump, and it passes the edge, but the bat was fairly close to the ball, and Miller absolutely picking up where Broad left off at that Ashley Down Road end. What would Gloucestershire take from this position? They even take 150 at this point. It's going to be a bit of a baptism of fire in terms of returns to the side for both Tom Price and Zafar Gohar, unless there's a massive partnership here, as Van Buren comes down on that late and defends it up towards mid-on.
The other thing to say about that game at Cheltenham was it was a triumph for common sense umpiring, because if you remember, I think they'd come off a bad light on one of the days.
Yes.
When to us it didn't seem that dark, and we thought, well, they're bound to come off on the last day, because it did get a little bit gloomy. But amazingly, I don't think they even looked at it. They just said
they knew if they checked the light that it would be bad, so they didn't check it because both sides wanted to play. Miller bowls and tucks up Van Buren for room there. He's going to squeeze his first run through square leg, but again, not especially convincing. But any runs at this stage will be taken with Gloucestershire in heaps of trouble at 38 for 4, and Price back on strike with 17 of those 38 runs. I did go for a bit of a walk as I was in Bristol area yesterday. I went for a walk over by the Severn, and quite a lengthy walk it was, just from Severn Beach station up the river. Very picturesque as Miller bowls, tucks up Price yet again. Saying that quite a bit at the moment, with tight lines and a bit of in movement off the surface. And the end of the over, 38 for 4, 15 overs gone. There was quite a thick layer of grey cloud and a few drops of rain, and it was about 4:30. And you're thinking, there is no way they'd be playing cricket in this, and the floodlights are not available for this game. The floodlights were available for... the floodlights are now available for this game. That is breaking news. It's been changed. So the floodlights were actually available for the Leicestershire game, but I guess because they only used them for 2 days,
right,
they are now available for this one. So actually cancel that. But even so, even with the floodlights, they might not have been playing at 4:30 yesterday.
No. Here's Leach in and bowls to Price, Van Buren rather, who clips it away out through mid-wicket for only 2. And will they settle for 2? Yes, they will. It's chased by Yossi Chahal back towards the mound stand, and they come back for 2. So Van Buren goes to 3, 40 for 4. Yes, driving down yesterday afternoon, came through some rain, just sort of between Swindon and North Bristol, but thankfully it's fine at the moment. Plenty of blue sky. Clouds are high. Forecast is good. In fact, forecast good certainly for the next 3 days. Chahal stays back at deep square as Leach comes in and bowls, and that doesn't bounce to Van Buren, and that's gone through at half stump height. It was a good take by Lewis McManus in the end. Just having a look at the replay, that has not bounced anything like as much as we've seen hitherto, and Van Buren just going down and giving the surface a slightly suspicious prod, and I don't blame him. He must be counting his lucky stars thanking his lucky stars, he won't be counting them, that wasn't straight, because if it had been, it would have been good night Vienna. As it is, Van Buren facing his next ball from Dom Leach, and hit on the pad as he attempts to turn it on the onside. Lewis McManus is slightly interested, nobody else is. And Lewis McManus then has to pretend that he was just coughing or something, or clearing his throat, because there was no interest from anyone else. A few spectators in the ground and a few outside it as well, as there always are here at Bristol. You can see some of the balconies of the flats inhabited by people watching. Very, very good vantage point.
You better be a cricket lover if you
live
there.
Named after, of course, some of the greats of Gloucestershire cricket. And here's Leach. Elbows jutting out as he comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Brings Van Buren forward. Beats the bat. Goes through to McManus, and Leach with an exclamation of anguish, incredulity. He's
got a really natural action looking at that replay that I've just seen. It's a really natural in-swingers action, and it's really causing Van Buren difficulties, and he'll be thinking just a little bit straighter, and I've got my man.
Still 3 slips in as Van Buren faces this ball from Leach and beats him again outside the off stump with one that just held its line, I think, maybe just shaped away towards the slip cordon. This is good stuff from Dom Leach. As I say, has signed a 3-year contract from next year, and Northamptonshire clearly rate him highly. It's a big vote of confidence to give a young bowler without much of a track record really in first class cricket a 3-year contract, but there's no Rafi Weatherall available at the moment. Sadly, he's got a back problem. Sitting down on the grass down to our left, unless I'm much mistaken. Here's Leach in bowls, and that has Van Buren jumping into line, pushes it out onto the onside. Leach himself comes across the field, but Van Buren takes a single off the last ball, so keeps the strike. He goes to 4. Ollie Price is 17, and at the end of 16 overs, Gloucestershire are 41 for 4.
Ollie Price with a towel and a change of gloves, both Price brothers actually seem to be quite particular about having their hands really dry underneath their gloves. I think Tom Price must have asked for about 3 or 4 glove changes in that 100 at New Road last season that maybe at some point I'll stop talking about, but not anytime soon.
Nah, go on.
Well, when you've seen something that's never been achieved in the history of first class cricket, you feel the sense of pride and privilege that you were there. Here comes Miller, bowls to Van Buren, who squirts this one through square leg. Will pick up at least a couple of runs. That should be the sum of it as Chahal tracks back to the deep square leg boundary. Van Buren moves to 6. Gloucestershire 43 for 4. Just a quick rundown of the scores elsewhere. Certainly been some wickets falling. It's not... If you didn't know that the Kookaburra was being used, you wouldn't have thought from the scores this morning that it was in place. As Miller is in over the wicket, bowls, and Van Buren jumps up and tries to jab that one, I think, into the onside, and gets in a frightful tangle and is caught midships as the ball drops down in front of him. That one again, it's jagged back as well. It's bounced nicely from a seam bowler's point of view, but it's the late movement in that Miller is getting that is causing Van Buren all sorts of issues. Somerset 68 for 3 against Durham. That match at Taunton. Lewis Goldsworthy just been removed for 38. As Van Buren is caught high on the splice of the bat, it drops down into the offside, and good work from Graham Van Buren to get that right hand off the bat. Otherwise that would have been another one that would have been wrapping him on the gloves. Kent 56 for 3 against Warwickshire. Struggling Kent against, struggling Warwickshire, who've yet to produce a victory in Division 1.
Yes, these are Northampton's partners in adversity at the moment. The only 2 sides in the Championship who haven't won.
Hannon Dolby and Rushworth getting to work with 3 early wickets there. Miller bowls, driving Van Buren. It's come off the boot this time of Miller, who's kicked it off to Chahal at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Van Buren would have been thinking 4 runs off the bat, and not for the first time Northamptonshire fielder getting something in the way. It was off his toe, it looked like, but he's not showing any adverse effects. The steel-capped boots.
Don't think they're the old ones that
display.
Albert Whiting used to make in his little shop round the corner from Wantage Road years ago for Frank Tyson and others.
Here is Miller, past umpire Redfern, bowls a short ball, top edged by Van Buren, but it's going to fly, and it might go all the way for 6. It will. It's been caught down below us by
Greg Smith,
batting
coach.
Right. Well, applause for the result from a Gloucestershire point of view, and if Van Buren's going to do anything with those short deliveries, he's going to swing hard at them, and it carries what is not a long boundary because of the fact they've brought this rope in at the pavilion end substantially. Carries it comfortably enough. Gloucestershire 49 for 4. Last ball of this Miller over. He bowls and Van Buren drives. That's a gorgeous shot. If the previous delivery went for 6 fortuitously, that is 4 of the best. Through a straight mid-off, driven with a beautiful vertical bat, and 12 runs from the over. Gloucestershire's 50 comes up at last from the Gloucester's point of view. 53 for 4 after 17 overs. Worcestershire now 55 for 5 at Chelmsford. Jamie Porter now 4 for 20 in his 7th over. Hampshire 48 for 1 against Lancashire. So a decent start there, that match at Old Trafford. And the other Division 1 score, Surrey 51 for 1, starting things off at Trent Bridge. In Division 2, Leicestershire are 50 for 2 at Cardiff, having lost Messrs Patel and Holland. No prizes for guessing who got the wickets. Tim van der Huchten. Yorkshire 74 for 1 in a key encounter against Middlesex that we'll, I'm sure, be watching closely throughout this.
Lee Chin bowls to Ollie Price, pushes it out into the covers, no run.
That match between Yorkshire and Middlesex, really potentially a battle for, if not second, maybe even pole position in Division 2. Sussex still leaders despite losing to Yorkshire at Scarborough last round by 6 points. Yorkshire trail Sussex in third place by 9, and only 3 points separating Middlesex and Yorkshire going in to that match, which is taking place at Headingley.
Leach in again to bowl to Price, short down the leg side. Ollie Price has nothing to do with it. Good take by Lewis McManus.
And speaking of Sussex, top of the table, they are off to a good start at home against Derbyshire. They are 92 without loss. Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes both in the 40s.
And meanwhile at Lords, England have lost a second wicket, 65 for 2 against Sri Lanka, and captain Ollie Pope, another low score for him, out for 1, but Ben Duckett 35 off 35 at the top of the order. Joe Root not out on 11. Here's Leach, the sun disappears behind a cloud, in bowl short again, and that's flown, and a really good take, and it's signalled a no ball, not surprisingly, by umpire Watts. It flew way over Ollie Price's head, and it was a terrific take by Lewis McManus, who stuck up a mitt and managed to reel it in, but no ball called. 55 for 4. That really just flew.
Yeah, I think it's if you're used to bowling bouncers on, as you say, the average pitch that you'll get this season, then the ball will be going way over the batter's head if you try and land it on that length on this.
Leach in again, bowls full this time and clipped away by Ollie Price down to deep backward square where Chahal fields, and they're through for a single. 18 to Price, Gloucestershire to 56 for 4. Yeah, Greg Smith, former Derbyshire and Essex player, in as Northampton's batting coach this year. He's a good catch. He actually had to field during the previous match against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School because they'd already got Gus Miller on as 12th man, and Rafi Weatherall, who was the sort of second 12th man, 13th man, has got this back problem, so they didn't want him to go out onto the field. Here's Leach in again, Vols to Van Buren, who cracks that one away. A little bit of width outside the off stump, and Van Buren has laced that away just through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 20 off 18 balls, and Gloucestershire 60 for 4. Justin Broad starts to limber up in the slip cordon, so a second spell from him could well be in the offing. But he's still playing a bit of club cricket, actually, Greg Smith, for Kislingbury Temperance in the Northamptonshire League. Took that with aplomb, didn't he? That's 6 off Van Buren down in front of us. Here's Leach in again, bowls again wide outside the off stump. The same result. This time it's gone away past cover rather than through backward point, but it's 4 more. And Dom Leach is learning the hard way that you don't give Graham Van Buren any width, especially if it's a little bit short, because he'll hit you there all day. 24 to him, 64 for 4, and already Northamptonshire have now got a deep backward point with George Bartlett scurrying back onto the boundary. But I have
to say, I really don't mind that, because okay, you might just about get a catch at point, but mostly it's a run-saving position. You might as well just try and save the boundary.
Bit of protection. Next ball is pushed out up towards mid-off by Van Buren. It's Fuller. Proctor has to make ground to his left, as a result of which Van Buren picks up another single, again off the last ball. Well counted, captain. 25 to him, 65 for 4 at the end of the over. Ollie Price on 18.
I think if I were Ollie Price, I'd be saying, you count away, Skip.
Yes.
You can. If you want the bowling, you can have it at the moment.
Doing splendidly,
despite the flurry of runs in the last couple of overs. And speaking of that, in-out type field, if not completely in-out, but just the idea that you try and make your bad ball only be a single rather than go to the boundary, for the sake of having a fielder in who's a quite low percentage chance of taking a catch. We did see a catch at backward point in the last match. It's not like they don't happen, but in general, it's a bit of a bonus if you get a wicket there. Back comes Justin Broad, and immediately forcing a bit of indecisiveness from Van Buren, who wasn't entirely committed to leaving that one and had a bit of a probe away outside the off stump. Didn't get too close to it in the end. I'm sure he would say that he knew what he was doing playing inside it, but it wasn't the most convincing visual that he would like to give the Northamptonshire slip fielders. I'm sure would be encouraging Broad at every turn. 4 maidens in his first 6 overs, 1 for 11. He's in and bowls. That's very close to being a wide, as it shapes even further away from Van Buren. And I think Sue Redfern's probably saying just a centimetre further wide. And
it was very, very close to being called.
But no, I've completely forgotten what I was saying before that now. I've got too distracted by the wide.
In outfields.
Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. At least somebody was listening. I wasn't listening to myself, which it's a defence mechanism at this point, really. Full delivery, which is driven on the bounce back to the bowler, next delivery for no run. No, having not had the chance until I got into this position, really, to just sit and watch Championship cricket all the time. It is a privileged position that we have to be able to do that. But I do remember going to watch Essex the year they first, in this current run of success, the year they first won the Championship, having just been promoted back in 2017. Wide delivery, flash and a miss from Van Buren through to the keeper. Wouldn't have looked great if he nicked it, but you almost don't blame him quite so much for going for it, that one, because it was a bit fuller. He just didn't make contact with the ball. It was a bit more there for the shot than some drives we've seen attempted. But I watched Essex beat Yorkshire at Scarborough inside 5 sessions, as a short delivery is clattered back and dropped by Miller in his follow through. It was a pull shot from Van Buren that went straighter than he intended, and it was at a catchable height for Broad, apologies. And he was just, I think, momentum taking him over towards the offside as he was trying to get off the danger area and had to reach back a little bit, but did get 2 hands on it. And it does go down as a chance, but a difficult one.
Very difficult one.
Falling away and falling down a bit as well to try and take it. Broad bowls, driving is Van Buren, and that's a terrific piece of fielding by Justin Broad to get down in his follow through. Rather belly flops on top of the ball, but he has managed to stop it, gets up with a grin, and it's another maiden over from Justin Broad. 5 maidens out of 7. Anyway, the point I was making about 3 hours ago was that even though Essex were so far on top in that game, Simon Harmer didn't bowl very much, even for the seam bowlers, as they were running through Yorkshire. Deep point, deep square, fine leg, but 3 or 4 slips. And ever since I saw them do that, I thought, yeah, you know what, actually, if I were captaining a side, I know it's not necessarily the done thing. We saw it a lot more in the Ashes last year, with Australia setting fielders out on the boundary and not exactly suffering for it. It's a perfectly legitimate tactic to do what Northamptonshire have got, or had, in the previous over to Van Buren.
Here's Leach, starting a fresh over to Ollie Price down the leg side. Price shaping to try and turn it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Lewis McManus. The sun is back out, thankfully. It is very, very pleasant, and it's quite warm out there as well. It's disappointing for James Bracey's many supporters in this part of the world, and of course more disappointment at the weekend for Sam Bracey, his brother. It's taken an hour.
I was
and 20,
surprised it took
It's taken
that long,
an hour and 20
actually.
minutes for me to mention this, but here's Leach running into bowl to Ollie Price, full left alone outside the off stump, just angling in, but comfortable leave for Price through to McManus. Yes, with both Sam Bracey and Josh Shaw, of course, playing for Bristol Cricket Club against Oundle Town from Northamptonshire in the regional finals of the National Club T20, and victory for the Badgers in that, then beat Hayes in the regional final. Will now play Northern from Crosby in the national final at Derby on September the 22nd. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Price, just pushing it back down the pitch. Leach fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. And I have to reveal that I was commentating at Merchant Taylor School on Sunday afternoon in my Oundle Town cap, which I have in the bag with me because you don't need it here, because it's we don't have the sun straight into the box as you do. We did in our luxurious palatial commentary tent down at Northwood. But yeah, good stuff from the Badgers. Very happy about that. Here's Leach. In again. Bowls outside the off stump. Cut away for 4. That just sat up and asked to be hit. And Ollie Price, obliging, takes him into the 20s. 22 to him. 69 for 4. And you mentioned a couple of overs ago, Ed, I think it's the previous over rather, when Van Buren went after that very full-length ball. You feel that Gloucestershire, and these two in particular, don't want to be just totally focusing on survival. If there's a bad ball there, you've got to try and put it away and just try and take the initiative back from the bowlers. And these two have done that pretty well in the last 3 or 4 overs we've seen here. Is Leach in again, bowls to Price, and that seams away, beats him outside the off stump through to the keeper, Justin Broad. Is continuing to keep himself loose in there at third slip. I thought Gus Miller bowled nicely actually in that first spell of his today. It's a young cricketer of whom much is hoped by Northamptonshire. One day public address announcers around the circuit will stop calling him Angus, but of course Ian Randall didn't do that here, I hasten to add. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Price on drives, and it's a chase for Rob Keogh out from mid-on towards the mid-wicket boundary, sliding stop. They come back for a comfortable 2. Takes Ollie Price up to 24, and Gloucestershire to 71 for 4 at the end of the over. Yes, it's I think it's one of those situations where, you know, Gus Miller is feeling his way, I think, into first class cricket anyway. But say he's proved that he's got just a bit of something about him. It's that sort of slightly quality that you can't coach really. I think he's a natural competitor and he likes to get stuck in. I say he's been very impressive in some of the white ball games this year. But yes, he's not Angus. He's Augustus.
Tom Leach not particularly happy with a couple of deliveries in that over. He's just absolutely stamped on his water bottle. Poor water bottle.
Not very eco-friendly.
Well, I mean, no. Here comes Broad, and this is pushed pleasantly wide of mid-off by Van Buren. Tumbling save is made there, but they can come through for a single. 72 for 4. I mean, we're a hybrid pitch at a club which has pledged to become carbon neutral by 20-something. Neither of us are quite sure in this box, but it's one of our jobs more so than the other one to know it, I have to say, and it's not me. Here comes Broad, bowls to Price, who angles that one out to backward point, and there is no run anyway. Tut, could have broken that water bottle there, especially with his bowling boots on.
I was going to say size 12s down there.
Anyway, just sort of stamped on it and squirted some water out of it, which has, I'm sure, watered that particular part of the outfield, which probably won't be used at all this season. Only one more home match left for Gloucestershire this season against Sussex. Broad bowls, driving beautifully through the covers is Price, and that will speed away to the boundary for 4 runs. Getting to the pitch of it, and he is a really beautiful timer of the ball when he's on song. Ollie Price moves on to 28, 76 for 4.
And of course, with if Gus Miller is bowling to Ollie Price, then it's 2 Oxford-born cricketers in direct opposition.
There are so many of them about. So Sussex have got at least 2 or maybe even 3. James Coles went to the same school as the Prices, so I'm sure there was extra motivation for him to try and get Ollie Price out in the fixture down there, which he did. I think both Prices slightly older than Coles, but I'm sure they would have certainly known each other. And you mentioned Rafi Weatherall was here today. He is from the same school as Dom Goodman, driving his Price back towards the stumps. Van Buren's actually got his hand on his hip at the non-strikers, and he's like, right, you've already done one. You're not going to do me as well.
He just hasn't moved a muscle, has he?
No.
He's stayed exactly where he was.
He didn't time that one, which was probably fortunate for Van Buren, because it was heading towards the stumps again. James Bracey having been run out in that fashion not so long ago. Broad bowls, and Price works it into the onside, short of mid-on. It'll trickle up there in enough time, they can take a quick single. 77 for 4.
Yes, Rafi Weatherall, Chesham, wasn't it? He was at school in Buckinghamshire, born in Kendal, but in Cumbria, but basically a Buckinghamshire boy. Went to school there, played club cricket there, and came through the Buck setup before Northamptonshire picked him up. I'm very glad they did.
Broad completes his over, bowls to Van Buren, who whips this one away. It takes a pretty nasty bounce off one of those pitch ends, and it's very sharply fielded by mid-on to prevent runs. 6 runs from the over, 77 for 4. At the risk of doing my Jonathan Doidge, I was talking to Dom Goodman's mum. Well, you know how he loves it, doesn't he, Doidge? He loves talking to the parents, and I very much enjoy talking to them as well. But she mentioned that Dom's best friend was Rafi Weatherall's older brother, so they know each other very well, those two families. So I'm sure Rafi Weatherall, even though he is out, was looking forward to coming to Bristol to see Dom and maybe go over a few old stories, etc. 77 for 4 at the end of the over.
And Luke Proctor coming back into the attack, fresh from almost getting decapitated by the last ball of the previous over. Bustling in from this pavilion end, bowls his first ball of his second spell to Ollie Price, who's forward, pushing it back down the pitch for Proctor to field off his own bowling. Yeah, Rafi Weatherall's been again one of the real finds of the season. Northamptonshire listeners, I'm sure, will have heard me say this before, but it's interesting to think that last October he was receiving the award from Luke Proctor as Northamptonshire's Age Group Cricketer of the Year. Full again goes Proctor, played back down the pitch by Ollie Price, and there's no run. And played for England under-19s last year, but really has come through in all formats this year. Unfortunately, as I say, he's picked up this back problem. Not sure whether we'll see him again this year. Hope we do, but obviously the main thing is to make sure that if there is a back problem, it's sorted out and he's fully fit for next year. Signed a contract extension as well. Short goes Proctor, and Price just ducks underneath it, watches it go into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yes, whatever happens with Northamptonshire this year, he has certainly been one of the pluses. That wonderful bowling performance in the T20, which got a few headlines against Worcestershire.
I was going to say that's what of course you can only pick up little bits and pieces from outside, but that was I was going to ask who that was against that last over especially.
Forward comes Price to the next ball from Proctor, plays it up to Keogh at mid-on, just wide of him, so they come through for a comfortable single. Ollie Price to 30, Gloucestershire to 78 for 4. Yes, it was against Worcestershire, Gareth Roderick in full cry, and David Willey, for whatever reason, not bowling Rafi Weatherall in the innings until that last over. Here's Proctor in, bowls and driven up to mid-on again, this time by Van Buren. Keogh fields again rather, and there's no run, as they needed 11 off the last over against Worcestershire, and Weatherall same, not bowled, stepped up, or was called up I should say, and conceded just 4 runs, and picked up the wicket of Roderick as well.
It was the execution, wasn't it? It was every ball on the money at a pace.
He was absolutely first rate. He's a very, very talented young bowler. Here's Proctor in again, outside the off stump, carved away by Van Buren, wide of the slip cord, and a couple of bounces down to the rope at third man. Boundary to finish the over. Van Buren joins Ollie Price on 30, and Gloucestershire at the end of the over 82 for 4. And Proctor 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24, still impressive. But these two have now put on 49 for the 5th wicket, and have done so in positive vein, but also I think showing excellent judgment. Maybe just the first little bit of spice in this pitch with the new ball possibly just starting to wear off.
I think that was almost the massive frustration about Bracey getting out, because even for the couple of overs that Bracey was at the crease, you felt it was just easing a little bit. There's still something out there. We're still seeing ball beating bat, but Bracey would have felt, I'm sure, that he'd started to get through the tricky period as Price knocks a defensive shot into the onside, and through very little fault of his own, James Bracey run out backing up at the non-striker's end with a deflection from Dom Leach onto the stumps for 3. It's interesting, Gareth Roderick, actually, because he never really got into T20 cricket here as Price pulls away from facing that delivery. I hadn't really followed Roderick's progress in the T20, but that must have been one of his highest scores. Highest score 39.
39 off 22.
Yeah.
Played really well.
Yeah, that is his T20 career best. Broad bowls, beats the edge of Price, a delivery that just fades away from him, whether through the air or off the pitch, and still proving that there is enough in this surface that you've got to be watchful first, despite the positivity of this partnership.
Yeah, 120 for 8 Worcestershire were in that match, with 4 overs to go, and Gareth Roderick kept him in it.
Broad runs in, bowls Price across his stumps, trying to turn the ball into the onside. There's only one fielder saving the single on the onside up at mid-on, and that's where that ball goes.
They actually hit 31 off 2 overs, 15 off Ben Sanderson, and then 16 off David Willey.
Gosh.
To give themselves a real chance. They're 11 off the last over, but Rafi Weatherall sealing the match for Northamptonshire and becoming an instant fan favourite.
Broad there now bowls, and well wide of off, and Price gets his bat and gloves up and out of the way.
And did his first sort of long form interview on the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton a couple of days later, and was very impressive. He was reading law at Exeter University.
Right.
And bright lad, a very nice lad as well, and a very talented one.
Of course, and they're at Exeter together as well. Dom Goodman just recently finished his degree at Exeter. In comes Broad, bowls. This is whipped away fine by Price down to the fine leg boundary where Leach sends the throw in, and a single to Ollie Price that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. 50 and just 58 deliveries. And Van Buren so far, I think, has proven to be exactly the right man for the situation. Yes, he got a few loose deliveries to put away. The first time really that Northamptonshire had given Gloucestershire anything this morning, a couple of short wide balls to crack away, but the positivity has, I think, rubbed off. Edged, and I think maybe just short of second slip, but again, signs of danger as it's off the hands of James Sales and behind him for a single. So 84 for 4 at the end of that over, but Van Buren forced to play at that delivery, and I think difficult to tell first up.
My first thought was it had landed just in front.
Yeah, just from the way it went off his hand, it seemed to go up and then over the top of his hand, but very difficult to tell with the slips backs to us whether that did carry. Judging by the reactions also out there, it probably didn't. It would have been a blinder if it had been caught, but just short of second slip.
Nobody's looking terribly upset. Yeah. Now, you know what you were saying about 5 minutes ago, Ed, about getting
I don't listen to myself,
getting messages from the parents of cricketers. I've just had one, which I will share with you in a moment as Proctor starts a fresh over. Bowls and run away by Van Buren. There's only 2 slips now. It's gone wide of second slip. It's run down to third man. There is a third man, but he's fairly wide. And it goes down for 4 more. Van Buren to 35 and Gloucestershire to 88 for 4. Just straightened him up a touch, but he played it well again. He just played it with soft hands, didn't push at the ball. And now...
I thought they were going to put the third slip back in. I was thinking he didn't really need the mid-wicket.
They've now got a third man and a deep backward point, which is interesting.
That does look a bit defensive, I have to say, especially when you've just seen a couple of nicks, well, one to second slip and one past third. 2
slips in now, and that's carved away by Van Buren. There's 2 fielders there. It's gone straight between the 2 of them, between third man and deep backward point for 4 more.
That is quite Graham Van Buren, it has to be said.
Very Graham Van Buren. It's a cracking shot. 39 off 33 now for the Gloucestershire captain. Again, it was width. And Graham Van Buren, well, width and Graham Van Buren are 2 concepts that have a very close relationship, shall we say. And he's absolutely flayed that away and placed it to perfection. 92 for 4. This is a really good counter-attack by Van Buren. Here's Proctor in again, and nudged this time by Van Buren, square of the wicket in the offside, going down to deep backward point, where George Bartlett fields 1 more to Van Buren. He goes to 40, 93 for 4. Sally Wetherall has been in touch, Rafi's mum, so very good afternoon to Sally, and pointing out that Rafi and Dom Goodman were at Dr. Challoner's Amersham, not Chesham, so my apologies.
Oh, of course.
Wrong
Metropolitan line terminus.
It's exactly what I said. Wrong station on the Metropolitan line.
Yes.
So apologies for that, Sally. But she says I did apologise, and she said, "Don't worry." Dom's mum and her very relaxed and enjoying the commentary. So good to have you with us. Here's Proctor in bowls to Price outside the off stump, left alone by Price, and just lost the sunshine for the time being, although it's sunny over the Memorial ground at the moment, over to our left, but it's not sunny here. But yeah, it's lovely when you get that sort of, see young cricketers coming up together and see them playing at the highest level, at first class level. Here's Proctor in again, bowls and pushed down to backward point by Price. No run there, fielded by Bartlett. It was when we were up at Merchant Taylor School last week, of course, it was very much metro land. I don't think I've ever had so many drives to a ground where you have so many private roads and barriers and things.
Yeah. I walked from that ground to
Moore Park,
yes,
Tube Station,
whichever's closest. Yes, and it's quite an experience walking through that area.
Here's Proctor in again outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Price, and that's the end of the over. 93 for 4 at the end of it, with Van Buren on 40, Price is 31. We've got about 20 minutes to go until lunch. Yes, those of us who are or were devotees of Sir John Betjeman's television programmes, and particularly Metroland, which is one of my very favourite pieces of television of all time. Just recognise quite a few of the places, Moore Park Golf Club and the private road through the Moore Park estate that used to have a chap on there to sort of stop the undesirables going through. But now it's an automatic barrier to stop the undesirables. And amazingly, I managed to get through every day.
Here comes Broad now bowling. Van Buren drives viciously towards mid-off. There's no run.
I also gather that another one of the properties that figured prominently in that great Betjeman in Metroland film, Grimsdyke at Harrow, which is where W.S. Gilbert of Gilbert and Sullivan fame lived. I think it's now a hotel, I believe. I wish I'd known, because I'd love to have stayed there.
Well, would it have been within BBC budget?
I very much doubt it. Very much doubt it.
Broad in, and Van Buren gets cramped for room, not for the first time. He's he's got that trigger movement. It's a kind of a jump and a jump backwards a little bit that often fools bowlers into thinking you should be bowling short at him, but it's just a natural movement that allows him to create some room for himself or force bowlers to follow him, and then he'll try and pick them off through the leg side. But Broad bowling exactly the right line and length to stymie both those options. Broad in, a little bit fuller, and comes off the inner part of Van Buren's bat as it's worked up to mid-on. I do have a really sad ambition to travel to every London Underground terminus station, but I've never really got round to. You know, when you go to London, you don't really particularly, as much as it's a stupid ambition, because you can do Monopoly on the tube as well, can't you? You can go to all the. That's something I know that some people have done. Broad bowls down the leg side, and Van Buren doesn't get a touch.
Now, I'm sure one of our viewers or listeners will be able to help us on this, but I've a feeling at the back of my mind it's a sort of useless clutter that goes in and sort of stays there. Was it not the case that Harold Abrahams, the Olympic gold medalist, British sprinter, famous hero of the 1924 games and Chariots of Fire? I'll come back to it after this ball because it takes a little bit of explaining.
Broad runs in, he's there now, bowls a wide delivery, and for once Van Buren doesn't have a go at it, but it's probably a good thing he didn't, because it continued to move away through the air through to the wicketkeeper.
Am I not right that he compiled a booklet telling you which end of the tube train you needed to be on at any of the stations on the London Underground?
Oh, now that is a man after my own heart.
To tell you where you needed to be nearest the exit.
Yes, because I am very good at that, but I'm not perfect.
Well, somebody I'm sure will be able to just flesh out the bones on that one.
Broad bowls edge, caught at second slip. Van Buren has gone. It was a wide delivery that he did have a go at, and it was not there on that half volley length, but he slashed at it and got a thick edge, taken at second slip by Sales, and Gloucestershire have lost a fifth wicket. The recovery operation, a partnership worth in the end 60 between Van Buren and Ollie Price. They'd have dearly loved it to have got through to lunch and the possibility of it kicking on in the afternoon session. A really valuable 40 from 40 deliveries for Graham Van Buren to make sure Gloucestershire haven't been completely rolled over here, but he's gone at potentially a key juncture. And Justin Broad, wicket maiden again, 6 maidens out of 10 overs, 2 for 19.
Been excellent. That was a good catch as well by James Sales, because it flew, I think it was up to his right, just above head height, and took it very well. He's caught a couple of decent ones in there. And he's saying on his return to the championship side, it's remarkable. You think in the second game he played this year, he made his first championship century against Middlesex. Played one more game, and now it's been another 4 months since we've seen him back in the championship side, James Sales, but making his presence felt already today. And now it's Price and Price. The family firm are in business. Tom Price coming out to join Ollie.
They've certainly enjoyed batting together in times past, the two brothers, but it has been a while since they've been united at the crease. And Tom won't be on strike because that wicket fell to the last ball of that Justin Broad over. But still, serious task on hand for both these two. Zafar Gohar due in next. Zaman Akhtar, Tom Goodman, Ajit Singh Dale has contributed some really useful runs at 11 this season. Not just with that record equalling or record breaking 63 in the one-day cup that he made at number 11 against Essex, which was Gloucestershire's highest score by a number 11, but I think the highest county score joint for any number 11, any county.
Start of a fresh over from Luke Proctor, and the first ball, Ollie Price runs it down into the slip cordon, and a good stop this time by James Sales away to his right in the slip cordon. Just playing at it hard into the ground. A good stop by Sales away to his right. There is a third man in anyway, but Proctor will be well satisfied with his morning's work in terms of the decision to bowl first and picking up a couple of wickets himself. He's in again, bowls short, and that's pulled away by Ollie Price down deep backward square for 4 runs. Again, it's gone. Has it gone under the covers or no? I think it has. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, it's all right. It's gone actually straight through and just to the bottom of the mound stand. Otherwise, we'd be in for a delay. 97 for 5. Ollie Price up to 35 off 60 balls. It's been a really interesting morning's cricket, and I think, as I say, Northamptonshire's performance this morning, I suspect, will have exceeded their expectations, but Proctor has been good. Justin Broad, I think, has been very good. Just the 2 slips in as Proctor is in and bowls to Ollie Price, pushes it out into the covers for Prithvi Shaw to field, and there's no run in the test match where England batting first against Sri Lanka. 3 wickets down now. Ben Duckett's gone for 40 off 47, 83 for 3, so the Yorkshire pair of Joe Root and Harry Brook at the crease now for England. Here's Proctor in and bowls good length. On the back foot goes Ollie Price again, pushing it out into the covers for Prithvi Shaw to field in that big game, as Ed was saying, up at Headingley between Yorkshire and Middlesex. Second against third in the table. Yorkshire 105 for 2 coming up to lunch, but Sussex have had are having a very good morning against Derbyshire down at Hove. 141 for no wicket off 24 and a bit overs. Proctor in bowls on leg stump, worked into the onside by Ollie Price, certainly one, and that's all there'll be, although Keogh was just treading water a little bit as he retrieved that from mid-on, but just the 1 run takes Ollie Price up to 36 and Gloucestershire to 98 for 5. Has a chat with his brother as Tom Price prepares to face his first ball. Played only 2 championship matches this year, and then, as Ed was saying earlier, this back problem. And for the new batter, 3 slips in as Proctor is in bowls to him full. Onto the front foot comes Tom Price, pushes it out into the offside, rolls out to backward point where Bartlett fields, and that's the end of the over. 98 for 5. Lewis McManus trotting round. The over rate hasn't been too bad, considering we've had wickets falling and we haven't had any spin. They bowled 26, so they're probably going to be on for about 28, 29 before lunch, which is okay. 98 for 5 at the end of it. Ollie Price is 36. Tom Price yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, they can certainly look after that later on in the match. Most sides, well, especially with a good weather forecast, most sides will look to deal with that later on. They've got the likes of Chahal, who get that over rate up with Keogh, for example. Justin Broad continuing and pushing at that one is Ollie Price as the ball leaves him outside the off stump, but no edge through to the keeper. I was mentioning that game between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire last year, where Dom Leach was part of the Yorkshire side that faced Gloucestershire. It was in that match when these 2 brothers, Ollie and Tom, broke the record partnership for a pair of brothers for Gloucestershire, as Leach Broad bowls to Ollie Price, and that's nudged up to mid-on for no run. Put on 162 for the 7th wicket up at Headingley, with Ollie Price 113 eventually, but he was 97 not out on the 3rd evening, going out the next morning and getting his 100 in the first over, but might not have been the most pleasant evening that Ollie Price has ever spent, as he clips it down to fine leg and takes a single to move to 37. Gloucestershire 99 for 5. Tom Price made 59 in that innings. That was his 3rd 50 plus score of last season, with the 109, and in the first match at Cardiff he'd scored 82 runs without being dismissed in both innings. His batting was coming along really nicely last season as Broad bowls. Price drives sweetly through the covers for 4, welcomes himself back to first team cricket. Second ball with an immaculate cover drive, and Gloucestershire's 100 comes up in the 27th over. It's cost 5 wickets. They'll be hoping that this recovery effort that was started by Van Buren and Ollie Price continues with some more contributions lower down the order. And if they could double this and a bit more, they might start to feel they've got something on the board to bowl at, given that there should still be plenty in this surface for when they want to come on and bowl. Broad bowls to Tom Price, and there's no stroke through to the keeper. I assume also he will probably be in a better place with the bat than with the ball, because he was available to bat, I think actually even at the start of this month, so he would have been doing more batting than bowling, but quite a promising opening spell for him with the ball in Gloucestershire's most recent second 11 match, taking place at Rockhampton, just finished, as Tom Price lets that one go. Only bowled in the first innings of that match, presumably in the knowledge that he was likely to play in this one. Just got through the 4 overs in the first innings against Somerset, but 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4, the kind of new ball spell that Gloucestershire have been missing a little bit. They've missed Tom Price's ability to balance a side lower down the order. Of course, you've still kind of got to think it's a Gloucestershire side that was so used to having Ryan Higgins just to drop into every side not so long ago to provide that balance, and Tom Price at the back end of 2022, when they started to win those couple of games, it was Price's 8 for 27 on this ground that saw Gloucestershire to what is their most recent victory at Bristol at the back end of 2022. But his control, the something to change up off the quicker, taller bowlers that Gloucestershire have got, the likes of Singdale, Actor, Goodman, DeLanger. You just feel that's something they have maybe been missing a little bit in their attack. Just somebody who does look to bowl that bit fuller line and length, and it's great to have the pace and the bounce, of course it is, but sometimes just the ability to change it up a bit does help. So it is great to see him back. I don't know exactly how much he can bowl, whether he's got a limit to the number of overs in a spell, but at the moment it's a job for him to do with the bat.
Well, we have the spirit of Arthur Childs Clarke is back with us, in that a Northamptonshire captain is bringing on his leg spinner 5 minutes before lunch, and we're going to see Yuzi Chahal in action for the first time with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling from this pavilion end to Ollie Price. Vasconcelos under the lid, and his first ball is an attempted cut by Ollie Price. Doesn't lay bat on it, goes through to Lewis McManus. Looked a little bit close to him for the shot he was trying to play. Here's Chahal in again, brings Ollie Price forward solidly, plays it back down the pitch. Chahal made his Northamptonshire debut in the One Day Cup, their last match at Canterbury, picked up a 5 for 14 in 10 overs. There's Chahal in again, bowls, and it's swept by Ollie Price down in front of square for 4. Lovely shot, really good execution. Head right over the ball. And takes Ollie Price into the 40s. 41 to him, and Gloucestershire to 107 for 5. Chahal then made his championship debut for Northamptonshire in that previous match against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School, becoming Northamptonshires 555th first class player. Here's Chahal in, and again a sweep, this time finer by Ollie Price. Maybe the same results, running down towards the boundary, crosses the rope. Back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Price. First one in front of square, that was fine, and it takes him up to 45, and Gloucestershire to 111 for 5. Chahal picked up just the 1 wicket at Merchant Taylor's School, having bowled a slightly expensive first spell, swapped ends, and picked up the wicket of Max Holden. 15 overs, 1 for 48 in the first innings. Now a leg slip goes in, slip and leg slip rather than forward short leg, and that next ball outside the off stump is left by Ollie Price. So I think we will have time for one more over after this one. Chahal in again swept, this time it's gone in the air. Is he going to be caught? Not quite. landed just in front of deep backward square. It's Gus Miller out there. It was in the air a long time. Miller came in, couldn't quite get hands underneath it. It's a single to Ollie Price, who keeps the strike at the start of the next over. 46 to him, 112 for 5. Tom Price is on 4. Gus Miller did drop. He will not thank me for mentioning this again, but he did drop an absolute sitter at the back end of the game at Merchant Taylor School. It didn't make any difference because Northamptonshire were going down to defeat, but it was a fairly straightforward catch when he was on for Prithvi Shaw in the deep, and it prompted Ben Sanderson, who was fielding in front of our commentary position, to say in tones that were audible on our effects mic, why don't you go down there, Radders, or words to that effect. But anyway,
Justin Broad with what will be the last over before lunch, and that's dangled temptingly outside Ollie Price's off stump, but he doesn't give in to temptation this time. It's a shot that he loves so much, that sweep shot. Ollie Price sounded a bit Nicholas Parsons-y, sorry. It's one of those shots that we love so much in this game that we love so much. No, but 46 to his name, or 45 when that near chance was offered up. Broad bowls to him, and this is worked into the leg side for a single to a vacant mid-wicket, and he'll get up to the non-striker's end. Moves on to 47, 113 for 5. That really would have been disaster for Gloucestershire on the stroke of lunch. They will still have hopes of, well, getting this total above 200 and seeing, but hopes of that would have taken a massive dent without Ollie Price there after lunch, and he has batted really well for his 47. Would have been cross to have got out that way. Tom Price struck on the pad, it's come back in towards him, he's been given out by Sue Redfern, and Tom Price has gone, and 12:59 on the clock I think means that they're going to take lunch, but he came forward to that, it came back in towards him, and Tom Price, I'm sure, was hoping that movement back was going to save him, but it didn't. So Gloucestershire have lost a 6th wicket on the stroke of lunch, with Tom Price out for 4, and Northamptonshire have had an excellent morning, led by Justin Broad, who halfway through his 12th over has figures of 3 for 25 with 6 maidens. They are walking off very pleased with that morning. Gloucestershire losing steady wickets, with just Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren reaching double figures. Bancroft dismissed for 8, the first to go. Top of off stump removed by Broad. Ben Charlesworth a duck, edging to first slip. Vasconcelos taking the catch off Proctor without scoring. Hammond had a couple of boundaries down to deep third and was out for 8. Caught a second slip by Sales off Proctor. James Bracey run out, backing up at the non-striker's end by Dom Leach for 3. Then the only sizeable partnership for Gloucestershire this morning, 60 between Van Buren and Ollie Price. Van Buren the man to go for 40, driving, and caught at second slip by Sales off Broad, and then Tom Price adjudged LBW to Justin Broad for 4. Gloucestershire serious work to do after lunch.
They have. I can see why Tom Price had to sort of drag himself off there. Again, we have the benefit of replays, which of course the umpire doesn't. It did look to do a lot in terms of, as you mentioned, nipping back, and height might also have been an issue. If you're watching on the live stream, you can judge for yourself. But anyway, Sue Redfern has given him out. Justin Broad won't mind in the slightest, and what a morning he's had. And as I say, he bowled beautifully up at Merchant Taylor School without really getting the reward his spell with the new ball warranted. Did pick up a couple of late wickets, but both Guy Swindles and myself were saying that he deserved better. Well, he's picked up a bit of reward this morning. He's bowled beautifully, and a lot of work for Ollie Price and the lower orders to do after lunch if they had to get up to that total, as you mentioned, Ed, of sort of north of 200, which I think they'll be looking forward to very much keep themselves in the game, because I don't think it's going to be easy for Northamptonshire when their turn comes.
Yep. This is a hybrid pitch, just for those of you who weren't with us at the start, so a slightly different feel to proceedings at Bristol rather than the pitch just made of natural grass, so more pace in it. The ball has jagged about this morning, but Gloucestershire would have hoped, I'm sure, to have got through to lunch maybe 3 or 4 down rather than 6 down, and need a real fight in the afternoon session to get through to a decent first innings score. Andrew Radd and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back in just under 40 minutes time for that afternoon session. Enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire in Division 2 of the County Championship, and a quick moving morning saw Gloucestershire to 113 for 6, losing their 6th wicket off what turned out to be the last ball before lunch, but still 3 balls remaining in this latest Justin Broad over. Messrs Broad and Proctor, a dream bowling combination, excuse me, for many people I'm sure, but Justin Broad and Luke Proctor, the two who've done the damage to Gloucestershire this morning, and then James Bracey, that drive from Ollie Price tipped onto the stumps by Dom Leach. He was out for 3. Ollie Price on 47 not out, holding the key to Gloucestershire's remaining hopes in this innings, but left-hander Zafar Gohar facing his first ball, also back from a lengthy layoff from first team cricket, as Broad bowls from the Ashley Down road end and worked into the onside. First ball for no run. For Zafar, also his last championship match, that game at Northampton. So a fairly similar combination that was used in that game, as forward comes Zafar and plays the defence up to mid-off. And there is no run. He had an excellent game at Hove. Just his only other championship appearance of the season other than that game at Northampton. Zafar made 60 and 52 with the bat, and then took a 5-wicket haul in the second innings of that game to give Gloucestershire an outside chance, having collapsed on the evening of day 3 of still producing a victory on the final day. This is jabbed out to cover by Zafar Gohar for no run, and the end of the over carried over from the morning session, 113 for 6. So they'll need something akin to that sort of performance from Zafar if Gloucestershire do still, which I'm sure they do, have hopes of getting well north of 200. Zaman Akhtar can certainly bat. He's made his maiden first-class half-century only a couple of innings ago, 70 up at Scarborough, and he certainly felt that there was more in the tank there. Ajit Singh Dale has a first-class half-century. Dom Goodman can certainly bat as well, and made 38 not out in that same innings, along with Zaman Akhtar. However, it's kind of got to start with this partnership, you feel, for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, big wicket that one just before lunch is Proctor, starting proceedings for Northamptonshire from this pavilion end, and the first ball is played defensively by Ollie Price out into the offside. 2 slips in place, Vasconcelos at first, James Sales, where he took a couple of good catches this morning, second one in particular to dismiss Graham Van Buren, really flew, and he took it well. There's a third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Rob Keogh fairly tight in there, then a deep square just in front and a long leg, and Proctor is in, bowls to Price, who's forward, runs up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, Gloucestershire having triumphed at Northampton earlier in the season, a sort of game that the result of which set us off a bit like the 4 Yorkshiremen of Monty Python fame, because it was when Gloucestershire were saying that they'd gone however many games it was without a win. Northamptonshire supporters say, luxury, you know, we went 99 games without a win in the 30s. That's knout. Full goes Proctor, nicely driven by Price, but straight to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run.
It was 22
20 something, wasn't
like
it?
that.
But Northamptonshire still hold the unwanted record, 99 championship matches without a win between May 1935 and May 1939. Here's Proctor in bowls, and here's a little fence outside the off stump from Ollie Price, who drops his hands, but I think after the ball had gone through. Still a little bit of bounce for Proctor. Bowled beautifully this morning again, into his 10th over, 3 maidens, 2 for 38. A little bit overshadowed by Justin Broad, but he's still done his job. And there's Proctor in again, bowls, and Price pushing that out, square of the wicket in the offside, and Bartlett comes in from backward point to field, and there's no run. Again, mixture of sunshine and high cloud, plenty of blue sky around. down in Bristol this afternoon. Very pleasant. The diehards are in as well at the far end of the ground. Here's Proctor in again, and this time Price is playing that up to mid-on again for Keogh to field. End of Proctor's first over. It's a maiden after lunch. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 38, and Gloucestershire remain 113 for 6.
It's the sun lover's end, that far end.
Very nice too.
If you ever sat there for a day, particularly on a hot one, it just feels as though you get the full benefit of the sun as it is, but then you also get the almost like the reflections or the radiated heat off the flats seems to come down on top of you.
Yeah, it's like the far end at Northampton, of course, at the indoor centre end with that white boarding.
Oh gosh, yes. Broad bowls round the wicket. Zafar a little bit turned around by that and skews it out to backward point. There's no run, of course, because I went over to see a couple of Gloucestershire supporters over at that far end. I was melting in the heat on that third day. That was pretty early in the season. It was quite a seemingly fierce heat, but mostly just because of the location. I'm sure it's going to be getting up there again today. Broad bowls. Zafar plays a nice shot wide of mid-on, and the ball's running out towards the boundary. It might even get there, actually. No, it's just going to be hauled in with a slide, but they were running hard from the start and will come through for 3. So Zafar Gohar underway, 116 for 6. In that match that we were referencing this morning, the start of the 2022 season, Zafar scored some vital runs in the second innings of that game as well, a half century that kept Ryan Higgins company and allowed Gloucestershire to build something of a total to defend. Broad into Price, back foot drive, will bound out to Chahal at cover, and there's no run. And he's not going to come off every time, but Zafar has made a little bit of a habit in his Gloucestershire career of scoring runs in that sort of situation where he's been coming out and his team have just needed that 30 or a 40 or even a bit more out of him. But they'd certainly take one of those in this situation. In goes Broad and knocked into the onside by Ollie Price, who moves up to 48. Mid-on tracks around 117 for 6.
We're talking about Rafi Weatherall this morning, Ed, and just been a little press release has come out from Northamptonshire saying I wasn't sure how much more we'd see of him this year. Sadly, the answer is we won't. He's been diagnosed with a stress fracture in his back and will not play again this season.
Broad bowls wide of the creases, bowled as Zafar doesn't play a shot, and middle stump has been pegged back. 117 for 7. There will be no counter-attack from Zafar Gohar, and that ball, it did come back, but it was pretty straight before it came back, and that is a very pleasant sight if you're Justin Broad, and a horrific one if you're Zafar Gohar, to turn around and see not playing a shot, not only not bowled off stump but bowled middle. And Justin Broad's figures get better and better. 4 for 29 now, and it's 117 for 7.
Yes, I think you have to put that one down to pilot error, really, don't you? It was yes, it was an unusual and surprising leave, and again, Justin Broad won't mind, but player of Zafar's experience, and well, it does mean these are now comfortably Justin Broad's best figures in first class cricket. Never taken more than 2 in an innings in championship cricket before today, but well, he's got a chance of a little fifer here.
A chance of a 7 for where this is going. Zaman Akhtar out to the middle, certainly bat, but when others have come and gone quickly, what's he going to be thinking? Is he going to be thinking about playing a few shots, just get something more on on the board or try and stick it out. It's always a bit of a job to know whether to stick or twist in this sort of a situation. 117 for 7. Come and go quickly and compound the issue, or wait for the good ball to come along, and there certainly have been plenty of those. Broad bowls to Actor, struck on the pad, big shout. Sue Redfern says no as the ball goes out into the onside. It will be signalled a leg by. Now it's Northamptonshire's turn to look as though they felt that the decision could have gone the other way. Looking at the replay, it did look to be quite leg-side-ish, but then another look again. I mean, the way that it's come off, it's come off quite fine off his pad. The fact that it's gone out to square, and you can see where leg stump is with the reverse angle rather clearly. But anyway, leg by to end the over. They didn't mind keeping Actor on strike, though. True enough. For sure. 118 for 7 at the end of the over.
Proctor will be to resume. There is a second part of that press release, which is also, I'm afraid, not good news for Northamptonshire ahead of the T20 quarter-final next week against Somerset. I'll share that with you in a moment as Proctor comes in. 3 slips in, bowls, and Actor pushing that out into the covers. Shaw fields, and there's no run. Ravi Bopara, signed for Northamptonshire, of course, the T20 this year, made again a big impact with bat and ball. He is out for the rest of the season, certainly for the quarter-final. He has apparently ruptured the tendon in a finger on his right hand.
Ouch.
Here is Proctor in, bowls and Actors defensively, pushing up to Leach at mid-off, no run, while attempting a caught and bowled during the recent Max 60 tournament in the Cayman Islands. Saif Zaib also was involved in that, with a team that I thought were the great Cayman Stingrays at the time when he signed, but apparently it wasn't that team, it was a different one, but anyway, same difference. But he's had, anyway, the upshot of it is Bopara's had surgery and will not play in the quarters, as Actor is again forward to the next ball from Proctor, pushing it out into the covers for Shaw to field, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire will be without Bopara, Weatherall, who's injured, Scrimshaw, of course, George Scrimshaw, out for the season from a fairly early stage with a back problem. Here's Proctor in again, once again, very solidly, pushing up to mid-off is Actor, and there's no run, fielded by Leach. Also, it looks very much as though Matthew Britsky will not be coming back for that one. He, of course, played that astonishing innings at Old Trafford that secured the home quarter-final. I gather he's keen to come back, but I think it's a Cricket South Africa issue. I know he's captaining South Africa A at the moment. Proctor in, bowls full on leg stump, driven, but a good bit of fielding by Rob Keogh at mid-on. Cuts off any chance of Actor getting off the mark. And also Sikandar Raza is also not available. Ashton Agar is, but the Northamptonshire side will not be exactly as I'm sure they would have wanted it to be ahead of that quarter-final, but just means others will have to step up. Sun disappears at the moment as backward point goes back as Proctor bowls the next ball that beats Actor outside the off stump. Backward point going back onto the boundary, I'm assuming, to try and give Zaman Actor the single so that Broad could have a go at him start of the next over. Didn't happen because he beat the bat anyway, but that's the end of another maiden for Luke Proctor. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38, and Gloucestershire stay on 118 for 7.
I think Gloucestershire seem to be fairly confident that Matt Taylor will be able to come back for that quarter-final, so that's obviously an enormous thing for them, with Matt Taylor having been right up there in the, well, inside the top 5 of the leading wicket takers in the Blast this year. Justin Broad continuing to price with a little hop, blocks it out into the covers, and there is no run. Without Bo Webster, though, Gloucestershire need to find 4 overs from somewhere, as well as then deciding what to do with the batting order. It may be that everybody goes up 1. Somebody like a Charlesworth or a Price could come up to 4, and they could keep everybody else in the same position. Shorter ball pulled away by Price in muscular fashion. He's not really timed it to perfection, but he'll still get a boundary as the ball goes out towards deep mid-wicket, and that is a fine half-century from Ollie Price, who raises his bat with the blade the opposite way round. Is one of those that likes to do it that way, and takes the applause of the Bristol faithful, knowing that there's an awful lot of work to do, but he's had to work very hard to get into this position. 84 balls and 9 fours, as there's a close shout for leg before wicket, and out is the decision. It felt as though it had to come, but Sue Redfern gave Ollie Price a bit of a slow death there. It looked full, it looked straight, and Price, yes, he was down the pitch. That was probably about the only thing that could have saved him. Could have just got outside the line, but in the end the decision was made, and an expected one. Ollie Price out for 52, and it is a 5-wicket haul for Justin Broad. 5 for 33 in 13 and a half overs. He has bowled exactly the right line and length of this surface and got his rewards. Yeah, terrific stuff from Justin Broad. We were saying earlier how well he bowled at Merchant Taylor's School on that occasion. Didn't really get the reward that his quality of his bowling deserved. Well, today he's got full reward for it, and this will be a day that he will remember for a very long time. And in terms of the cricketers who Northamptonshire will be looking for to take them forward, we know that certainly Emilio Gay is going. There's speculation about whether others will go or stay, but Justin Broad is really putting his hand up and is turning out to be a bit more than promising. I think we've sort of almost gone from the promising category into the producing category, because that's what he's doing. And memorable day for him, and I think fully deserved. He really has been excellent today. Yeah, it's not been easy batting out there. There's been bounce, there's been movement, but Gloucestershire would have dearly loved, I'm sure, to have won the toss as well, but 122 for 8, this has been about as disastrous as Gloucestershire could have feared this morning. Dom Goodman is out there to join Zaman Akhtar, and letting his first ball go as it shapes away from him, having started wide. And we can get a look from the other end of that LBW. Oh, that is absolutely stone dead, that one. Tom Price might have had a few looks about after his dismissal, but Ollie Price certainly didn't. He just turned around and walked straight off. He knew he was a goner. Broad into Goodman, who's forward very carefully, head over the ball and playing it out to Chahal at cover, and there is no run. And all thoughts of 200 barring a miraculous 9th or 10th wicket partnership out the window. Gloucestershire are scrapping for every run as the sun comes out in Bristol, as Broad bowls. Oh, that almost snuck through as well. Goodman trying to get down the pitch to negate some of the movement, but ending up just about digging that last delivery out as it threatened to strike the pads again. And the end of another successful over from Justin Broad. 6 maidens out of 14, 5 for 33. He's been every bit as good as those figures would suggest he has. And Gloucestershire 122 for 8, and really the key man that was left in this innings, Ollie Price, now removed. Yes, as you say, that was absolutely plumb, wasn't it? It was, having seen it from the reverse angle, that was, I'm afraid, knocking the lot out. So, a lot of hard work still to be done if Gloucestershire are going to get up towards 200. 122 for 8 at the moment. Proctor in and bowling to Zaman Akhtar, who is pushing that out into the offside, and there's no run. Justin Broad, son of Neil Broad, tennis player, partnered Tim Henman famously in
doubles, so a fair sporting pedigree. Born in Cape Town. German international, of course, in T20 cricket. His Proctor in bowls, very full. Lovely on-drive, lovely looking on-drive from Zaman Akhtar, but can't get it past Rob Keogh, who's proving since lunch a bit of a sandbank there at mid-on. And there's no run. I was looking to see how many fifers there have been for Northamptonshire in this championship campaign. I could think of a couple, and I'm just wondering if there are any more. Here is Proctor in again, and that's pushed up to mid-off this time by Akhtar by way of variety. Sanderson, of course, has had 3 in his 37 wickets, including a 6 for in the last game. Then Rob Keogh picked up the 5 at Derby, a game in which he also made 100. And Siddharth Kaul also picked up a 5 on his debut much earlier in the season. Here's Proctor in again on leg stump and full, and driven up to mid-on, where again Keogh fields, and there's no run, so it's the 6th fifer or better for Northamptonshire in the championship this season. Proctor turning down below us. Vasconcelos at first, slip sails at second, Broad at third. Edged and dropped. I think that carried to Lewis McManus, diving away in front of first slip. He had to go for it, because I don't think it would have carried to Vasconcelos. But it didn't stick. Just have a look at the replay. I'm pretty sure that case it did. But he had to go for it, and unfortunately for McManus and for Northamptonshire, it didn't stick. So a life for Zaman Akhtar as Proctor is in bowls to him, and he's pushing that out into the covers where Prithvi Shaw fields. End of the over, 122 for 8. Another maiden for Proctor, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 38. And yeah, it was one of those diving full length, got both gloves to it, went with both hands, didn't he? Wouldn't have carried to Vasconcelos. Tough chance, but gone down.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, any time you get 2 gloves to it as a keeper, you would expect to hold on, but if you're going to drop them, probably 122 for 8 is not a bad time to drop them. Broad bowls to Goodman, who touches a defensive shot out into the covers, and there's no run. Gloucestershire may well go on to miss Marchant de Lange with the ball, but in this situation especially, they may well prove to miss him with the bat as well, because just his different approach, he gives himself the license to play his shots. Broad bowls, and Goodman plays this one from the crease out to cover point, no run.
36 not out in that game at Northampton earlier in the season, when it was a question of whether Gloucestershire were going to get past 400 for the point, and he put bat to ball with very good effect, having been dropped early on naught by Emilio Gay in the slips. And he put bat to ball with very good effect.
In comes Broad bowls, and he's caught behind, he's gone. It's a 6th for Justin Broad. Dom Goodman with a little feather through to McManus. Not a thick edge, but an edge. Everybody knew it, and another wicket falls. Goodman without scoring, as Gloucestershire now just have 1 wicket left, 122 for 9.
Yeah, 6 for Justin Broad, getting congratulations from his teammates. And well, how does Zaman Akhtar play now with number 11 going out to join him? Ajit Singh Dale, who's, what is he averaging? 10.57, high score of 32 in the championship this year.
Yeah, that 32, I was just going to go on to mention that Glamorgan versus Gloucestershire game from earlier this season, where Gloucestershire were 88 for 8 at lunch, because they went on to make 179 from that position, and it was de Lange who made 46 off 37 balls, and Singh Dale with that 32, that got Gloucestershire up to at least something, or something better than what they had anyway, from 104 for 9. So he's coming out in a slightly better position, 122 for 9, but still an awful lot of work to do. And what Glamorgan did was they set the field right back for De Lange straight away, and then all of a sudden he was pushing singles, and I don't think Northamptonshire will do the same thing here. Justin Broad into Singdale, and this is left alone. That's 63 also in that 50 over game against Essex on this ground earlier this season that got Gloucestershire again from this sort of position. Probably again a little bit worse. I have to look up the exact numbers, but 110 for 9, something like that, up to about 180 odd. And if they'd won their last game against Leicestershire, as Singdale struck on the pad, not out, says Sue Redfern quite quickly that time. If they'd gone on to win that Leicestershire game and see themselves into the knockout stages, the difference that knock made net run rate wise might actually have been the difference between them qualifying or not qualifying, as it turned out. Strong Leicestershire side, and Singdale and two others, well, in fact both batters out at the crease at the moment, Singdale, Actor and Ollie Price, all missing due to the Lions. Broad bowls a wide delivery, it's slashed at by Singdale and missed. Northamptonshire were inquiring as to whether there was something on that, and they got a no. And the end of the over, it's another wicket maiden, 15 over 7 maidens, 6 for 33.
Well, he didn't hold back that.
No, he doesn't tend to, really. And in some ways, you can't really, I guess, tell him to go out and not play his shots, but it's just he bats the way that he bats, Singdale. And for example, first innings at Scarborough this year, where he came out and tried to whack his first ball out the ground and got caught at mid-on, it could go that way. But equally, we have seen on a couple of occasions, if it does come off, then it can be quite effective.
122 for 9. Proctor, 2 wickets in his bag so far, running into bowl to Zamanakto, goes down the pitch and aims a huge swing that would have sent the ball somewhere in the general direction of Bath, I think, but in the end didn't make contact. Put it this way, Rob Keogh is fairly tight in there on the single at mid-on. It might have had something whistling past his ear roll if he'd made contact, but he didn't. Proctor in bowls, and this time just pushed out into the onside, and the aforementioned Rob Keogh trots round from mid-on to field. So 1 to Zamanakta, who gets off the mark with his 15th ball, 123 for 9. Best bowling for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire in the Championship. 8 for 43 by Jack Manning at the old Peterborough ground, Crawthorne Road, back in 1959. So that's safe. Sound like Jim Bowen. The money's safe. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Ajit Singdale, pushes it out into the covers. Proctor fields. Sorry, Shaw fields, and there's no run. Several other 8-fers for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire. George Thompson got an 8-fer at the Ashley Down ground in 1910.
This one.
And that's outside the off stump, and pushing forward goes Ajit Singdale, doesn't make contact. So those are the best figures for Northamptonshire here. 8 for 114 back in 1910. So it could be that these are the best figures, especially if Broad gets I'm thinking about if he gets the last one, if he finishes up with a 7-fer. Here's Proctor in, no ball, called by umpire Chris Watson. Somebody cheering down below. A little bit of it's nice to see that sort of hangdog humour is not the exclusive preserve of the West Stand at Wantage Road.
Everywhere.
Bit of ironic applause. 2 more into the total, 125 for 9. Next ball is played defensively by Ajit Singdale. Proctor fields off his own bowling.
This game will make fools of you. I mean, only a few days ago I was talking to Graham van Buren about the confidence of Gloucestershire's batting unit, and
well, yes, it's
take the confidence into this game, etc.
That's outside the off stump, and a little push which doesn't meet with the ball outside the off stump, and 125 for 9 at the end of the over. Just the no ball off it for Proctor. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 41, 125 for 9. Malcolm Scott also got a 7 for here in 1966. That was 7 for 46, left arm spinner. But well, Broad to get this last one. I mean, the good figures as it is, but if he gets 7 for, that does put him amongst the serious names of the past. And he's in bowls, and he's got it because he's been caught at first slip by Vasconcelos. Zaman Akhtar is the last man to go. Big swing, caught at first slip. 125 all out, and Justin Broad's figures: 15 overs and 1 ball, 7 maidens, 7 for 33.
Wow. Magnificent stuff from Justin Broad, and he's not done it by kind of trying to do something special. He's put the ball in the right areas, and there's been enough in the surface for him to extract movement, and Gloucestershire haven't known which way it's going, and there's been some questionable shot selection for sure in that Gloucestershire innings, and they're going to have to get bowling and bowl Northamptonshire out cheaply to stay in the game. There's almost a line of Northamptonshire players walking off side by side with Justin Broad in front, and he's looking very modest as he walks off, and cursory wave of the ball. Is looking down at the floor as he's doing that. He doesn't really want to look at the photographers taking pictures of him or anything. He's the most modest walk-off after 7 for 33 you could see.
He's a very quiet, very nice, very modest young man, and but what a performance today. And as I say, those of us that saw him in the previous game when he didn't get reward for how well he bowled it, Mother Cricket has a way of looking after you if you keep doing the right things, and I would suggest that's what's happened there.
Well, that's a disastrous innings for Gloucestershire that has lasted just 36.1 overs, 2 batters in double figures, with Ollie Price making 52 and Graham van Buren 40, putting on 60 of those 125 runs, and other than that, nobody making double figures. Bancroft and Hammond 8, the next highest score. And whilst the pitch has certainly done more than pretty much any Bristol surface would have done on the first morning, 125 is nowhere near what Gloucestershire would have wanted out of this innings, so a lot of fighting back to do in the rest of this game. 7 for 33 from Broad and 2 for 41 from Proctor, the only 2 wicket takers. In fact, between Messrs Miller, Leach and Chahal, they were only required to bowl 8 overs, and the other wicket to fall was that run out of Bracey at the non-strikers end for 3, breaking up his run of 413 runs without being dismissed in the county championship. The sun has come out as well. It's all looking rosy for Northamptonshire, as we will step aside for 10 minutes and be back with Northamptonshire's reply to Gloucestershire's paltry 125. Umpires Sue Redfern and Chris Watts have returned to the middle, and Ricardo Vasconcelos and Prithvi Shaw walking out to open the Northamptonshire innings. Gloucestershire following on a little behind, and more than a little behind when it comes to the match now, having been bowled out for 125 when Northamptonshire won the toss and put Gloucestershire in first thing this morning. They would have been grinning from ear to ear if you told them that they would be batting themselves at 2:20, with Gloucestershire only having managed 2 batters in double figures. Ollie Price's 52 and Graham Van Buren's 40, but the innings belonged to Justin Broad. 7 for 33 from 15.1 overs. 7 maidens, and it will be Dom Goodman to try and replicate that sort of form from the Ashley Down Road end. I was going to be particularly interested to see who Gloucestershire gave the new ball to, because it had been more pitch it up, move it about stuff that had got the breakthroughs for Northamptonshire. So whether in his first game back we might see Tom Price opening the bowling, that was a possibility. It looks as if he's down at fine leg, but anyway, it's Dom Goodman, 3 slips in place, running in and bowling, and Prithvi Shaw drives out into the covers, and it's fielded by Zaman Akhtar. Gloucestershire having gone with 3 slips, Ben Charlesworth, Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price in that cordon, but straight away not going for the 4th and sacrificing the cover has at least saved a run. And despite the fact Tom Price is down at fine leg, Ajit Singh Dale is doing the loosening up at square leg. Goodman runs in, bowls to Shaw, who drives in the air for a moment. It was a no ball anyway, so it didn't matter. And a sharp piece of fielding from Zaman Akhtar in the covers has saved 3 runs, but Prithvi Shaw with a single as the ball just went a little behind Akhtar, and then 2 more runs for the no ball. So Northamptonshire already 3 without loss.
You feel Prithvi Shaw's probably due. In the Championship, 6 innings, 120 runs, 2 and 23, 31 and 37, 24 and 7. So a lot of getting in and getting out so far.
Goodman over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who drives up to mid-on. They take a quick single. Van Buren was fairly deep up there and just had a couple of steps to go to his left, and alert running from Vasconcelos gets him off the mark, 4 without loss. The real danger with these two, both of them, the ability to score quickly, play their shots, and when you know, at least to start with in the top order, you know that you're only looking at 125 on the board, it surely does just free you up a bit. Goodman bowls and Shaw defends out into the covers, and there's no run, and really even half an hour, 45 minutes of Vasconcelos or Shaw, and this game could be whistling away from Gloucestershire at a rate of knots. I mean, they know that there's going to be some movement out there, although possibly not as much as there was first thing this morning, now that the sun has come out, maybe taken some of the moisture away. Goodman bowls. This is turned away up towards mid-on. Diving stop needs to be made. It's half made by Zafar. He did the important thing and put his body on the line and has at least saved the boundary, but they've come through for another single. 5 without loss.
That's an interesting piece of running, that. It was Prithvi Shaw had sort of jogged halfway down. Ricardo Vasconcelos had jogged halfway down. I'm not sure there was any. I think there was a bit of an absence of calling there. I think it was looking to see
a bit of ball watching.
Well, yes, a little bit of ball watching, and that could have been actually quite embarrassing.
Goodman bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, and it's into the ground and stopped at cover. There is no run.
Prithvi Shaw tends not to like running too much, I think it's fair to say.
No. He doesn't give off the air of a man at the moment at the non-strikers end who's particularly itching for a quick single. Leant casually on his bat with arm on, or hand on hip. He does not lean on it as Goodman's running in and bowling, but still, Goodman in and wide of off stump. That ball did absolutely nothing through to the keeper. And 5 runs from the first over. Northamptonshire's deficit now just 120. And indeed, Singdale is the man to march off to umpire Watts and deliver his sweater and his cap. So we're certainly going to be seeing the quickest bowling probably that we will see in the match now, but what will it do at Singdale's pace, and can he get the kind of accuracy that is needed, with Gloucestershire desperately needing early wickets to try and wrestle themselves back into the game.
Yeah, 18 wickets at 49.5 for Ajit Singdale in the championship so far this season, running away from us. Long straight approach, bowls to Shaw, who's nibbling outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact, it goes through to James Bracey. One or two reflections I would say about that performance from Justin Broad. Statistically, it's the best bowling return from a Northamptonshire bowler on this ground since George Thompson picked up his 8 for here back in 1910, and it's only the third 7 for or better for Northamptonshire on this ground. As Ajit Singdale is in, bowls and turned away into the onside by Prithvi Shaw up to mid-on, and there's no run. Thompson 8 for 114 then. Malcolm Scott, left arm spinner, took 7 for 46 here in 1966, but Justin Broad's the second best bowling return by Northamptonshire on this ground. The other thing is, and especially Northamptonshire supporters and spectators who watched at Merchant Taylor School, there's a very obvious difference today. Singdale in, bowls big, well no, he must have got an inside edge on that, because there was interest from behind the stumps as it hit Shaw high up on the thigh pad, but Ajit Singdale did not follow through. Yeah.
I think it was too high anyway,
but I think he got a little inside edge on it. Either way, so the bowler not going through with the appeal. Bright sunshine now, very pleasant conditions as Ajit Singdale, with 4 slips in place, bowls to Shaw down the leg side. Good take behind the stumps by James Bracey. And that was going to say the big difference was the fact that on this occasion, with the exception of that diving chance by Lewis McManus, Northamptonshire actually held their catches today in the slip cord, and a couple for Vasconcelos, 2 good ones for James Sales, whereas they were dropping right, left and centre at Merchant Taylor School, say Prithvi Shaw dropping 3. He was out of the slip cordon today. Here's Ajit Singdale in, bowls again to Shaw, who cracks that away through extra cover for 4. Stand and deliver. Wasn't even particularly wide, but he just threw the hands at it and it raced away through extra cover for 4. Northamptonshire to 9 for no wicket.
Yeah, just a little bit short.
Wide, yeah. It's a little bit wider than actually I must admit I thought it was at first sight.
I mean, if those were the kinds of deliveries that, when on the rare occasion they were offered up, that Van Buren in particular put away, we saw some loose shots to balls just a little bit fuller than that. So if you can land it there, then it's a potential wicket-taking delivery, but too short, that one.
Ajit Singdale in, bowls and turns Prithvi Shaw round, strikes him high up on the thigh pad. Not out. It wasn't a particularly concerted appeal, but polite inquiry, to which umpire Watts, I'm sure, gives an equally polite response. End of the over, 9 for no wicket, 6 to Vasconcelos, 6 to Shaw rather, 1 to Vasconcelos and 2 for the no ball.
Yeah, so a couple of deliveries which Singdale at least beat the bat with in that over to provide some sort of encouragement for Gloucestershire, but again you just wonder, he's not the most bouncy quick bowler, Singdale, but still just that bit of lift that he might get off this surface, is that the difference between it hitting the top of off and not, as Goodman bowls and Vasconcelos can leave that one on length through to the wicket keeper. So Actor and Tom Price figure first change, and then Zafar Gohart might provide some spin, but Gloucestershire will really hope that they won't need Zafar to be bowling too much. Goodman to Vasconcelos and left alone again through to the gloves of James Bracey. Sussex continuing to rattle along against Derbyshire, recovering from that defeat at Hove pretty quickly by the looks of things. Tom Haynes was removed for 72, but Daniel Hughes 119 from just 116 deliveries. Been a fantastic signing for them, helped them through to that home quarter-final in the Blast as well. Goodman in, Vasconcelos plays inside the line of it, and it goes through to a keeper. And you know, he's been a really solid domestic player in Australia for a long time, and I'm sure was exactly the sort of signing Sussex were after. But I mean, you can never quite know how somebody's going to do, but magnificent blast. And now Sussex off into the distance against Derbyshire. Goodman bowls and doesn't draw Vasconcelos into a shot. Yorkshire going well against Middlesex, 169 for 2. Adam Lyth made 61 and Finley Bean 27. James Wharton and Will Luxton at the crease now, 38 and 29 respectively. So everybody getting in for Yorkshire so far. Goodman bowls and straighter this time, but Vasconcelos works it out to Tom Price at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leicestershire are 140 for 4, with all 4 wickets taken by Tim van der Hugten. It's a fairly threadbare Glamorgan attack really, apart from van der Hugten, but you just know he's got that capability of running through you on his own. Goodman, last ball of the over bowls, and a comfortable leave for Vasconcelos. There doesn't seem to be a great deal of movement at the moment from that Ashley Down Road end. Perhaps they just haven't quite got this new ball talking, or maybe for the second game in a row there's a question about the new ball that has been chosen, because we had David Payne on last match, and hopefully we'll get a stint from him in a couple of days, but we were talking about who's choosing the balls at the moment, and he offered up the idea that actually maybe because neither him nor Josh Shaw were around, that the umpires had chosen it, and both times they didn't seem to get a great new ball and had to get it changed quite soon after.
Interesting. Ajit Singh Dale running in again to start his second over, and again gets a bit of bounce and surprises Prithvi Shaw with a bit of extra pace. It's hit him on the glove and he's taken his glove off, and I just wonder if that was the finger that he damaged dropping the third of his 3 catches at Merchant Taylor's School, which meant he didn't field I think in the remainder of the match, and had to bat down the order in Northamptonshire's second innings. So it's not really what you want if you've got a damaged finger, but already a little bit of extra pace that Ajit Singh Dale brings to the Gloucestershire attack in evidence. He's in again, bowls and again turns Shaw round. He's trying to work him into the onside, and again doesn't make contact. Good contest this.
Yep. Again though, I won't harp on about it, but that ball's probably going over the top of the stumps again, and yes, you might well get an edge off that sort of length. That's what Singh Dale's got to decide, but in general the wickets have come off just a bit fuller.
Here's Singh Dale in, and that is full, and it's gone straight through Prithvi Shaw like the proverbial dose of salts. How that missed the off stump, I'm not entirely sure. And it went into the gloves of James. My goodness, that's gone so close to off stump. If you're watching on the stream, you will have seen that almost shaved the top. And I suppose we say it's a game of fine margins, and that ball that Justin Broad produced this morning that just clipped the top of the off stump and dislodged the bail to bowl Cameron Bancroft. Ajit Singh Dale in bowls, edged by Shaw, just in front of second slip. So Ajit Singh Dale is giving Prithvi Shaw a bit of a working over here, one way or another. He's found the edge, it just didn't quite carry.
And when it's not your day,
slip. No, but
it's
again,
not your day.
It's, rewind game of small margins, and a couple of opportunities here in this over. One that just missed the stumps, one that's not quite carried to second slip. Ajit Singh Dale in again, bowls to Shaw, his forces off the back foot, and he's going to get a single up to Van Buren at extra cover, who has a shy at the stumps. I think he would have been all right if he'd hit, but it wouldn't. But he was, as I say, Prithvi Shaw doesn't tend to motor between the stumps. It's not exactly Hobbs and Sutcliffe, with just a little glance and run. It tends to be a sort of fairly detailed negotiation. And only after considering all other options usually does Prithvi Shaw decide to run. But on that occasion he got home okay. Shaw to 7, Northamptonshire to 10 for no wicket. Ajit Singh Dale running into bowl to Vasconcelos outside the off stump. Vasconcelos goes after it, beats the outside edge, goes through to James Bracey. That's a really good over from Ajit Singh Dale. 2 overs, no wicket for 5. And, well, could easily have had Prithvi Shaw a couple of times in the early part of the over. But 4 gone, Northamptonshire 10 for no wicket, replying to Gloucestershire's 1-2-5 all out. I better mention, of course, before our friend and colleague Adrian Thomas does, that the first time these two sides met in Championship cricket back in 1907 at the Spa Ground at Gloucester, Northamptonshire were bowled out for 12. So I'll mention it now. I'll get in first. But the other thing I'll say is that Northamptonshire didn't lose.
Here comes Goodman now bowling, and Shaw tries to flick it through the leg side. It comes off his pad and goes out to square leg, and there is a leg by to make it 11 without loss. Well, 2 of Gloucestershire's lowest 3 first-class totals they went on to win the match, having made. So it has been known, but at the same time you wouldn't really nowadays, with pitches being as they are covered. As Goodman is in round the wicket bowling to Vasconcelos, and no stroke, with Goodman having decided, I think possibly rightly, to go round the wicket after Vasconcelos wasn't looking particularly bothered over the wicket, just at least have a couple of deliveries around to see what's there. You still wouldn't put your money on Gloucestershire at this point, that is for sure. Goodman bowls, Vasconcelos taps off the back foot out to point, and there is no run.
Yeah, Northamptonshire in that match 12 in the first innings, 40 for 7 in the second, but it rained on the last day. And if you want a great example of one-eyed reporting, one of the Northamptonshire reporters in the local papers said that he thought it might actually have saved Gloucestershire because George Thompson was still in. Although Northamptonshire needed about 120 to win with 3 wickets in hand, Thompson was still there.
Goodman bowls Fuller, driven, Vasconcelos doesn't time it, and Actor stoops down to complete the fielding at extra cover.
And there's a wonderful photograph of George Dennett, who did most of the damage, great Gloucestershire bowler, did most of the damage in that 12 all out. A sort of celebratory photograph, just with him sort of standing up with his arm in the air with a ball in it. It's not quite sort of dynamic.
Goodman bowls, and this is worked towards forward square by Vasconcelos, no run.
Another no ball, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Apologies, I've looked down too early, clearly.
Signalled by, I think Sue Redfern signalled it. Hasn't registered yet. Maybe not, maybe she was signalling something else.
Look at the end of the over. Here comes Goodman there now, and Vasconcelos is carefully forward and defending back to the bowler. So 11 without loss after 5 will go down as a maiden over from Goodman, but 5 overs of the new ball seen off But so far, it's very much been Singdale who's been the man who's looked to bring the threat.
Yes, you'd imagine now if somebody returned those sort of figures that George Dennett did, they'd have had the old flamethrowers would have been going and heaven knows what else, but he just sort of stood there with his arm up with the ball in it. It's sort of rather low key, but 11 for no wicket. Singdale looking to get the first breakthrough for Gloucestershire. He's in again and bowls short to Prithvi Shaw, who plays the sort of Botham-esque duck hook. He wasn't watching, his head was out of the line, he was almost sort of looking down when he swatted it away. First bounce for 4.
We didn't
his
topple
head out
over
of the way.
backwards onto his stumps that time either,
No.
unlike the 50-over match last year with Paul Van Meekeren bowling.
But that's picked up, well, it's gone down first, maybe second bounce for 4. So Shaw will take it on, that much you can be sure. 11 to him, 15 for no wicket. This is a terrific tussle between these two. Singdale generating some serious pace from this pavilion end. He's in again, bowls that's much fuller and pushed out into the offside by Prithvi Shaw. Goes down to backward point and there's no run.
I'm sure as a New England Lion, Singdale would dearly love the scalp of Prithvi Shaw especially. He's given him a bit of a working over, but so far he's bent but not broken. Case with his digit, whichever one of those was hit, as well as the metaphor.
Singdale in again to bowl to Shaw, who's playing that defensively up to mid-on where Graham Van Buren fields. And there's no run. England now 4 down against Sri Lanka in the Test match at Lords. 147 for 4. Harry Brook has gone for 33. Joe Root still there. 49 not out. Jamie Smith on 6. In Division 1, Somerset 198 for 3 against Durham down at Taunton. Kent all out for 156 against Warwickshire. Here's Singdale in. Bowls to Shaw, who's trying to force that away off the back foot. Gets a little inside edge onto his thigh pad and it drops down into the offside. So the two sides without a championship win this year, Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, have both bowled the opposition out pretty cheaply. Because Warwickshire have dismissed Kent for 156 at Edgbaston. Worcestershire have rallied a bit against Essex at Chelmsford, 157 for 7, because they were, 10 for 4 early on. Here's Singdale in, bowls to Shaw, turns it away through mid-wicket, runs for him here, chase for Graham Van Buren out towards the mid-wicket boundary, reels it in a couple of yards inside the rope, and they come back for 2. 13 to Shaw and Northamptonshire to 17 for no wicket. And Brett D'Oliveira 53 not out. Ethan Brooks made 46, so they've just pulled things round a little bit for Worcestershire. Hampshire 123 for 1 against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. Singdale in again, bowls to Shaw, turns it into the onside, but straight to square leg and there's no run. End of the over. 17 for no wicket, 13 to Shaw, 1 to Vasconcelos. Elsewhere in Division 1 at Trent Bridge, Surrey 146 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Rory Burns 79 not out.
Continue where he left off.
Absolutely, yeah. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Leicestershire 154 for 5 against Glamorgan. Yorkshire 172 for 3 in that big game against Middlesex. And James Wharton, the latest Yorkshire batter to get in and get out, he's made 40 after Adam Lyth made 61 and Finlay Bean 27.
Here's Goodman, and this has gone off a leading edge, I think, from Vasconcelos, and it will go for 4 through backward point, and Hammond was completely sent the wrong way there. And I'm not sure, I think he probably would have been able to stop it if he'd realised which way it was going, but it was a bizarre boundary for Ricardo Vasconcelos, who will move on to 5, 21 for no wicket.
And Sussex 231 for 1 against Derbyshire. And Daniel Hughes, you mentioned earlier, going well, 138 not out now.
Goodman bustles in and bowls, and Vasconcelos forward defence out to Actor, an extra cover. I was trying to find the exact number that Burns scored last week, 227 it was against Lancashire from 348 deliveries. Surrey's win there, well, it doesn't exactly wrap it up, but I think be a brave man to bet against them not wrapping it up before the final round of the season when they do play Somerset. Goodman bowls, and a loose drive and a miss from Vasconcelos, but Gloucestershire are just not finding the edges at the moment when they do get Northamptonshire to do what they want. This is exactly the sort of dismissal that Goodman has been bowling for. Gone back to over the wicket, trying to tempt Vasconcelos outside that off stump, but finally drew him into the shot and missed it, and now he's back to leaving, having had a bit of a scare previous delivery. And I guess as a captain in this situation, you must find it really hard not to be drawn into thinking you've got to make something happen immediately, give somebody 4 overs, they haven't taken a wicket, take them off, you know. You know that things have to happen quickly, but you can't kind of give the team that impression. Vasconcelos drives, good looking shot, but knocked down by Goodman in his follow through, and there's no run. Sort of finding that balance between trying to find a combination that can take the wickets but not giving off the air of lack of calmness that everyone sort of talks about as the number one attribute for a captain in the middle now, especially in white ball cricket, the sort of Morgan style. Wouldn't know whether his side was on top or not to look at him. On driven by Vasconcelos up to Gloucestershire's captain Van Buren, who cuts it off, and there's no run. 7 overs in, 21 for no wicket. Northamptonshire in reply to Gloucestershire's 125. It's not been that there haven't been a few things happening out there, but I think already even these 7 overs are putting Gloucestershire's batting performance in a bit of context. I do think, and especially as you look at the footmarks at the far end, how quickly those seem to form.
Yes.
You could tell there was a bit of dampness in the surface, which may have started to go, but that's about the only thing I think that you could say is really different at this point.
Singdale running in to resume his battle with Prithvi Shaw, and that round goes to Prithvi Shaw. It was just back of a length and it's punched away through extra cover for 4 by the Indian. He goes to 17, Shaw, and Northamptonshire to 25 for no wicket. Prithvi Shaw with a first class average coming into this run of championship matches for Northamptonshire, around about 50 in the first class cricket he's played. Of course, a test triple century to his credit, averaging 50.03, so that's dipped a little bit as a result of his relatively modest start to the championship this year. Here's Singdale in again, and Shaw this time carves it away through backward point, wide of the slip cord, and 4 more. Shaw to 21, Northamptonshire to 29 for no wicket, and again it's width. If you give him any width, he will just make merry, and he's done again there. 5 test matches, of course, for Prithvi Shaw. First class best of 379, as you do, for Mumbai against Assam. Second highest first class score in India. Now, somebody I think down below us is moving. Prithvi Shaw has asked them to sit down. It can't be us, because although we are behind the arm, we're actually sitting very, very still, like good boys and girls. But somebody I think is moving down below us, or whether it's a door open or something. Yeah, door open. Thanks, James. I think it. Hopefully that's been rectified. All is well, and Singdale runs in again to bowl to Prithvi Shaw, and he's punched that again into the covers, but this time straight to extra cover, and there's no run. pleased to say the ice cream van here is doing rather better than it did on the first day at Merchant Taylor's School, where we witnessed the very sad sight at about 3:30 on the first day of the ice cream van rather sadly making its way out of the ground up that long driveway out of Merchant Taylor's School, I think having sold probably one screw ball, and that's it. Singdale in again, bowls to short, plays it down to backward point, and there's no run. It was fairly unpleasant weather conditions on the first day, very windy, quite chilly. I was very glad I put the big coat in the car. But it was a very sad sight just seeing the ice cream van trundling and all on its own up that long driveway.
I don't think it was here actually for the couple of days of the bank holiday weekend that we had cricket here. They obviously felt that they could do a roaring trade somewhere else.
Elsewhere, yeah. Here's Singdale in again, bowls to shore, pushes it into the offside, thinks about a single to extra cover, but Zaman Akhtar's quickly to the ball, and there's no run as a result. Far side of the ground. I was thinking about David Ripley, Northampton's former head coach, who was always very, very partial to a Mivvy or similar. But yes, I don't think the present coaching team are quite as keen on the old cornet as Rips. Newly appointed coach of Northamptonshire's women's team, of course, for 2025. Here's Singdale in again, and that's a seriously quick delivery that Shaw was thinking about again. Punching firm-footed through the offside, doesn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper. End of the over, 29 for no wicket, with Shaw on 21. Vasconcelos on 5. And I was looking at something we were talking earlier on about the flats at the far end of the ground and people watching out on the balconies. There's one of them there that's got two very nice looking sort of orange coloured lounges. You see over in the far distance there.
They're not MCC colours, are they?
No, it's more sort of orange and red rather than sort of yellow and red, but it's really rather splendid. It's absolutely perfect. I can think of little better than sitting up there watching some nice cricket with a cool glass, preferably something in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool glass in itself would be a lot of good, but change of bowling.
Yes, you would certainly be almost going outside to get out of the heat if my experience of those flats is anything to go by. Tom Price is going to have a bowl, so Goodman out of the attack, and here's Tom Price in and beating Vasconcelos' first ball. So he didn't go on to make many runs. In fact, was it in the end just the one scoring shot? But second ball he played a gorgeous cover drive, and then 3 balls later he was walking back, as was his brother, with that being lunch. But first ball, good line and length, and straight past the outside edge. Tom Price bowls with a grunt of effort, as we've become accustomed to, and turned back towards him for no run. Gratifying thing already is that Tom Price's pace looks an awful lot better than it did the last time he bowled in the first team. I mentioned that spell of 4 overs for the second team in this most recent match, where he claimed a couple of wickets in that opening 4-over burst. Price bowls a short ball pulled over the top of Ford's square leg and to the boundary, so his loosener came third ball rather than first ball, and Vasconcelos is not going to miss out on that.
Yes, in that championship match at Northampton, he bowled tidily enough, 6 overs, 1 for 15 and 10 overs, 1 for 25, but I know you were saying he just didn't look quite there.
Yeah, it was more really medium pace that he was bowling, and he's always looked a bit, he's even doing it now, I think, just running in for a practice delivery and getting back used to the feel of bowling here. He's always had a bit of a glower down at the landing areas and that sort of thing. He was doing it even more so in that game at Northampton. He just didn't feel right at the crease. An extended shuffle as he runs in and bowls, and clipped by Vasconcelos down to long leg, and he will take another single. Just the sort of start Northamptonshire would have been after. 34 for no wicket, already a third of the way, well no, quarter of the way there to Gloucestershire's total, basically. No wickets down, new ball, some of it already seen off, and Gloucestershire in desperate need of a wicket, and they won't get it there because it's short, it's wide, and it's cut over the top of the slips for 4 by Prithvi Shaw. I don't know if initially that was exactly where he was looking to hit it, but at the same time it was short enough and wide enough, just about. I think it was because it was a bit closer to him that it ended up going over the top of the slips, if anything, but there's enough pace in the surface that the ball's just going to fly. So another boundary, 38 without loss. He must be an infuriating man to bowl to, Prithvi Shaw. Last ball of this over, Tom Price bowls to Shaw, who drives pleasantly but straight to cover, and there is no run, because you kind of look at him and he's not really getting in line.
No.
He's staying leg side of the ball and just trusting his hands that he can time it and place it into gaps. And he's got
like
25
running.
off 30.
And he doesn't like running that much.
You know exactly what he's trying to do, and you just feel like you should be able to get through those defences given the technique that he employs, and yet
he's got a first-class average of
yes.
50, and he's got a Test triple century. Yeah, he's a steady player. As I say, he's flattered to deceive a little bit in the Championship this year, but always felt, as in the One Day Cup, when he again kept getting, I was going to say 50, 60, 70, which is not too shabby, but you felt he was capable of more than that. Highest score in the One Day Cup was 97. But as you say, annoying player to bowl at. Certainly the Somerset bowlers who bowled to him last year in the One Day Cup when he made 244 at Wantage Road felt something along those lines. Vasconcelos facing Ajit Singh Dale, and Vasconcelos pushing that up to mid-on, and there's no run.
But of course you'll know that those statistics don't count from it's only this year's One Day Cup that counts. Anything from previous years doesn't count, actually, I find.
No. Right, well, I'll make a note of that.
Knocks off the 454 for 3 here as well.
Here's Ajit Singh Dale, still the 4 slips in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes for the drive, doesn't time it at all. He was aiming through extra cover, his sort of trademark stroke, and it finished up going off an inside edge out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Vasconcelos hasn't seen a lot of Singh Dale in this innings so far. He's been mostly pretty sure at the business end.
I suppose when you don't take too many singles, the strike doesn't get rotated very much.
Only accidentally. Here's Singh Dale in again to bowl to Vasconcelos outside the off stump. He leaves well alone. Ricardo Vasconcelos closing in on 700 Championship runs this year, so he's had a decent season considering he missed the first 2 games, averaging 53 in the Championship, a couple of hundreds, made a big one against Glamorgan, and a very good 129 not out against Yorkshire when Northamptonshire were chasing a target, and he's set the tone in going for the target, and then wickets fell at the other end. He shepherded the tail very well to take Northamptonshire through to a draw. Singh Dale in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. Again, that just tucks him up a little bit, drops it down almost at his feet, asks the fielders permission to pick it up. I can think of 1 or 2 clubs playing against him I wouldn't have done that in any circumstances. They know who they are. But no problem on this occasion. Daryl Brian Reynolds, Northamptonshire's coach for many years, great man of Northamptonshire cricket, would have hated to see that, hated to see any batter picking up the balls. Nothing to do with you. Leave it alone. Singh Dale in again and bowls to Vasconcelos, and once again just shaping back into the left-hander. He jabs down on it. And as I said, mentioning a moment or two ago, Singdale has been far and away the most threatening bowler that we've seen so far. Into his 5th over, no wicket for 19, which we were saying earlier about bowling figures not reflecting how well somebody's bowled and how much of a challenge they've presented, and that's certainly the case here. Singdale in again to Vasconcelos on leg stump, turned away behind square, certainly one, and that is all it will be. Down to someone actor down there. Was it actor or Zafar, beg your pardon. Zafar Gohar coming in off the boundary down at long leg, and they're through for a single. Prithvi Shaw is gesturing to the dressing room for something or other. End of the over, 39 for no wicket. Shaw is 25, Vasconcelos is 11. I think it was George Weldon who was doing 12th man for Northamptonshire during one of the recent games, and he seemed to spend pretty much his whole afternoon fetching and carrying for Prithvi Shaw. We were saying it was almost as though he was his sort of personal valet. Kept trotting on and off with gloves, bat, tape, drinks, everything. The physio's coming on
now, isn't it?
Yeah, Nick Allen's trotting on. I just wonder if he's maybe feeling that one earlier on that pinned him on the...
Or is it for Vasconcelos
rather
than for... Yeah, he did get a wrap on the gloves in that over as well.
Yeah,
but
he did.
Just didn't seem to... I don't think he took his glove off, but must have decided he was going to get through to the end of that over, and that he was going to have a bit of a look.
Krish Patel has brought the drinks on, so again he's getting himself used to being out on the field. Presumably, the word seems to be that he will play a first-class match, a championship match for Northamptonshire before the end of the season. Not in this one, but young man, just 18, signed by Northamptonshire. The announcement was yesterday, a 2-year rookie contract, because he's already played for Surrey in List A this year. He played one of the one-day cup matches against Essex for Surrey.
All hands on deck really for Surrey in that competition.
Absolutely, yeah.
even with the riches that Surrey possess, unfortunately that also means that they produce cricketers that are in high demand. So yeah, so they didn't actually, on the face of it, have a bad side for the game that Gloucestershire played them in. It still had the likes of Sibley, Burns, Folkes,
yes,
but he kind of got the impression that a side that was pushing for a championship and blast win, that they probably didn't view the One Day Cup as that tempting a crown. Tom Price bowls to Vasconcelos and defended out into the offside. He's still wringing his hand out, left-handed is, after that defensive shot. And the one thing to mention, you fully expected this on the first day of this game, especially where Middlesex, in the game that was played on this pitch earlier this season, on that first day, must have got 4 or 5 blows to the gloves at least. Price bowls a shorter ball. Vasconcelos pulls round the corner. Singdale won't get there from fine leg, and it is away for 4 more runs. 43 without loss. But actually, if you think back to last week, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, and what was played on a quote-unquote normal Bristol surface, even on that, De Lange especially gave Leicestershire a couple of sharp raps to the glove as well. Tom Price bowls short again, 4 again, through backward square this time. An authoritative shot from Vasconcelos, and Tom Price is not quick enough to get away with bowling that sort of length, even at a higher pace than earlier this season. And Gloucestershire already are looking like a side that their heads are beginning to drop, with the deficit for Northamptonshire just 78, having underperformed with the bat this morning. Deep square has gone out. Tom Price bowls on the pads of Vasconcelos, well, hip area really, and flicked away wide of mid-on. They'll come through for another single, 48 without loss. Looking like a side that just feels as though this is already getting away from them. Because even looking at the movement out there, it's not really doing a great deal for them at the moment. Singdale's put in a good shift, but hasn't had the breaks go his way, which feels like it's been the case the entire season. 5 overs for 20. Tom Price in now bowls, and Shaw covers up and plays defensively back to the bowler. A decent opening spell from Dom Goodman. I don't think... I mean, you could nitpick for sure. Vasconcelos didn't have to play a large majority of his deliveries, but then often, I think it's what Gloucestershire tried to do to him up at Northampton. You try and bore him out and get him flashing outside the off stump, and that's just the way that some sides try and get him out. 4 overs for 9. But the ball just didn't seem to do a great deal for Goodman from that Ashley Down road, and when Broad was taking all his wickets from that end, Tom Price bowls. This is worked into the leg side, and Actor, with a slightly laboured effort to try and get down to that one, couldn't do so, and a single is taken as Van Buren tracks back, and a couple of glances from Tom Price over in that direction certainly doesn't help the overall mood of the Gloucestershire fielders out there that have come into this game with a lot of confidence, sort of pointed to some excellent batting performances especially, and hybrid pitch chance to try and force a result against a side that you've beaten already this year, and it has just all gone horribly wrong so far.
Well, it's early days, but yeah, Northamptonshire I don't think could have expected today to have gone much better than it has so far, but well, we're only just about halfway through it because we've still got 46 overs to go, so we're going to be a little bit late with the cuppa. Never mind. Here's Singdale, 3 slips in now, bowling to Prithvi Shaw, who edges wide of third slip, no third man, 4 runs, brings up the 50, and it doesn't rain but it pours as far as Ajit Singdale is concerned. Brings the 50 up for Northamptonshire off the first ball of the 12th over. It wasn't remotely where Shaw was aiming, but nevertheless.
Off stump was, because of his technique, again, you can see so much of the stumps. Off stump was right there, and he'd have been thinking, yeah, that's going into it, last minute edge. And Leicestershire scored, I think, something like 73 runs through third man in the last game, already adding up in this one.
30 to Shaw, 53 for no wicket. Singdale in, and Shaw this time playing defensively up to mid-on. Graham Van Buren fields, and there's no run. I have to say, you were talking earlier about the sort of numerical things that you love to see when we were at 31, 3, 13 or something. I just noticed something in that which has absolutely delighted me, a little historical quirk. As third man is dispatched down to the boundary in front of the flats, Graham Van Buren comes across from mid-on to mid-off. Zaman Akhtar's going into backward point, and Tom Price coming across to mid-on. So still the 3 slips in, but now a third man down there as well, as Singdale is in bowls to Shaw, who drives through extra cover, beats the dive of Van Buren and runs away for 4 more. 34 to Shaw, 57 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. That match we were saying about Justin Broad's being the best bowling figures for Northamptonshire on this ground since 1910, when George Thompson picked up an 8 for. And of course today is the anniversary, I believe, I saw on social media this morning, of the defeat of England in the Ashes Test of 1882, which led to the whole obituary thing and the legend of the Ashes. Hold that thought. As Singdale comes into bowl to Shaw, short of a length, and Shaw discomforted by this one. He was trying, I think, to pull it, and in the end, again, it was a little bit too close to him, not enough room to swing the arms, and he just drops it down on the onside, and there's no run. One of the players in that England side defeated by the Australians by 7 runs at the Oval was R.G. Barlow, Richard Gorton Barlow, Dick Barlow, the old blocker, and he was umpiring that match here in 1910.
Okay.
I love little things like that. Here's Ajit Singdale bowls, and that's a beauty, and he's caught behind. Well, he's got his man, and he's bowled beautifully to Prithvi Shaw, and you have to say, I think that is deserved reward for Ajit Singh Dale, who's bowled beautifully. Shaw had to play it, I think. Yes, he did, and it's just got a little bit big on him. High up on the bat, I think, possibly up towards the shoulder, a little nick through to James Bracey. Shaw goes for 34 off 37 balls, and Gloucestershire have that first breakthrough. Northamptonshire 57 for 1.
Well, it's come at a cost, and this is the sort of situation when you've only got 125 on the board where 30s and 40s actually are enough. Most of the time you'd be saying to somebody walking off, and I'm sure you're still thinking it, yeah, I really should have kicked on. It'd been nice to have gone on, but Northamptonshire can work themselves into a match-winning position now just with 30s and 40s, but it has to be said it was a dismissal that was very much on the cards.
Yes,
he was getting squared up, he was pushing at the ball with his hands, and the only question was whether Singh Dale was going to quite find the one that did take the edge in time before he got taken off.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's, as I say, I think he deserved that, really. He really has bowled beautifully, and yet again, I mean, I take your point entirely, Ed, but you know, you look at Prithvi Shaw's scores and it's another 30. Which I take it absolutely your point about in the context of the match, but I think Prithvi Shaw is a clearly a much better player than his return this year in Championship cricket would suggest. But as you say, Northamptonshire still in a very strong position. As Luke Proctor, the captain, had a good day with the ball. One of only 2 Northamptonshire bowlers to have anything in the wickets column. 2 for 41. Broad getting 7, and James Bracey unluckily horribly run out by deflection onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Now for the new batter, really applying the pressure. 5 slips in.
Gosh.
As Proctor, who was out for naught in the first innings at Merchant Taylor's School, faces his first ball from Ajit Singh Dale outside the off stump. Left alone, goes through to James Bracey, so that is the end of Ajit Singh Dale's over.
He wants one more.
I think he does. 6 overs, 1 for 28. Northamptonshire 57 for 1. Vasconcelos is 20, and Proctor faced just the 1 ball, still looking for his first run. The man out Shaw caught Bracey, bowled Ajit Singh Dale for 34.
Certain amount of negotiation going on there, I think, between Singh Dale and Graham van Buren. He just put one finger up to. Not that one. Put one finger up to suggest that he would like one more, and a bit of a grin between him and Van Buren, but I don't imagine that he would be taking the ball out of Singh Dale's hands if he said he wanted one more. Of course, you've got to manage a young bowler, etc., but Gloucestershire need wickets. Tom Price, 2 overs for 19, his figures read. He's been given some treatment by Vasconcelos, who will take another single off Price's bowling as this is nudged through square leg. 58 for 1. And Luke Proctor might just be the sort of, I hate to stereotype, the sort of gritty character who might be very tricky to dislodge on this sort of surface. He's not going to let a few deliveries that pass the edge or wrap him on the glove bother him, and one of his sort of battling 80s, or he would hope even higher, would really even further tilt this contest Northamptonshire's way. Gloucestershire looking to remove him early. Tom Price bowls, and Proctor across his stumps as usual, working to mid-wicket.
And of course, Tom Price got Luke Proctor out with that caught and bowled.
That horrendous full toss outside leg stump that somehow Proctor contrived to chip back to the bowler, and that was almost the kind of the moment
key wicket.
That it all unravelled on that final day, because
right.
you'd have still had Northamptonshire as a fairly decent chance of batting that final day out with 8 wickets in hand. Price bowls, Proctor leaves alone.
Luke Proctor himself, we were talking about Emilio Gay being at 919 runs, but if Northamptonshire aren't going to play him now in the Championship following the news that he's moving on at the end of the year, Luke Proctor himself 759 championship runs. He's been ever present, played in every match so far this season, and he missed out 2 years ago by a handful of runs on getting to 1,000, not helped by a pair in the penultimate match at Taunton.
Price to Proctor, drives into the ground and scooped up with his right hand by Tom Price. And there is no run. Everything's pretty much cleared up above, just a few distant cumulus clouds, but it's a gorgeous afternoon for cricket, and it looks as though it's set fair for the weekend as well. Hopefully we get some good weather for the quarter-finals as well. Price bowls and Proctor judges that he doesn't have to offer a shot, and doesn't.
Which night's yours on it?
That's the Friday, so
right.
Theirs is the Gloucestershire's versus Birmingham at Edgbaston is the last one. Surrey versus Durham is the first game of the 4, and that is the only one where there's no reserve day.
Oh, right.
So all the others have one. No idea when it's due to begin, if one is required. No more bowl outs. Huge disappointment to all concerned. Tom Price completes his over by bowling full and straight to Proctor, who takes a step down the pitch and plays it back to Tom Price. So a tidier over there from Tom Price, just the one run from it. 58 for 1 Northamptonshire after 13 overs. How long will Tom Price go? Is he limited to 3 or 4 overs again? Almost looks as if he might be, because he's taken his sweater from umpire Redfern, and in the meantime the physio has returned out to the middle, and this is certainly not going to help T along, that's for sure. But the most important thing is that Vasconcelos is okay. Yeah,
Nick Allen, the Northamptonshire physio, I'm just trying to see what he's looking at. It's certainly left hand. In attendance, and presumably saying if he's not fit and is going to be needing treatment, then maybe he should go off and come back when he is fit. But the whole game has ground to a halt, which I have to say is not exactly something that's been uncommon this year. I don't know whether you've had the same experience, Ed, but the number of times where, for whatever reason, whether it's, I don't know, glove changes or something has happened, and we've seemed to have spent an inordinate amount of time this year just waiting for something to happen. If you've got the stream on at the moment, it's like a sort of still life, isn't it? You've got little groups of players and officials, and I think he's going off. Yes, he is. Yeah. I think they sort of had to make a bit of a call on that, and if he needs treatment, he's just getting a pat on the back. It's nice to see from Graham Van Buren. But Vasconcelos is retiring hurt on 21, presumably just that blow on the left hand at Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, just gives him a punch for the other one. Get that one sorted while you're at it. Yeah.
So, yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos is trooping off rather sadly, and I'm thinking this morning when I had a message through from Northamptonshire's head coach saying, please, we don't get any more injuries ahead of the quarter-final. No. And now Ricardo Vasconcelos is trotting off with, well, something awry. Left hand, maybe left wrist, but we'll try and get a word on that from the dressing room. But anyway, he's retired hurt on 21. Northamptonshire 58 for 1, and George Bartlett is coming out to the crease to join his captain, Luke Proctor. Bartlett 367 runs at 36.7. He's made a century this year early on against Leicestershire at Grace Road, very good one. But since then, it's not quite the season he would have been hoping for. He's made some useful runs in the 50 over competition. Played in the early stages of the T20, and just really seemed to be playing as a fielder, because he was batting down at number 8, which with the batting side that Northamptonshire had in the tournament this year meant he wasn't actually getting in very much. Well, he's got a chance here to play an innings of substance. And Ajit Singh Dale is going to be running into bowl to him. 4 slips in place. Bowls to Bartlett, who immediately is squared up by a beauty from Singh Dale. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of James Bracey.
Not sure it's exactly what Singh Dale would have wanted to have stood at the end of his mark for another 5 minutes before bowling the 7th over of a spell, but you wouldn't know it from the delivery you sent down there.
That. But we've still got another, let's work out how many overs, 11 to go after this one till tea. Now, change in the field, and they're bringing in a man at sort of short square leg, about, I don't know, 10 yards away, just in front of square, as Singh Dale's in bowls to Bartlett this time. He does get in behind it, pushes it back down the pitch, bowler fields, and there's no run.
I'd imagine Zaman Akhtar would be the next choice from this pavilion end, unless Goodman had a switch.
Well, he's been warming up, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's the sort of I guess what they want is to have one more control type bowler and one pace bowler on at all times.
Van Buren with that call to make. He's in there at extra cover at the moment as Singh Dale comes in and bowls to Bartlett, who's pushing out into the offside. Zaman Akhtar fields and a backward point and then bowls the ball onto his captain. The very subtlest of hints, I'm sure, from Zaman Akhtar. You're talking earlier, Ed, in context of Surrey, about a number of players that obviously they have who are in demand, various competitions around the world, and it's interesting getting the response of Northamptonshire supporters to the news that Ravi Bopara will be missing the quarter-final. Here's Singh Dale in and bowls to Bartlett, who is beaten outside the off-stump. Plays textbook forward defensive, correct in every respect apart from the fact that he missed the ball. And it goes through to Bracey. Yes, I think James Coyne, the cricketer, was saying that people we all have a bit of a giggle at these sort of max 60 and T10 tournaments in different parts of the world, but of course they do have consequences, and for Northamptonshire it means that they've certainly going to miss out on having Ravi Bopara for the quarter-final. Of course, Saif Zaid was at the tournament as well, fortunately. Seems to be unscathed. That's chipped up in the air for Singh Dale, and it just drops short of mid-on. Bartlett's not looking remotely comfortable out there at the moment, having faced 4 balls, and that was chipped up, and it just died on Tom Price as he came forward to try and catch it, a bit like that, the one just before lunch when Ollie Price swept Chahal down to deep backward square, and it just landed in front of Gus Miller. Here's Singh Dale in again, bowls to Bartlett down the leg side. It's a bit of a waste to finish the over. It's a maiden, and at the end of it, Northamptonshire 58 for 1, Singh Dale 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Wonder if that will be the sweater over and he takes a break. We shall see, but 58 for 1 it is, with Proctor and Bartlett both on naught.
Well, Price is still peeling off sweater and continuing, so he will have a 4th over. Tom Price, that is. And we will see when Akhtar bowls, because he just didn't look right in the second innings of that Leicestershire game just been. And I don't think it was injury, I just think it was a rhythm thing. Goodman is warming up at square leg as well, so it might even be a double change coming soon, but it's Tom Price for now to Proctor, who leaves and then twirls round. Very pretty. And there is no run. But at least, I mean, at the moment it's got to be tricky for Tom Price, having not bowled a huge amount, and then you've kind of got to ramp things back up a little bit in the first team. You can't ever feel completely ready, I suspect, for a return after an injury such as he's just had. Full delivery and driven out and missed by Proctor. But, his second over was a bit loose, and that's not what you would really expect from a in form, mid-season form, Tom Price, and he effectively isn't. He's almost pretty much back at, if not quite pre-season, right at the start of the season, and it's a lot to ask him to come back and be the version of Tom Price that we saw take that 8 for 27 here a couple of years back. He's in and bowls, and Proctor glances this one around the corner for his first run down to long leg. 59 for 1. Vasconcelos retired hurt on 21. And I guess for Northamptonshire a couple of things could happen. I mean, they'll be hoping that they'll bat so well that Vasconcelos won't be needed to come out at all, but at least if they make it to the end of the day, then there might be a chance that he could come back out tomorrow and
They'll be hoping it's nothing more serious than that, but let's say we'll try and get a word from the dressing room at some point.
Tom Price to Bartlett, who he did also remove in that reverse fixture, and Bartlett comes down the pitch, tries to pull. He's not really timed it at all. It was a fairly ugly shot in the end, but it will bring him a single to get him off the mark. 60 for 1. It was a really sharp catch from James Bracey standing up to Tom Price that got George Bartlett up at Wantage Road in the first innings. I assume that must have been.
Yes, it was. Yes, he got Bartlett in the first and Proctor in the second.
So he at least has the memories potentially of those 2 wickets. Staying over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor as Price bowls, and this is a defensive shot from Proctor in his own unique way. Again, everything he seems to like everything to just kind of come around in circles somehow, whether it's his leave that kind of has the bat wafting around in a circle, or whether he turns around in a circle, and the defensive shot, even that, just sort of everything's done with this flourish, but a sort of a really uncomplicated flourish in a way, if that's possible. It's just a very individual style of batting he's got. Open stance facing up as Price bowls down the leg side, and Proctor shoulders arms to that in the end. So 2 runs from the over. 60 for 1 Northamptonshire, so almost halfway to Gloucestershire's first innings score. Skittled out for 125, Justin Broad 7 for 33. Ollie Price made a really fine half-century, especially in the circumstances. Graham van Buren a runnable 40, but mixture of good bowling, enough in the surface, some poor shot selection, and a bit of bad luck, all combined into one sickly mess for Gloucestershire. 125 all out was the result.
Well, it's going to be Zaman Akhtar to replace Ajit Singhdale after that excellent opening spell in which he removed Prithvi Shaw and really challenged all the batters, the Northamptonshire batters we've seen so far. But Zaman Akhtar is going to take over from this pavilion end. Yes, I'll come back to this business of this Cayman Islands T20 in a second. Here's Akhtar in and bowls and hits Shaw on. It's a Bartlett on the pad, first ball. I think he just about got himself outside the line, but it nipped back, forcing Bartlett to go and have a little prod of the pitch. Now let's have a look. Yeah, I think it just got himself outside the line, but it was a promising start from Zaman Akhtar. Northampton's line on letting Saif Zaib go into play in that tournament in the Cayman Islands, that T10. As Akhtar is in, bowls to Bartlett outside the off stump. Good bounce, really steepling bounce, but well left by Bartlett through to James Bracey. Was that they thought that he would be, bearing in mind he would have missed the playoffs had Northamptonshire made them in the 50 over competition, although I think Northamptonshire did have a clause where they could have clawed him, sort of pulled him back. But the club's feeling, certainly John Sadler's feeling, was that he would be better playing in some short format cricket ahead of the quarter-final. Here's Akhtar in, bowls very full and clipped away by George Bartlett. There is a man back there at deep backward square. The result that he just comes through for a single. Bartlett to 2, Northamptonshire to 61 for 1. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor. They felt that he would be better off doing that than I think his John Sadler said to me, interview for BBC Radio Northampton, he said, well, he would have been in the squad for Merchant Taylor's School. It's not certain that he would have played, and will be better off playing some short format cricket ahead of the quarter-final. Now, I know that wasn't everybody's view in terms of the supporters, judging by the response, but that was the official explanation. But I suppose it's the sort of thing we're going to see potentially.
Well, it's the same thing as Ben Stokes injuring himself in the 100, isn't it?
Here's Akhtar in, bowls, and it hits Proctor, I think, up on the thigh pad as he's playing defensively. It drops down into the offside. Not sure what that came off. It's off his body, I think. Maybe a little bit of glove on the way through. But he's now giving the pitch a serious prod.
Akhtar is getting more bounce out of this surface than we've seen, certainly anybody in Gloucestershire's innings, Gloucestershire's bowling innings, that is, extract.
Still 4 slips in place as Proctor faces this ball from Zaman Akhtar, and he drives through the offside. A couple of runs for him as it goes out towards deep cover. And they come through for the 2, so takes Proctor up to 3 and Northamptonshire to 63 for 1. As Ed was saying, most of the clouds now disappeared, and it is a beautiful afternoon. It's that slightly sort of hazy light that you tend to get at this time of the year. It's beautiful. Akhtar in, bowls short, and Proctor ducks underneath it. Goes through to the keeper, and that is the end of a promising, from Gloucestershire's point of view, first over from Zaman Akhtar. Just 3 runs off it, and Northamptonshire 63 for 1. Proctor is 3, Bartlett is 2.
Yeah, certainly an exciting start from Akhtar in terms of pace generated from the surface. Looked much more like the bowler that claimed that 5 for 32 in his first innings with the England Lions and 2 for 59 in the second innings, rather than a bowler that at times did spray it about a bit against Leicestershire and was put to the sword. Although, considering some of the overall bowling figures in that match, actually, especially as 3 for 100 and what was this, 3 for 117 in the first innings, I have to look the exact number up, but that actually didn't prove to be the worst figures on this ground on that day. In comes Goodman, replacing Tom Price, and he's been edged for 4 first ball by George Bartlett as it goes wide of the 3-man slip cordon and down for more runs to third man. 67 for 1. He played it softly enough, and it's something, I guess, with Bartlett's technique, is another one that he does tend to look as if he gets a little bit squared up, especially early on in his innings. Perhaps it looks worse than it is. 67 for 1. Goodman bowls, strikes Bartlett on the pad as he goes a long way across, but not far enough across to interest Sue Redfern in giving him out. So that sort of crouch and then does come across. He was always felt to be at Somerset a prime LBW candidate by opposition teams. Now, Zafar was presenting the ball to Sue Redfern. I'm not certain whether that was a "we'd like it changed." I think it was maybe just a "can you have a look at this?" But it's been tossed back very quickly. Goodman bowled him. Bartlett has had his stumps made a mess of. He played all round that one, trying to flick it through the leg side, and not for the first time today, middle stump has been pegged back. So Goodman's return to the attack proving a fruitful one pretty quickly, and George Bartlett departs for 6. Northamptonshire 67 for 2.
You have to say, with all due respect, George Bartlett didn't exude an air of permanence during that relatively short stay. He just looked a bit on edge, literally, and wasn't his day. I think just see almost from the moment he went in, he got that BLBW shout first ball. He just didn't look to have settled at all, and no great surprise that innings has been truncated. And it brings Rob Keogh to the crease at number 5 in his testimonial year. A sort of great one-club man. Made his first team debut for Northamptonshire 14 years ago, back in 2010. And again, he's had, I think by his standards, had a slightly frustrating season. 293 championship runs at 24, with 100 in there as well at Derby. Wasn't involved in the T20 at all, which I think would have been a bit of a disappointment to him. But closing in on 10,000 career runs across all formats for Northamptonshire, so still a very, very valuable member of the squad.
Might he make an appearance in the quarter-final?
Well, I think that's very in view of what we were discussing earlier and the number of players who are out of contention. I think he might. The other interesting one, of course, with that is whether Northamptonshire think about bringing Emilio Gay in for that one. Didn't play in the T20 group stages, but I know they were very keen on trying to get him in, and just with Britsky and so on, felt there was no place for him. But I think in all the circumstances, I'd be surprised if he didn't have a run out. 4
slips in place for Keogh as Goodman bowls, and Keogh watches that one through behind into Bracey's gloves. Yeah, I mean, we'd started to talk a bit about Gloucestershire's side for that, and the fact that Matt Taylor is looking as though he's likely to be back for that. I've not had that in writing, but I don't think I will. It's just the fact that he's been jogging round the field would lead you to believe as Goodman bowls, and Keogh and ended up on the floor there somehow, as the ball must have come back into him a bit, and I'm not entirely sure what that's hit in the end, because Keogh's body was completely in the way, sort of presented his back to us and then fell over, but the ball didn't seem to be that short.
I thought at first it might be a glass of water job, but I think he's all right.
Just not, whether it hit a bit lower on the leg somewhere or whether it was higher up, I have no idea. Either way, not comfortable. Goodman bowls, and Keogh turns this one towards mid-wicket. It's been half stopped by Singh Dale, so it will allow Keogh to get off the mark. But the end of that over, and an excellent one from Goodman. Even the 4 off the first ball of it was off a thick edge. And Northamptonshire 68 for 2, trail by 57 runs. I guess you're expecting, on the face of it, the pitch at Edgbaston to turn. Such a huge spin core that they've got. Briggs, Lintop, Mosley, Bethel,
Yates.
Moeen Ali. Yates could turn his arm over as well. Just they could bowl 20 overs of spin if they wanted to. So that might come into the reckoning. Zafar Gohar, I believe, would be available to play because he was registered as an overseas player for the group stage, just was injured.
Here's Zaman Akhtar to continue, bowling to Keogh outside the off stump. Keogh leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper.
So Zafar, Tom Smith, who played most of Gloucestershire's T20s after regaining fitness this season, would be a definite possibility, but like I was touching on earlier, really, it's how do you balance the side knowing that Webster isn't there? Do you want, say, a Van Buren at 7, or are you happy to say, okay, we'll take Zafar at 7?
Here's Akhtar in bowl short, and Keogh ducks underneath it.
And then, if Marchant Delanga were available, and again he didn't play the last few T20s anyway, Josh Shaw played in those, and Gloucestershire seemed to kind of find their bowling formula towards the back end of the competition. Do you go with just the 3 seamers, or do you think you want 4?
Here's Akhtar in bowls, again outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh.
It's sort of a better conundrum probably to have than what 11 players are we going to put out on the pitch? But still, that does maybe involve all concerned getting through this match unscathed.
Well, just looking at the Northamptonshire side that beat Lancashire in the last match to secure the home quarter-final. Here's Akhtar in, bowls very full, and it's swung late, and Keogh plays it well up to mid-on, and there's no run. Vasconcelos you'd imagine will play if fit, but as we've seen, he's retired hurt here. Britsky almost certainly not going to be around. Safe Zabe should be, Bapara won't be. David Willey, Ashton Agar, McManus, Miller, Sanderson, Heldrick, White all should be. Jack White, I suppose, given a following wind, he was running around at lunchtime today. Here's Akhtar in, bowls outside the off stump, and Keogh lets it go. So you've got Justin Broad, who I would imagine will come into the reckoning there. He was very much part of the squad, just didn't play in that particular match. You say Keogh potentially, Emilio Gay possibly. It's going to be an interesting one. But Northamptonshire will hope very much that Ricardo Vasconcelos is fit for that game. Here's Akhtar in again. It tails in towards the stumps. Skillful stuff from Zaman Akhtar, but well played by Keogh again. Out to mid-on, where Ajit Singh Dale fields, and that's the end of Akhtar's over. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. 68 for 2 Northamptonshire, 3 to Proctor, 1 to Keogh. And those of you, not that we are of course, worried about when your cuppa's coming, we have another 7 overs to go until tea.
Matt Taylor just walking down below us, so on site today. And we'll watch as Goodman is at the end of his run, with Proctor just kicking away some dust, making Goodman wait for a moment, but in position now. Goodman to Proctor, who comes forward and plays a quiet defence up to mid-off. And there's no run. England now 200 for 5. Jamie Smith gone for 21. Joe Root still there, 81 not out. Been joined by Chris Wokes on 6. Really would not surprise many, I don't think, if Sri Lanka went on to win that match, after maybe now starting to find their feet a little bit more in that series. Goodman in, and Proctor drives, but only up to Singdale at mid-on, and there's no run. Somerset 260 for 4 against Durham. Tom Abel made 124. Tom Banton 73 not out, and at 253 for 4, James Rue coming to the crease. Not the best sight if you're Durham, even with the weaponry that they possess in that attack. Goodman bowls, and Proctor comes forward, covers up, ball on off stump. I do like the look of Daniel Hogg, though.
Yes.
19 years old, who took a 6 for, or certainly a 5 for against Nottinghamshire in the second innings last week. Saw a little bit of that as we had some rain here. It's still a long way to go, but another tall, exciting, young, quick bowler. Goodman to Proctor, shoulders arms. And, you know, again, I said at the time, really, it's just nice to see some in the mould a little bit of Josh Hull, although he's a bit of an extreme. It's nice to see some players starting to come through and taking up cricket who are really, they look like fast bowlers.
Yes, yeah.
You know, the cricket has managed to persuade some of those athletes to join up with cricket rather than other sports. This has been edged by Proctor, but again, no danger of that one carrying, and it's well stopped by Ollie Price at third slip.
Well, we were talking earlier about Oundle on Sunday getting through to the national final of the Club T20, and of course one of our old boys is Josh Hull. Played for Started his youth cricket with Oundletown, was at Stamford School, but came up through the youth ranks, played senior cricket at 15.
Goodman into Proctor, who steers that one defensively to mid-on, and that is a maiden from Goodman, so a bit of a stranglehold at the moment being exercised by Gloucestershire, 68 for 2, and really for the first time in the innings, even early on it didn't quite feel this way, but it does now feel more like ball very much on top of bat, and Northamptonshire is starting to look a little bit less free of pressure than they were when Vasconcelos and Shaw were going.
No, agreed. Here's Zaman Akhtar in to start a fresh over to Rob Keogh, and that again zips through. A little bit of bounce, and Keogh looking to cut, goes over the top of the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. It's more of a force than a cut, having seen the replay. Either way, good bounce again from Zaman Akhtar. Yes, suffice it to say, it was a good day on Sunday with Josh Hull being picked for England, or the England squad, and his old club doing great things in the T20. Very full, Keogh drawn into playing at it. Zips again past the outside edge. It's an important little phase of the match, you feel. If Northamptonshire, these two obviously vastly experienced players, can just hang in there and weather this excellent spell from Zaman Akhtar, then Northamptonshire will go into tea, you would think, in a pretty strong position. But if Gloucestershire could nip these two out quickly, forward goes Keogh, pushes that up towards mid-off. Bowler comes across and fields himself, and there's no run. Then the rest of the order is a little inexperienced. Obviously you've got James Sales due in next, has a Championship 100 this year, but hasn't played Championship cricket since the end of April. Justin Broad, who would have been quite happy, I'm sure, to put his feet up for a bit longer. Lewis McManus, of course, is having a pretty good year with the bat. Here's, oh my goodness, Zaman Akhtar bowls that one to Keogh, has a horrid little flick at it outside the off stump, and if that had cost him his wicket, oh my goodness, the optics of it, as they say, would not have been good. It was almost like slip catching practice, wasn't it? Mercifully for Rob Keogh and for Northamptonshire, he didn't make contact. Keogh settles himself. Zaman Akhtar in again, bowls to him, and he on drives pleasantly past the fielder for 4. Well, Rob Keogh, as we say, not lacking experience. He's seen all this before, and he was on to that one. It was full around the line of leg stump, maybe middle and leg, and on drove for 4 past the diving Ajit Singh Dale. Takes Keogh up to 5 and Northamptonshire to 72 for 2.
Just been thinking he's dragged him across, let's get him falling over, full one on the pads, but then that happens.
Here's Akhtar in again, and once again on driven by Keogh, and this could be 4 more. Again it's beaten Ajit Singh Dale's dive, and once again it crosses the rope for 4. So a couple of not wonderful pieces of fielding there, but pleasantly timed shots by Rob Keogh. He goes to 9 at the end of the over. It's 76 for 2. Yeah, well, Rob Keogh, one of his Achilles' heels in terms of technique has been falling over, head coming across, making him, as you were talking about George Bartlett earlier, a little bit of an LBW candidate. Now, I know he's worked very, very hard with various coaches to try and just iron that out a little bit. I think it is still a bit of an issue, but on that occasion, certainly, once he got back to it, he timed those two beautifully away through mid-on.
Yeah, second one especially off your bowling you would want stopped, but
yes, that's true.
Yeah. Here comes Goodman to Proctor, and there is not particularly great shot as he looks to drive and goes past his forcing attempt. Can't have been much between bat and ball there looking at the replay, but no edge found. It's a good little period despite those 2 boundaries for Gloucestershire. And I don't think, even though Actor went for the 2 boundaries, they weren't dreadful balls. It's been a bit what we've seen. I mean, even when Price and Van Buren were going, there were nice shots that went to the boundary. There's some really gorgeous straight drives. Goodman bowls, Proctor gets into the drive this time. It was a bit fuller and strokes it away. Zaffer tries to get there towards the mid-off boundary, but will not get there. And 4 runs, and Northamptonshire maybe just starting to come out the other side of this period of play with a few boundaries, despite what we've been saying. Still 12 runs represents roughly 10% of the runs that Gloucestershire have managed to muster themselves, so they do mean quite a bit. 80 for 2. Goodman into Proctor, who defends on the side.
Well, bear in mind we've had 20 overs and 2 balls in this Northamptonshire innings, when Northamptonshire played Sussex in the Championship, having bowled Sussex out for not that many. Northamptonshire were then bowled out in 20 overs themselves, so step in the right direction.
Proctor settles as Goodman passes the umpire, bowls, and left by Proctor. Some bounce there for Goodman, but Proctor making sure that the gloves were nowhere near the path of the ball.
Bowled Sussex out for 143 in 47 overs, and were then bowled out in 20 overs and 1 ball for 97.
Well, I suppose, your side gets bowled out in a T20 and you think, I mean, at the start of T20, I think we sort of thought, well, how can anybody get bowled out? That was the mentality. How can anybody get bowled out in 20 overs? Or Proctor's played an inadvertent shot there. He tried to leave the ball, and unfortunately, from Goodman's perspective, he's going to see a couple of runs accrue as that gets past the cordon and down towards the deep 3rd boundary. You'd certainly take him if you're Proctor. 2 more runs moves him to 9.
Just as in T20 cricket, why would you ever bowl a spinner? It'll kill.
Oh, yes,
it'll kill spin
well.
bowling, because they'll just get slogged out of the game.
Goodman into Proctor, who plays that one down onto his foot, I think, and it rolls out to Hammond at backward point. And the end of the over, again some bounce again, it just jags back. Well, it doesn't just jag back, it jags back. No, just where jagging's concerned, that has jagged back off the surface, and Proctor's done pretty well just to keep that out, or keep it from hitting him. 82 for 2 after 21 overs.
Moves like Jagger. We are, 4 overs away from tea, and the umpire's having a chat about something. It can't be the light, because the sun's out.
I'd like to hope not.
But they're having quite an animated discussion about something or other. I don't know whether, did you remember to book the table for tonight or something, but or maybe the game will be allowed to continue. Yes, it is. Zaman Akhtar's going to bowl from this pavilion end. 3 slips in, bowling to Rob Keogh. 82 for 2, Northamptonshire 43 behind. Akhtar is in, bowls to Keogh, turns it away down to long leg, and will pick up another single. Keogh to 10, Northamptonshire to 83 for 2. Field changes around for the left-handed Proctor, as Zaman Akhtar, just talking about Tom Price not being particularly happy with where his feet are landing, and Zaman Akhtar has kind of come round the wicket to Proctor, just again having a little look at where his feet are going to be landing. For Proctor, they're putting a 4th slip in, which is fair enough. The other fielding position you often have seen to Proctor this year, and indeed last year's leg slip.
Yeah.
None there at the moment. That is short, and Proctor ducks underneath it. Goes through to James Bracey.
I think Gloucestershire tried a few. They had a leg slip, leg slip, leg gully, and I think for a while they had a position of kind of a short backward square even.
That's right. Well, it was Marchant de Lange's sort of enforcer spell, wasn't it, in that match at Northampton, that was quite a major turning point. How well he bowled.
Yeah, particularly to work Karen Nair over. You felt Proctor and Nair were the two huge wickets on that final day, and then Price managed to buy the wicket of Proctor.
Here's Akhtar in, round the wicket and pushed back down the pitch by Proctor, fielded by Akhtar off his own bowling. Yes, it was the quickest spell I think we've probably seen at Wantage Road for a year or two. It would have been interesting to get the speed gun on that one.
Yeah, because it was his first innings was where he got the 5 foot, but it was almost more impressive what he did in the second innings.
Akhtar round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who just nudges it around the corner. There's a bread and butter shot from Luke Proctor out to deep square for a single. Proctor to 10 and Northamptonshire to 84 for 2. Yes, De Lange, Northamptonshire went from 56 for 1 at lunch, replying to Gloucestershire's 409 all out, to 152 for 7 at tea. There are 6 wickets for 96 in that afternoon session, a lot of that down to Marchant De Lange. Here's Akhtar in again outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh. Akhtar finishing with, De Lange rather, finishing with 5 for 42 in that first innings. Northamptonshire bowled out for 171. And Gloucestershire deciding not to enforce the follow-on despite a big lead of 238. Eventually left Northamptonshire 558 to win. But Northamptonshire eventually bowled out for 301. Akhtar in, bowls to Keogh, leaves it alone outside the off stump, end of the over. 84 for 2, 10 to Proctor, 10 to Keogh. But again, that doesn't really tell the story, because Northamptonshire were 266 for 4, and in the end lost their last 6 wickets in 11 overs for 35 runs, and Gloucestershire winning by 256 runs, their first championship win at Wantage Road since 2010. And of course we were talking about Mark Lane's amazing innings of 256 against Northamptonshire, and of course the margin was 256 runs. Spooky.
Match fix. No. Here comes Goodman round the wicket. Balls! Oh my word. Proctor's left that, and that cannot have missed off stump by more than a centimetre, because I think it was it was probably just past the top of the stumps. In fact, maybe it was a bit further away than that, but it was certainly a close one. It might have actually gone over as well as wide in the end, so extremely well judged leave from Proctor. Goodman bowls, that's a leave very much on length that time through to Bracey. Warwickshire 90 for 1 in reply now to Kent's 156. Alex Davies 37 from 35 balls, so Warwickshire looking to get on with it. Rob Yates and Will Rhodes in there on 36 and 14 respectively. Goodman bowls to Proctor, who defends right down into the ground, or possibly into his foot and then the ground. Now there's no run. Worcestershire might even get a batting point. Remarkable recovery from them, from 10 for 4 and 46 for 5. And it kind of goes back to that point of, at some point you're going to be about 20 for 3 or something like that, and how are you going to respond? Well, Worcestershire have pulled out some serious knocks at the back end of their innings. Goodman in, no ball, is defended comfortably enough by Proctor out into the covers, if anything is particularly comfortable today. 86 for 2, deficit now just 39. D'Oliveira 68, Brooks 46, as you mentioned earlier. Tom Taylor's made a half century, 53 not out from number 9, and Amar Virdi, who's playing for Worcestershire on loan, 31 not out. I don't remember him being much of a batter. That must be his career best. Goodman bowls, Proctor drives handsomely for 4. Zafar Gohar, no chance at mid-off. He took a couple of steps and then realised he was never getting there. And a gorgeous piece of timing from Luke Proctor. Steps into it with that big backlift and flourish. And and drills it to the boundary. 90 for 2. So score at tea at Old Trafford, Hampshire, 203 for 3 as Proctor defends out to mid-off. Fletcher, Middleton, 81 not out. Nick Gubbins made 75. Relegation threatened Lancashire, needing some wickets. Surrey at Trent Bridge, 203 on the board as well, but for 2, Rory Burns has made it back-to-back hundreds. 107 not out. Ryan Patel, 77. Goodman round the wicket, bowls, and there's an appeal for caught behind here, which is turned down by umpire Redfern, and Luke Proctor, I think, just signalling that that's come off his pocket, maybe, or thigh. He left it, and then, nowhere near the bat or the gloves, so Gloucestershire tried it, but
good try,
not successful. So those the Division 1 scores. Leicestershire 220 for 8 against Glamorgan. Dan Douthwaite's taken 3 for 42 to back up Van der Huchten's 4 for 45. Fraser Sheet has got a wicket.
Be careful New Zealander.
Yeah. Got rid of Liam Travaskis. So Leicestershire in a bit of trouble. Cardiff.
Zaman Akhtar to continue from this pavilion end, bowls to Rob Keogh, and Keogh is again tucked up but manages to get enough bat on it to send it down to deep backward square for a single. Again, it nipped back in from Zaman Akhtar. One more to Keogh, he goes to 11. Northamptonshire 91 for 2.
Yorkshire 240 for 4. They've been steady contributions all the way down. Everybody's got over 25, but nobody's got above Adam Lyth's 61 so far. Johnny Bairstow in on 38, Johnny Tattersall on 25. Luke Holman has 3 of the 4 wickets to fall.
Interestingly, didn't play against Northamptonshire whenever the Middlesex punters seemed to think he would, but in the end not required. Here's Akhtar in to bowl to Proctor outside the off stump, leaves it alone.
And the final championship score, Sussex look as though they're going to achieve maximum batting points in extraordinary time. 309 for 3 in the 64th over. Daniel Hughes was eventually dismissed for 144, 2 runs under a run a ball, and Tom Haynes made 72 from a 111 pedestrian innings. Tom Alsop and James Coles together at the moment.
Akhtar in and bowls to Proctor, who drives back past the bowler for 4. Handsome shot again from Luke Proctor, and Akhtar just trying to get something on it, couldn't do so, and it ran away to the boundary down immediately below us. 4 takes Proctor up to 18. 95 for 2. Don't often see Proctor play with quite such an almost exaggerated follow through there. It wasn't quite Victor Trumper, but it wasn't far off. But a handsome shot from Northamptonshire's captain, who's had a pretty good day. A couple of wickets. Well, first of all, I suppose getting the call right.
Yes.
In terms of deciding to bowl first after winning the toss. Akhtar in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, not to be tempted. Lets it go through to the keeper. Another one of the Northamptonshire players, Proctor, that there's a certain amount of speculation as to his future and contracts and so on, but it's that time of year when the rumour mill whirs in overdrive. Never used to be until the end of the season, did it, usually, but of course things have changed, and finding the middle of the season news that players are moving on. Outside the off stump, left alone. There's Akhtar again probing that off stump line against Proctor. A friend of mine was actually mentioned this morning when he saw that Emilio Gay wasn't playing. He said, well, what would have happened if Emilio Gay just hadn't told Northamptonshire that he was going? He'd carried on playing, got to 1,000 runs, and then he could have told them that he was going. Not quite sure it works like that. But,
no, a certain amount of planning might need to be done at the other end.
Yes, I think so. But I'm sure he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get the chance. There's still 3 games to go after this. His Akhtar in bowls to Proctor and beats him outside the off stump. End of the over, 95 for 2. Proctor is 18, Keogh is 11, and we have just 1 over to go until tea.
Yeah, much more like it, that last delivery from Actor, probably of late just a few too many, whilst they kind of look good bouncing through to the keeper. As soon as Keogh had decided not to play at those, started to lose a bit of its threat, and Gloucestershire could really do with the knowledge that one of these two won't be there after tea. It was Tom Price who was out in the last over before lunch, and who knows how important that might have been in terms of Gloucestershire going on after lunch. They only added 12 more runs after lunch. Goodman into Keogh, who stands tall in defence as the ball trickles back to Dom Goodman.
I do remember when I first started covering Northamptonshire, 40 odd years ago, it was all a question of there was like, retained list day, and the players would troop into the secretary's office one at a time, and everybody else would be waiting down the road in the Abington pub, waiting to hear if they were going, staying, or what they got. It would either be a celebration or a wake, depending on
exam results day. Goodman bowls, and Keogh just left that bat there that time. He's been quite deliberate about getting the bat above his head as he leaves, but that time he just left it there, and it wasn't actually that far away from it, but it would have been a real bonus if there'd been a little flick on it.
Yes, it was very much like that.
You sort of, you get your results, and you almost don't really want to look at anybody after it, just in case either yours is bad or somebody you know's is terrible. Goodman bowls, and Keogh this time does, unsurprisingly, get the bat about head height as he leaves the ball alone.
I was thinking back to 2005, obviously some more recent vintage, when I think Northamptonshire 10 players went at the end of the season, and there were a whole series of sort of impromptu wakes as players either were released or decided to move on. It was in the Kepler Vessels era.
4 slips still in place. Goodman into Keogh, who leans forward and plays a textbook forward defence, which trickles up to Zaffer, who picks it up at mid-on. So Goodman 1 for 26 in his 9th over. He's working on potentially a 4th maiden. I think he's bowled a really good second spell here. He's actually got the ball to do a bit more than he did in his opening spell. Removed Bartlett for 6. As Goodman bowls, Keogh on drives, going to take a good piece of work from Zaffer, and now there's some hesitation about whether they should come through for a single, and Proctor says no. So Keogh gets back, and Proctor sort of applauds with his bat. I'm not quite sure what he's applauding, whether he's applauding the shot or the decision by Keogh to turn back after. Anyway, I'm not sure what went on there.
No.
They probably could have got a single as Zaffer knocked it down, but an excellent piece of fielding to stop the boundary. And the last ball coming up before tea. Goodman to Keogh, who on drives, and there's no getting that for Zaffer. That is an emphatic way for Northamptonshire to end the session on 99 for 2, trailing by only 26 runs. And if there was any hope from a Gloucestershire point of view that those couple of fairly quick wickets that, well, I say quick wickets, I mean there was a wicket and Vasconcelos going off that might have just opened the door, whilst it's only 18 and 15. Again, that's a significant proportion of the runs that Gloucestershire have scored. So again, they'll have the feeling of the fact that they're really searching now for a breakthrough after tea, with 2 senior established batters at the crease, and only 26 runs before Northamptonshire start going into the lead.
We said about half an hour ago, didn't we, that from Northamptonshire's point of view, it was really important that these two of the most, in fact, the 2 most experienced players in the side could just weather those testing few overs. MATCHDAY bowled beautifully from this end, as Ajit Singh Taylor had done as well, and they just needed to hang in there and make sure that they went off together at tea. They've done that, and Northamptonshire now, I think, will be very, very satisfied with the way things have gone, and they'll be looking to really press home the advantage in the final session.
Yeah, very much so. A wicket apiece for Goodman and for Singh-Dale. Vasconcelos retired hurt for 21, about the only thing that hasn't gone right from a Northamptonshire point of view today. Earlier on, Justin Broad 7 for 33, as Gloucestershire were toppled for 125, having been put in to bat. There is still plenty in the surface. There's bounce, and there's the occasional one that really does move sideways off the surface as well, so Gloucestershire shouldn't be feeling that they are completely out of this, but they need a big evening session. They need a sort of evening session where they take 4 or 5 wickets at least, and then they might start to feel that they can get themselves back into it tomorrow. But Northamptonshire 99 for 2, albeit with the retirement at the moment hurt of Vasconcelos for 21. Northamptonshire trailing by 26 runs. We'll have a brief break for tea and be back the other side of it. Welcome back to a sunny Bristol. There is barely a cloud in the sky and a gentle enough breeze to keep things pleasant for the spectators who've assembled, at least in terms of the feeling, in terms of the weather conditions. I don't think things will be particularly pleasant for most of the spectators. Will be of a Gloucestershire persuasion when they look at the scoreboard, as Northamptonshire are 99 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 125. Probably Gloucestershire's most disappointing batting performance of the season. They've not been rolled over cheaply too many times this year and were unable to rescue themselves. Really, it started off with a flurry of wickets. James Bracey run out at the non-strikers end, 33 for 4, 60 run partnership between Price and Van Buren, the only thing worth too much mention in Gloucestershire's innings, and then collapsing from that point onwards. So 125 all out, a wicket apiece for Singdale and for Goodman. Vasconcelos retiring hurt on 21. That's the story of Northamptonshire's reply so far at 99 for 2. Luke Proctor and Rob Keogh out in the middle, and Singdale to bowl.
Which he does, and Proctor is dropping a bat on that, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Important little partnership between these two in the overs leading up to tea. Singdale, who was excellent with a new ball, gave Prithvi Shaw a bit of a working over, got him out in the end. But Saman Akhtar also really challenging from this end, and it needed the experience of Proctor and Keogh from Northampton's point of view just to steady things down a little bit, which they managed to do. Now, can they build into a really strong position in the final session? That's outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Thank you very much indeed to James for a very nice cup of tea, which has just arrived, to keep the wheels oiled.
Did you say I haven't drunk it yet? No idea what's been put in it.
Well, no, I'm sure it looks lovely anyway. I'm sure it will be. It's a bit early for the brandy in the tea, I think. Here's Singdale starting his 8th over, 1 for 28 so far, and he's in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. Goes through to the keeper. I should have mentioned earlier and didn't. Very happy 90th birthday today to John Guy, New Zealand Test player, but played twice for Northamptonshire back in 1958 against Cambridge University and the New Zealanders. And there was some talk that he might qualify for Northamptonshire at the time. Didn't in the end, but he's on the list of Northamptonshire first-class players and celebrates his 90th birthday today. So, if he's listening, many happy returns to John Guy. Here's Ajit Singdale outside the off-stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. Was involved with the Batmakers who did that. Do you remember the Lance Cairns' sort of club without the shoulders, like a sort of a ridiculous bludgeon that Lance Cairns used to use, and John Guy, I seem to remember, was involved with that somewhere down the line. I'll look it up when I get a spare moment. Here's Singdale in again, bowling to Proctor, again outside the off stump, and Proctor, patient as ever, lets it go through. John Guy is number 263 on Northamptonshire's all-time list. Made his debut on the 18th of June 1958 against Cambridge University, and will be one of Northamptonshire's oldest surviving players. Harry Kelleher, still the oldest, living out in the United States. Here's Singdale in again and bowls to Proctor, once again outside the off stump, left alone. End of the over, so a maiden for Singdale, but I'm sure he'll be slightly frustrated not to have made Proctor play a bit more. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28, and Northamptonshire stay on 99 for 2.
Yeah, he's had some probing maiden overs, Singdale, this season as a whole, but that one probably not among them. But first over after tea, hopefully from his point of view settled back into some rhythm at least, and he might have got Proctor to commit an indiscretion. It will be Zaman Akhtar to bowl from the Ashley Down road end. So Gloucestershire going with their 2 quickest bowlers straight away after the tea break, and a change of ends for Akhtar, who did look threatening in his spell before tea but didn't produce a wicket. Coming in now to bowl to Keogh, who is onto the front foot, playing the ball pleasingly to mid-on, no run.
Just a little bit of news from the Northamptonshire dressing room about Ricardo Vasconcelos, obviously retired hurt earlier on. Just really confirmation that it is an issue with his bottom hand, his left hand, and I don't think they're quite sure yet how bad it is. Hopefully not too bad, but I was wondering if it was hand or wrist, but it is hand.
Akhtar, straightish approach and bounds into bowl. Keogh lets that go and just has a look back to judge exactly where his off stump was. Did I know precisely where it was? And gave a little bit of a nod. Yes, yeah, everything in good order. You've got, I guess it just depends with Vasconcelos, doesn't it, in terms of, is it something that they hope with a bit of time might just calm down? Akhtar bowls, drags his length back a bit, and Keogh defends it up towards mid-on, and then Akhtar goes sprawling across the pitch and falls over right across the middle of the pitch as well, it has to be said. And Sue Redfern's just spotted something. It's nowhere near the danger area there, but I think Akhtar might have just taken a bit out of the side of the pitch as he went sprawling across the surface there. It's Sue Redfern just replacing his mini divot. No runs yet off this over either. Akhtar bowls wide of the crease, and Keogh works this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. I guess the tricky thing for Northamptonshire is if they don't want Vasconcelos to play before they've had a scan, and with it being a Thursday, you have to wonder, it does tend to take a bit of time to get these scans, so
yes, that's right.
Will he, what they'll be hoping is, I guess, Northamptonshire, is that he isn't really needed the rest of this game. Good delivery from Akhtar. Keogh just slightly inclining the hands towards the ball. I think he struggled to claim he definitively played inside it, but he didn't go right at it. As he probed outside the off stump, Zaman Akhtar. So still no runs yet in this evening session. As we mentioned before, going off air at the tea break, Gloucestershire need several wickets in this session. This is down the leg side, and a terrific take from James Bracey as Keogh just gives himself a little punch to the thigh there as he is crossed. He didn't get some sort of bat on it, and James Bracey with a one-handed take down the leg side to still mean, after 2 overs, Northamptonshire yet to add to their tea time score, 99 for 2, trailing by 26.
The bat that John Guy was involved with designing for Lance Cairns was the Excalibur.
Okay.
And it had basically no shoulders.
It's sort of like a slightly less extreme version of the mongoose that did the rounds.
Yes, that's right.
In the mid-noughties.
Yeah, this was back in the 80s.
Late noughties, maybe more like.
But designed by John Guy with John Newbury, of course, of one of the bat makers. Here's Singdale round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, and that nips back and sails, I suspect, over the top of middle and off. Beats Proctor on the inside edge, and there's still enough in this surface to keep the bowlers interested, and especially at the pace that Ajit Singdale is generating here. Rory Kleinveld, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, having a wander round the ground with Jack White and Gus Miller at the far end of the ground. We'll be looking on, I'm sure, with much interest. 3 slips in place, and Singdale running away from us, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, and Proctor leaves well alone. Rory Kleinveld, part of the sort of new look coaching team with Northamptonshire this year. He's come in as bowling coach in place of Chris Little, who's now involved with the England women's setup, and Greg Smith in for his namesake Ben Smith, who's now at Derbyshire, of course, the former Leicestershire and Worcestershire batter. Singdale in again and bowls again fullish length outside the off stump, and Proctor not to be drawn into a stroke. Lets it go through. Comes down the pitch for the obligatory prod. I'm just looking to see whether Joe Root has got his 100, because he was 98 not out last time I looked when they just lost another wicket. He has. So England 225 for 6. Root is 103 not out. But Chris Wokes has gone for 6, so Gus Atkinson in with him now. That's down at Lords. Here's Singdale in, and that's outside the off stump, and Proctor just running it down to third man for a single. Another little Proctor stroke, and it's the first run since tea, and it brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire in the 28th over. 100 for 2, with Ricardo Vasconcelos, of course, having retired hurt.
Not exactly bringing the roof down, the
it's
reception for the 100, it has to be said.
No,
muted.
They'll clear away the pitch invasion shortly. Yes, a rapturous applause. Back over the wicket for Singdale, bowling to the right-handed Keogh on his hip, and he turns it out into the onside, and not for the first time. He was interested in a run, and Luke Proctor wasn't, the result of which they don't go through. I was just looking at a little message through from the dressing room. Yeah, they're just not quite sure yet about Ricardo Vasconcelos' injury, but obviously hopefully have an update on that probably tomorrow now, I would have thought. But Northamptonshire will hope that he won't have to think about batting again today. Here's Singdale in, bowls to Keogh, turns that nicely, crisply down to deep backward square. Again, he's thinking about a second. Luke Proctor isn't. So they settle for 1. Takes Keogh to 16, Northamptonshire to 101 for 2, and that's the end of the over. 101 for 2 it is. Keogh is 16, Proctor is 19, and Northamptonshire just 24 runs behind.
Quite a few out on the penthouses of the flats on Flat Watch at the far end. They've all got that sort of, well, I don't know whether they're blinds or a mixture of blinds and sort of awning that they can bring down, but yeah, you sort of need your dose of sunshine, but you better make sure you go out to get it, otherwise if it comes in, then you're not going to be getting to sleep at night. Deep square out and long leg as Actor bowls to Keogh, who comes forward and defends it out to Van Buren at mid-off.
Should have mentioned that Joe Root, having got his 100s, his 33rd Test 100 for England, equalling Sir Alistair Cook's record, and 6th at Lords, which equals Michael Vaughan and Graham Gooch.
Right, gosh, there's not going to be too many records left when
no
Root's finished if he continues at this sort of pace, especially. Actor bowls, Keogh lifts bat and gloves up above the path of the ball. Again, there's good carry through to Bracey. This is in its 29th over now, the ball. So still hard enough. What we haven't seen yet is what happens when the ball really does start to go soft, and does it then start to become a bit more easy paced and easier for the batters. Actor bowls, driven past the reach of Actor in his follow through, went hard into the ground and bounced up off the surface and pinged past Actor's attempt to try and stop it, and past Sue Redfern, who just casually strolled out of the way of it. She was obviously pretty confident that was not going right at her. 105 for 2. Keogh moves on to 20. We were talking about this on the women's game a couple of days ago that Sue Redfern was umpiring, and she just seems to attract. There's always something that is happening to Sue Redfern out in the middle. This is off the back foot, forcing shot from Keogh through the offside. That'll be 4 more. Hammond is in furious pursuit, but it was always going to be a vain one, and maybe that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get to it before the ball trickled underneath the covers, and he couldn't get there. But we do know how much Miles Hammond likes to spend time on the floor, on the cricket field, so he's probably actually quite glad that he's got the opportunity to get on all fours. And
just signed a new contract extension.
Yes, he has, back for another year, Miles Hammond, which is very gratifying given he's had a fantastic season. Actor in, Keogh pushes forward, takes a single wide of mid-off, so runs started to come now after a couple of maidens and 3 dots to start the session. 9 runs in 3 balls mean the deficit for Northamptonshire only 15, still with 8 wickets in hand, maybe 7 if Vasconcelos can't come back out, but in any case it's an incredibly strong position. But yeah, Hammond right up there in terms of scoring in the blast. I think he's 10th, something like that, in terms of runs, today aside. Really top championship season. Short ball from Acton, not a threatening one. It balloons through to Bracey, and it's been called no ball. Chris Watts signalling across. So 2 more runs to the Northamptonshire score, 112 for 2. And of course Hammond with that 157 at Trent Bridge in the One Day Cup as well. Gloucestershire were delighted, I'm sure, to have his services. The first time they've had Hammond for the One Day Cup, as he's been playing in the 100. Actor bowls driving as Proctor into the ground, back to a disgruntled looking Actor who has seen his figures rather ruined by that over. 11 runs from it, and now trailing by just 13 Northamptonshire. Would not surprise me at all if Gloucestershire did not have Hammond's services for the One Day Cup next year. Obviously if they did, it would be a bonus for them, but after the T20 season that he's had, it'd be quite hard, I suspect, for teams to overlook him. But you just never know. It's so relatively random when you kind of know the top names who are going to get picked, but for the sort of the players who are either lower down in the order, as actually Hammond had been when he'd been playing before, or players around the edges of the squad, so much is about what just one person thinks, who they think they should be picked, so who knows.
Singdale in, starting a fresh over, bowling to Keogh, who pushes forward, plays it up to mid-on. Graham Van Buren feels they now have a short mid-wicket in, which again is a position that you often see teams employ against Rob Keogh. We talked about him just falling over a little bit, and sometimes when he does so, he can hit the ball in the air in that mid-wicket region. So it's good thinking by the Gloucestershire support staff. Ben Charlesworth is the man in there. 2 slips now we're down to, as Singdale is in over the wicket, bowling to Keogh down the leg side. Another super take down the leg side by James Bracey. Keogh not getting any bat on it. Yes, I think, mind you, there's an awful lot of water that needs to pass under an awful lot of bridges before we get through to the 100 for next season, and what's going to happen, and formats and all sorts. Somebody somewhere, I'm sure, will sort it all out. Singdale in, bowls to Keogh. That's an absolute horror. It's hit him on the right hand and he's in trouble. It's gone for 4, and that, I suspect, at this precise moment will be absolutely no consolation to Rob Keogh, who has been taking a painful blow on the right hand. Immediately threw his bat onto the floor, very nearly threw his bat onto his stumps. He hasn't done that. It's raced away off the glove down to fine leg for 4, but Keogh is in a spot of bother here, and I wonder if Northamptonshire are going to have another retirement. James Bracey is just helpfully giving Rob Keogh his bat again. I suspect we shall see Nick Allen, Northamptonshire's physio, trotting out at some point. I was going to say Lewis McManus is coming out with a drink for the batters. It's not Lewis McManus. I'd be surprised because I imagine he'd probably be in next. It's Krish Patel wearing Lewis McManus's shirt because presumably they haven't quite got round to giving him the necessary kit yet. But yeah, Nick Allen, Northamptonshire physio, is out there, so it's going to be a little while. I was thinking about occasions down the years when Northamptonshire bowled the opposition out cheaply and have actually gone on and sort of forged a lead on the first day. The one I do remember, there of course will have been many, but the one I do remember in particular, because it's the sort of day you don't forget, was when Lancashire were bowled out for 33
Right.
at Wantage Road in 1977 after being 7 for 6. And those of us knowing our Northamptonshire history, even at that early age of watching county cricket, realising Northamptonshire still held that record of 12 all out that we were talking about earlier against Gloucestershire.
Well,
we're hoping
this is just while this has been going on, the two umpires had a long discussion and are now talking to both captains. Proctor, who's standing looking fairly nonplussed at the non-striker's end, and there now looks to be a slightly more animated conversation with Gloucestershire captain Graham van Buren, Ajit Singh Dale, the bowlers, just standing there listening to what they're saying as well. But I mean, I don't know, other than the decision, if the umpires have decided this pitch is too dangerous to play cricket on.
Well, I was thinking about what happened at Fenners this year, of course, in that one-day warm-up match against Cambridgeshire, when the umpires decided that the pitch was too dangerous and abandoned the match. Well, that was a friendly, of course, but there's certainly a certain amount of discussion, and they're looking at you'd probably be able to see if you've got the stream on, you'd be able to see that there is.
Well, they're going off.
They are going off.
Wow.
They are coming off the field. Now, this is unusual.
It's unusual to the point of, well, potentially disastrous from a Gloucestershire point of view, because if they've decided that this pitch is unfit, then that will mean serious consequences, points deductions, etc. And I have to say, I didn't see this coming. Even when Gloucestershire were bowled out for 125 this morning, it felt like a batting performance which, of course the ball was doing a bit, but it didn't feel like a sort of an unsafe type of situation, especially seeing as we've seen a game on this pitch before. But clearly it's got more dangerous when the pace has been increased with Gloucestershire's seamers. We've seen one player go off with a rap on the gloves, and now we've had another. They
were looking at one particular spot, weren't they? That's what I was saying, looking to see what they were going to do, because they were looking at one particular spot. Now the ground staff are coming out and the umpires are going across to have a chat with them. Well, this is just
what can they do? I think they can. There is. I can't know if there's precedence for this or not, but I believe that we have we not had an incident in the Championship at some point of actually moving to a different pitch mid-match if both captains agreed to it?
That might be the only solution, I suspect. I mean, if not, if it's the only options as far as you can see, they've either got to do, if they are convinced now that this pitch is not fit, then I'm assuming the options are either they have to move on to another strip, or they just abandon the match.
And presumably in the end Northamptonshire will be awarded 24 points and Gloucestershire will take none, and then whatever deductions are assessed will be assessed.
It must be something about coming down to Bristol, because of course in 2020 we had the Bob Willis Trophy match down here, which Northamptonshire had Gloucestershire in trouble at not many for 6 at lunch on the first day, and the match was then abandoned because one of the Northamptonshire players in the squad but not in the team tested positive for COVID, which in those days meant that was off-ski, and Richard Ellis, I don't think I've ever seen a man look more worried than Richard Ellison, who was the match referee on that occasion. But this is just absolutely extraordinary. The scorers may have more of an idea, so our roving reporter James is going to go and just see if he can find out what's going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is one of these situations, I have to say, as much cricket as you watch and as much cricket as you cover, where, to be honest, you know, we try and be experienced and say what we think happens in this situation, but at this stage we have no idea, and also even the players won't have a clue at this point. I would imagine the umpires, having had a chat to the ground staff, probably just to assess what the options might be, or maybe just to explain to them what they feel the problem is, and the ground staff could then say, well, we can do such and such to try and alleviate that. Or it's then, well, what option have you got if we need to move the pitch? Then the umpires will go off and, I assume, have a word with the match referee or cricket liaison officer, if you like, and then some sort of a course of action will need to be decided. The ground staff are all meeting up there with the operations manager for Gloucestershire. I don't know exactly what they can do at this stage. You're sort of in the umpires' hands in terms of what they feel is the problem, what needs to be done about it. And I mean, what are on the face of it, the options are: there's the pitch that's just been used for the Leicestershire match, which would be extremely old and tired, but probably not dangerous. And then I think now it was just guesswork, isn't it? They're wandering over towards the pitch that's being used, but
I'm just trying to speed read the regulations, but it doesn't seem, as far as I can see, to have anything in there about what happens if it all deals basically with at the conclusion of a match, the umpires decide that the pitch is substandard.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's so rare to have a match suspended during it because the umpires have decided it's too dangerous. And I don't know, you'd have to have a look back at that ball that leapt up off a length to Keogh, because when Vasconcelos was struck, it wasn't a sort of and at that stage, I guess Northamptonshire were thinking, well, we're on top here anyway. But there was no kind of look at the pitch and kind of thinking, well, what's up with this? It's only seemingly been of late where a couple leapt up off a length from Actor outside the off stump, which I guess might have had the umpires a bit twitchy, and then that one, which, I don't know. I mean, fast bowlers are allowed to generate bounce, but it's just a question of how much.
Regulation 7.2 in the regulations for ECB covering Championship cricket, where a match referee rates a pitch as below average, poor or unfit, they must report this to the ECB domestic cricket operations immediately, who in turn shall refer the matter to the cricket regulator without delay, so that it may start an investigation in accordance with the CDC regulation. So everything that we've got in there just says what happens if they regard the pitch as not being fit. But nowhere, at least as far as I can see, does it say what happens if during a match the umpires decide that the pitch is not suitable. We're talking about referral to the cricket regulator. It goes into a lot of detail about points deductions, it goes into a lot of detail about procedures, mitigating factors, aggravating factors, application of loose material to pitches, whatever that is.
Well, I assume that's like when, I think, for example, I think when Somerset were preparing those Hyderabad pitches down there, they stuck some dust on, and actually I've seen them do it here for the back end of, I think, 2022. Even that pitch they played Warwickshire on, I think they did that, and they did it at Hove at the end of last year as well.
They're also talking about surface stabilisation agents. Now here we go. This is number 10. Condition of playing area. I think we're just really going to have to wait and see what the umpires 10-2-3. If the pitch in question is unfit, should be subject to a further investigation. Well, we know all that. Changing venues. Again,
that's before the start of play. Yeah.
So again, it doesn't apply in this particular
you've got to
schedule.
love cricket, haven't you? It can always throw up a situation that
the rules,
the regulations can't cover,
I know,
or at least don't seem to at this point.
Well, as I say, I can only see either they're going to have to some way treat this pitch. And I mean, I'm not a groundsman. I'm going to have to do something with it to make it in some way compliant, so that the umpires think it is fit for play, or they're going to have to move the match to another strip, and the ground staff are already sort of pointing over to other strips elsewhere in the square, or they're going to have to abandon the match. Now, I can't think that anybody wants a match to be abandoned at 5 o'clock on the first day, but yeah. Well, James,
I think it's
our roving reporter.
That unfortunately, the people listening and watching at home can't see the expression we just got from James Healy, but I think that pretty much sums it up perfectly. Just a sort of a shrug of the shoulders and and I don't think that we're going to get any information, at least for another little while, because I suspect, like I say, they won't have decided even amongst the match officials yet as to exactly what happens from here. And I've done my best to have a quick search about precedents in this regard, but in terms of stopping matches, I mean, I've seen it in T20 cricket where they've just stopped it. There was a game in the Big Bash this past winter which was abandoned after about 5 overs or something like that in Geelong, but there it's a T20 and any sort of delay, that's it, and if the pitch isn't fit then it's match abandoned and the points got awarded, I think, to the away side eventually. But in terms of county championship, well,
no, that game
idea.
That game I was talking about was 21st of July this year at Fenners, where Cambridgeshire were playing Surrey. 2 deliveries leapt up from Nathan Barnwell, the Surrey fast bowler, and the umpires came together and promptly took the players off, and that was it. That was match abandoned. But that, as I say, was a friendly. So, as you say, I don't think we're going to get
right. So I do think under the laws of cricket, this is what I'd kind of thought. So you can change the pitch during the match if the umpires decide it's dangerous to continue to play on it, and then only with the consent of both captains. So in theory, the match could be continued on another pitch. It's just a question of which other pitch, and is that something that, the options will be presumably quite clearly presented to both captains. And if, for example, Gloucestershire, what can they gain? They can gain 3 bowling points out of this.
Yeah. If
they know they're going to be penalised, and they know that, they know what the consequences are to what's happened just there, then it may be that they go, well, if we're just, pounding in for the point of for 3 points in a season where we're going to be deducted points, then that's for them to make that decision. Or equally, if Northamptonshire go, well, by not switching pitches, we're going to pick up 24 points here, then why on earth would Northamptonshire
and
continue to play
and risk more injuries to players?
Admittedly on another surface, but we don't know what other surface. We don't know. We don't know very much, basically. No. But what we do know is that there's no play out there at the moment, because the umpires have taken the players off the field because the pitch has clearly been deemed too dangerous to play cricket on. an unprecedented situation, certainly from my experience. I'm sure there will have been other instances, especially around the world first class cricket. This will have happened before, but I've no idea what the next steps are. It's bright sunshine out there. They're not playing any cricket.
Well, and I don't know whether
we're not going to see any cricket, I suspect, for another little while.
No, and I also don't know whether I'm assuming some sort of announcement will have been made. I'm thinking about the spectators out there who are patiently sitting, watching and ruminating, as I'm sure as we are, about what may have happened, what might be going to happen now. But I think, as you say, there is a provision in the laws. Whether now, I mean, there are obviously many examples when you plough through the ECB regulations where the regulations supersede the law. I don't think, as far as I can see, this is one of them. I don't think there's anything that would prevent that law being implemented here. But it's like you say, it would then require both sides to agree, and in the circumstances, it makes you wonder whether they would.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of options being laid out now, and match officials in conversation with ground staff and trying to work out the best course of action. And of course we've got a massive crowd in, but there are still some spectators who've decided to spend their day here, and they're now not seeing any cricket, and at 5:05 they've no idea whether they're going to see anything else left in the day or not, and it's just a matter of milling about and seeing what happens. And that's I think what we're going to have to do, really. There's nothing, unless there's anything else that you've got to add, Radders.
Nothing further to add, Ed, at this stage.
No. So, well, the tail of the tape so far, Gloucestershire bowled out for just 125 this morning, but with Northamptonshire's bowling attack being of a lesser pace than we've seen from Gloucestershire's, at that stage it looked like tricky batting conditions mixed with some less than ideal shot selection, and Justin Broad having a magnificent day, 7 for 33 from 15.1 overs, just two Gloucestershire batters in double figures, Ollie Price 52 and Graham van Buren 40, but we're certainly not thinking about pitch inspectors and possible abandonment for a dangerous pitch at that point. Northamptonshire 57-run opening partnership between Prithvi Shaw and Ricardo Vasconcelos. Shaw dismissed for 34, having been discomforted a bit at times by the pace and bounce, particularly from Singh Dale. Ended up fencing a delivery through to the keeper for 34. Vasconcelos, wrap on the gloves, forced to retire hurt for 21. George Bartlett played all-round, a full delivery from Dom Goodman for 6. But Luke Proctor and Rob Keogh were seeing Northamptonshire through to already what looked like a first innings lead just themselves. They only trailed by 9 at this point, but then Keogh, another delivery which spat up off a good length, hit him on the gloves, bat went flying down to the floor, ball went flying to the boundary, and that was the point that the umpires decided that this pitch was too dangerous to play on. So the players have left the field, and we will await further news as to what the outcome of the discussions down to our right are, and we may not hear yet for a bit actually about what possible sanctions Gloucestershire might face for this, because there will be, as you've outlined, a regulator inquiry, so that's not going to be finished until after the match, so we might not even know the full consequences. But in terms of what it means, for now, there's no more cricket, and the ground staff still out there in the middle around the offending article, being the pitch, and at the moment it looks as though they're waiting for presumably both umpires and cricket liaison officer to come out and tell them what should happen next. So until that point, Andrew Radd and myself, Ed Seaborn, I think will step aside and hope that in doing so we might be able to glean something more in terms of what happens from now. But for now, play has been stopped, and we will be back with you as soon as there is either any news on a resumption or not. whenever we get some more news, we'll be back.
We are waiting for the outcome of discussions between the two umpires and the match referee, and we'll bring you news of that as soon as we have it. as follows. The match has been abandoned due to there being a foreseeable risk to the batters